I was a foolish college student who had accidentally gotten lost while hiking. I had eaten every scrap of food I could find, and my phone was dead. After going 3 days without a bite to eat, I lay in the wet, sticky weeds, looked back on my brief 20 years of life, and slowly closed my eyes. Chintzy, Chintzy, wake up. A raspy voice sounded beside my ear. I forced my eyes open and stared at the woman in front of me, my brows drawn tight. Then I looked in confusion at the illustrated calendar hanging on the wall. The number 1958 printed at the bottom stood out with startling clarity, leaving me dazed for a moment. Did I transmigrate? After studying the woman's face and clothes, the room around me, and the fragments of memory in my head for what felt like ages, I finally realized that I was in the 1950s, less than a decade after the founding of the People's Republic. As the memories gradually merged with my own, I fell into another stunned silence. The original owner of this body had also been named Chintzy. His mother had died when he was young, and although he still had a father, the man had mysteriously disappeared not long ago. According to the villagers, he had run off with a widow. Supposedly, when his father left, he swept up every cent in the house and did not leave behind so much as a grain of rice. If the original Chintzy had not starved to death, there would have been no newly reborn me. The woman beside me was my neighbor. She was in her 40s, with a sallow, gaunt face, and everyone in the courtyard called her Auntie. Auntie, am I all right? I noticed something was wrong with you first thing this morning. I called you for ages, but you didn't answer, so I pushed the door open and came in. That was when I found you unconscious. You poor child. You lost your mother when you were little, and now that damned father of yours has run off with a widow. How are you supposed to survive? The woman poured out one sentence after another, her tears falling just as fast. I'm fine, Auntie. I just fainted from hunger, I said. I made you a little roasted flour gruel. Wait here for Auntie. With that, she hurried out of the room. She carefully helped me sit up and handed me the bowl. This was flour that Auntie's own family could hardly bear to eat, yet she had used it to save a starving neighbor. As I smelled the warm aroma rising from the bowl, my stomach growled without stopping. I took the thin gruel from her and gulped it down. There were only 2 or 3 mouthfuls, but they felt unbelievably comforting. Thank you, Auntie. I'm about to start work at the steel mill. Once I get paid, I'll buy you some meaty bones. She agreed with a cheerful smile, fussed over me a little longer, told me to rest well, and finally walked slowly out of the back room. Just as I was drifting off again, my wrist suddenly began to burn and itch. What is that? Did something bite me? If I had not still been so weak, I would have jumped right out of bed. I held out my arm and examined it carefully, but there was no bite mark. What was going on? My wrist suddenly burned again. Was this body coming down with a fever? A red mark appeared on my left wrist. Had an insect bitten me after all? Chintzy? Chintzy, are you all right? Chintzy, I saw you fall asleep again. I was worried something might have happened. I answered her while slowly sitting up. I'm fine, Auntie. I just fell asleep. As long as you're all right. If anything happens, just call for Auntie. After Auntie left, I flexed my wrist and prepared to get out of bed to look for something to eat. Then I suddenly noticed a mark shaped like a backpack on my wrist. When I touched it, the words Supermarket 58 appeared before my eyes. After studying it for a while, however, I realized this was nothing like an ordinary supermarket. A normal supermarket would be packed with a dazzling array of merchandise. This supermarket looked downright pitiful. Calling it a supermarket was generous. It was really just a small, empty room. In the center stood a single 1 yuan flash sale section, while everything else was blank white space. Only 2 products were available in the flash sale area, flour and eggs, each offered in lots of 100 jin. 1 jin was roughly 1.1 pounds. These days, everything had to be bought with ration coupons, and even money did not guarantee that you could get what you wanted. Worse still, the country was entering a period of severe hardship. Supplies were desperately scarce, and food could not be bought even if you had cash. I immediately tapped the one-click purchase button, only to remember that I did not have a single jiao to my name. Even food and water were a problem. I paced anxiously around the room. Then I remembered the original owner's father's former mount. The man must have left in such a hurry that he had forgotten to take his bicycle. I rushed out, pawned it without delay, and received 20 yuan. The moment I got home, I eagerly opened the supermarket system and selected the recharge option. Fortunately, the transaction went through without a hitch, and the funds appeared instantly. My supermarket balance became 20 yuan. So 1 real yuan really did convert into 1 yuan in the system. I quickly turned my attention to the 1 yuan flash sale section. Time to make my first purchase. Ding, ding, ding. Flash sale purchase successful. Congratulations. You have received 100 jin of flour. I immediately tapped the flash sale button again. Ding, ding, ding. Flash sale purchase successful. Congratulations. You have received 100 gene of eggs. My home was practically bare, with almost no food in it. If too much flour and too many eggs suddenly appeared and someone found out, it could cause trouble. I had also noticed that the products in the flash sale section refreshed at random times every day. With that in mind, I decisively stopped after making 2 purchases. With eggs and flour, at least I won't go hungry for a while. I can trade some of it for money too. The flash sale products refresh at random every day. I wonder what tomorrow's deal will be. Oh right, I still need to repay Auntie for saving me with that meal. As I thought about the flour and eggs, I continued exploring the supermarket system's functions. A sudden idea came to me. Could I put real-world objects into its storage inventory? I fixed my eyes on the table in the house and willed it away. In an instant, the table actually vanished into the storage inventory. My eyes widened as wild delight surged through me. I took out a few eggs, boiled them, and swallowed them almost whole. I was running out of time. Today was my first day at the steel mill, and I absolutely could not be late. The procurement department was divided into 4 sections, each of which oversaw 5 teams. I had been assigned to Team 5 of Procurement Section 4. Our team leader was Wang Weiman, and the team had 10 members. Team leader Wang Weiman had a terrible headache at the moment. The section chief had issued an order requiring every team to find a way to increase its procurement volume. The mill was beginning to face a food crisis as well. The cafeteria had repeatedly cut the workers' rations, and rumor had it that another worker had fainted yesterday. Fortunately, no production accident had resulted this time. But life was hard for procurement officers too. They had combed through the villages and communes around the capital again and again, yet there was simply nothing left to scrape together. Conditions in the countryside were even worse than in the city. The only way to increase procurement was to travel farther afield. After team leader Wang Weiman held a brief welcoming ceremony, I was officially on the job. For now, though, I was only a trainee, not a permanent employee. When work ended, I returned to the courtyard compound. Several people were already washing up at the communal water tap. A middle-aged woman with a sickly, underfed complexion saw me and called out, "Chincy, how was your first day at work?" "Not bad. Have you eaten, second auntie?" I replied with a smile. First uncle lived in the front courtyard and worked as a doctor at the steel mill. Second uncle lived in the middle courtyard, directly across from me. Third elder lived in the rear courtyard and was a grade 6 forge worker at the mill. Fortunately, all 3 senior men in our courtyard were fairly normal people, without any of the outrageous faults their counterparts had in television dramas. That came as an enormous relief to me. Second auntie gave an awkward smile. Every household was running short of food now. People without jobs generally ate very little, 2 meals a day, and in some families only 1. Even then, their meals consisted of little more than watery gruel. "Chincy, did they advance you any wages on your first day?" After hesitating for a moment, second auntie finally stepped closer and asked in a low voice. I smiled when I heard her. "They advanced me a little. Are you hoping to borrow some money, second auntie?" The people in the courtyard had taken care of me often when I was young. I had eaten at nearly every family's table. Second auntie gently shook her head, her eyes full of worry. "My family is struggling too, but we can still just barely hold on. Auntie's household ran completely out of food yesterday though. Chincy, if you can give them a hand, please do what you can." Second auntie had 3 children and an elderly family member to support. They often woke in the middle of the night too hungry to sleep and had to drink water to fill their stomachs, but they could still scrape by. Auntie's family had 2 elderly people and 2 children, all depending on a widow. The entire burden of the household rested on that one woman's shoulders. Life was unbearably hard for her. Auntie's family had once been relatively well off. Her son was a truck driver with decent benefits. I had never imagined that even her household would run out of food, much less that she would still use the last little bit of flour in the house to save me. As the saying went, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. I silently nodded. After straightening up my home, I carried more than 10 gene of flour to Auntie's house. "Hello, Auntie." The moment I reached her door, I saw the sallow, thin woman sitting outside, busy with her work. Although Auntie was clearly malnourished, her needlework remained sure and skillful. When she saw me, she smiled and greeted me. "Oh, Chincy, did everything go smoothly at work today? That damned father of yours, if he wanted a companion, he still didn't have to run away with her." I waved helplessly. "Let's not talk about him. Auntie, would you stitch me a pair of shoe soles? I'll trade you this bag of flour. I received a small wage advance today and was thinking of buying some shoes. Then I saw you working on soles, so I figured I'd ask you to make me a pair." Auntie stared at the precious bag of cornmeal. Her hands trembled slightly, and tears welled in her eyes. "What a good boy. Such a good boy," she murmured. I soon returned home and began kneading dough, planning to add something special to dinner by steaming a pot of manta buns. In less than 2 hours, the buns were ready. As I ate, I opened Supermarket 58. It looked exactly as it had that morning, with nothing but the empty 1 yuan flash sale section. Then I noticed a good person card in my inventory. After thinking it over, I realized that since this was the 1950s, the card obviously did not mean the kind of nice guy card I knew. A good deed? I had just given Auntie 15 Gene of flour. Could that be why? Good person card used successfully. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have unlocked the meat section. One good person card has been consumed. After I tapped the notification, a sign reading Meat Section appeared beside the empty 1 yuan flash sale area. The meat section was packed with a dazzling selection: pork belly, pig trotters, intestines, chickens, ducks, geese, and much more. I'm rich. I'm rich. I'll never have to panic about food again. It looks like I have to be a good person if I want to unlock more supermarket functions. At least, that's how it seems so far. Am I going to become the greatest philanthropist in the country? I quickly redeemed 5 Gene of fatty pork. Watching my supermarket balance fall from 18 yuan to 13 made my heart ache. Looks like I'll have to find a way to increase my income. After a night's rest, I got up early. According to the original plan, I was supposed to head into the countryside today to procure supplies. No matter how difficult the task was, work still required me to make the trip. But now that I had Supermarket 58, none of that was truly a problem. I could use the supermarket to obtain supplies, and a way to make money instantly took shape in my mind. After thinking for a long while, I abandoned the original owner's plan. If a newly hired employee suddenly obtained supplies that everyone else had been unable to procure and did so without the slightest difficulty, it would be impossible to explain. To avoid drawing attention, I decided to visit the original owner's grandparents after work. Before that, however, it was time for another 1 yuan flash sale. Every lot contained 100 Gene. 3 flash sale success messages soon appeared, and then I headed out. Following the route in my inherited memories, I traveled for more than 2 hours before finally reaching Li Family Village. Along the way, I witnessed far too many people enduring terrible hardship. My emotions churned, but I did not dare look too closely for fear that my heart would soften. As I neared the village entrance, I hurriedly took 2 Gene of fatty pork, 50 Gene of peanuts, 10 Gene of eggs, 10 Gene of flour, and 1 Gene of sugar out of the storage inventory and placed them in my wicker backpack. Just then, a familiar voice came from nearby. "Chinsi, are you back to visit great-granduncle and great-grandaunt again?" I turned and saw several young men about my age moving stones. Although Wang Kai and I were about the same age, family seniority meant he was supposed to call me uncle. "Wang Kai, you little rascal, is that any way to address me? Do I need to have a word with my cousin, your father?" I spoke half in jest. I was not actually angry. I only wanted to tease this younger member of the clan. Bound by seniority, Wang Kai obediently called me uncle. Conditions in the countryside were even worse than I had imagined. I passed several children chewing on grass roots, each of them sallow and painfully thin from hunger. The sight made my heart ache. Unable to ignore them, I called them over. I looked at the children in front of me. Their clothes were ragged, and they were severely malnourished. One little girl watched me timidly. "I know who you are. You're our Grandpa 16. Line up. One at a time," I instructed. The moment the little ones heard me, they gathered around. They had encountered generous people like this before. Just look at Chinsi. He eats state-supplied grain in the city and lives the good life. That's right. Chinsi is old enough to settle down now. I have a niece on my mother's side who is as pretty and fresh as a flower. She'd be a perfect match for him. Oh, please. Everyone knows what you're plotting. Chinsi has high standards. He'll definitely choose a city girl. Use the front of your shirts to hold them, I instructed. "Thank you, Grandpa 16. They cried excitedly, hurriedly stretching out their shirts to catch the peanuts. "My turn. It's my turn. Thank you, Grandpa 16. The other children shouted impatiently. After I had handed peanuts to all the children, I still had plenty left. I put them back in the wicker backpack, intending to take them to Grandpa so he could roast them and enjoy them with his liquor. The children who had received gifts raced toward the village, telling everyone they met that Grandpa 16 had given them the peanuts. The moment I reached my grandparents' home, I saw Grandpa fiddling with a shovel. When I walked closer, I noticed that its wooden handle had snapped. "Grandpa, I'm back." Hearing my voice without warning, the old man tossed the broken shovel aside. "Chinsi, you're back? Come inside. Have you eaten? I'll ask your grandma to make you something." The old man's simple words were filled with concern. I quickly waved him off. "Grandpa, I'm not hungry. Look what I brought you. From now on, you and Grandma can eat and drink as well as you like. I can support you now." At the words, "I can support you now," the old man almost burst into tears. "Good, good, good. Our Chintzy has really made something of himself," he said with a gratified smile. When he saw so many peanuts, his grin nearly split his face. "Oh my, so many peanuts. This is wonderful." He imagined their fragrant aroma after roasting, paired with a little liquor, the very taste of heaven, and could not help swallowing. In the end, however, good sense prevailed. "Grandpa will take one handful for a taste. You should bring the rest home." I shook my head with a smile. "Grandpa, keep them and eat them yourself. I receive state-supplied grain now. I don't lack things like this." "Yes, working for the state is good. Very good," the old man said happily. In an age when supplies were scarce, procurement officers were highly sought after because they had access to more goods than most people. Next, I lifted another sack of flour from the wicker backpack. "Grandpa, you and Grandma are getting older. You should eat more refined grain from now on. It's better for your health." The old man took one look and exclaimed, "This is Fujiang flour." As I recalled, Fujiang was the finest flour available at the time, finely milled, high in gluten, low in impurities, and white in color. Flour in this era was divided into grades 1, 2, 3, and 4. Fujiang flour was equivalent to what had once been grade 2 and was considered excellent quality. Then the old man sighed. "If we traded this for coarse grain, it would feed us for a very long time. This much white flour would be more than enough to help you take a wife," he remarked. I smiled reassuringly. "You and Grandma don't need to worry about finding me a wife. Just eat the flour without fretting over it. And here are the eggs. Oh no, 2 of them have already cracked. Why did you bring so much?" The old man sounded as though he were scolding me, but he could not hide the smile tugging at his lips. I deliberately kept him in suspense. "Grandpa, I'll be coming back to stay often from now on. How can the house not have plenty of good food waiting for me? I can't stand that coarse cornmeal scratching my throat." His face lit up at once. "Really? Then I'll have your grandma make noodles with minced meat sauce for you later." When he saw the pork, his eyes nearly popped out. There was so much of it, and every piece was thick, fatty meat, the finest thing anyone could ask for. "This." I saw the doubts in his eyes and cut him off with a smile. "Grandpa, have you forgotten? I work in procurement. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to bring home a little meat? You and Grandma can eat without worrying. From now on, our family will never lack food or drink. This meat is wonderful. Grandpa will render the lard right now." The old man stroked the thick slab of fatty pork, brimming with delight. He briskly put everything away, carried the fatty pork over, cut enough to fill a basin, and then lit the stove beneath the wok. "I'll go fetch some water." Seeing that the water vat was running low, I stood as I spoke. Grandpa hurriedly waved me back. "No need, Chintzy. Your Uncle Shuqiang comes by often." Only then did I remember Li Shuqiang, the younger clan uncle responsible for caring for the 2 elders, and warmth rose in my heart. Fortunately, Grandpa had once helped him in a time of need. Shuqiang and his wife had never forgotten that kindness and came by frequently to help. Grandpa almost never had to carry water or split firewood himself. Besides, how could Grandpa bear to let his eldest grandson do such heavy work? Just then, 3 children came running in from outside. They were Uncle Shuqiang's children. As they ran, they shouted, "Big brother, big brother, we want peanuts too. Go wash your hands first." I pointed toward the water vat in the distance. "Scrub them clean," I said as I ladled out water for them. "Big brother, you're wasting water like that," Lifu reminded me. At home, they would certainly be scolded for using so much. Only then did I remember that the village was short of water. I had been so focused on getting their hands clean that I really had used too much. Grandpa hurriedly smoothed things over for me. "It's fine. We'll have Shuqiang carry 2 extra buckets over later." I stopped ladling out water and simply told the 3 children to shake the water from their hands. Instead of giving them peanuts, I pulled out the candy I had just bought from the store. "Eat it at home. Don't take it outside." Lifu and Like I jumped for joy on the spot. Holding the candy in both hands, Lifong said in her soft childish voice, "I've never had this much candy in my whole life." I stroked her head without correcting the childlike exaggeration. Grandpa called the 3 children over. "You must always remember how good your big brother has been to you. Understand?" Lifu and Like I nodded solemnly and said they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. I did not know whether to laugh or cry, but seeing how serious they were, I could only smile along with them. Grandma returned carrying a vegetable basket. She could smell the rich aroma of lard from far away. I went to meet her and urged her to stop going out to dig for wild greens. Her eyes crinkled with happiness as she smiled and said that now that I had come home, She would do anything I told her. Grandpa called from inside, telling her to come back and make dumplings. I explained my job as a procurement officer once again, saying only that I had obtained the meat through proper channels and could find ways to get more in the future. I did not want the two elders agonizing over a single meal of meat. Grandma agreed with her lips, but the first thing she did after entering the house was make me a cup of sugar water. More and more children gathered outside the door. I carried out the cracklings left from rendering the lard and told them to line up, giving each child 2 pieces. Some could not bear to eat both at once and clutched the second piece as they walked home. Others ate until their mouths shone with grease, smacking their lips over and over to savor the taste. A boy almost as tall as I was joined the line. I glared at him and asked how old he was and why he was still trying to collect a child's share. He hurriedly called me uncle and explained that his younger brother, Gooden, had sprained his ankle, so he had come to collect the food on his behalf. Lifu vouched for him, and only then did I give him 2 extra pieces. After handing out all the cracklings, I went back inside and drained the sugar water in one gulp. Grandma asked whether I was hot and if she should have Grandpa fan me. I quickly shook my head. No. Having Grandpa fan me would be far too disrespectful. Before long, Aunt Huang Lan arrived as well. When she saw all the things in the house, she repeatedly said that I had brought the family more good food again. I seized the opportunity to mention clothing. Once I obtained some cloth, I wanted her to make clothes for Grandpa and Grandma first, then 1 new outfit each for Lifu, like I, and Lifong. Grandpa made the decision for her, and only then did she agree. All that remained was for me to bring back the cloth. When the time comes, you can make clothes for the 2 old folks. As for Lifu and the others, forget it. Their clothes can still be worn. I rolled my eyes when I heard that and muttered inwardly, they're covered in patches, and you call that wearable? Grandpa spoke up as well. Xuqiang's wife, just do as my precious grandson says. Huang Lan quickly nodded. I understand, uncle. Grandma began to educate Lifu and the other 2 children. From now on, you must. After delivering a lengthy lesson, she took Huang Lan into the kitchen to prepare the dumplings. When Huang Lan saw everything I had brought back, her eyes went wide. She could not stop marveling. Auntie, Chinsi is really amazing. All the rest of you are hopeless. My Chinsi is the only one who has made us proud. Grandma continued praising her own family, showering me with extravagant compliments while taking little digs at everyone else to make her precious grandson sound even better. Aunt Huang Lan chimed in dutifully from the side. A while later, Uncle Xuqiang returned, dusty and weary, carrying 2 buckets of water on a shoulder pole. The moment Grandpa saw him, he gave him an order without even letting him rest. Chinsi is home today. Carry a few more buckets so he can take a bath later. You got it. Li Xuqiang agreed cheerfully, without a trace of complaint. He came here far more diligently than he visited his own parents. Everyone in the village knew it, yet no one gossiped about it. Seeing this, I hurriedly said to Grandpa, Grandpa, let Uncle Xuqiang take a rest. Then I turned to Li Xuqiang. Uncle Xuqiang, I'll go carry water with you in a little while. Li Xuqiang smiled and waved both hands. No need. Chinsi, just sit comfortably at home. The place where we fetch water is a little far away now. The old well dried up, so we have to walk farther. Since his own grandson had spoken on Li Xuqiang's behalf, Grandpa relented. Then go after dinner. I'll even allow you 2 cups of liquor later. Thank you, uncle. The moment Li Xuqiang heard that, he was beside himself with joy. For 2 cups of sweet potato liquor, he would happily carry several extra buckets without the slightest complaint. Huang Lan, who was making dumplings, could not resist praising the flour again. This flour is wonderful. If I had not been eating with them, they probably would have mixed something cheaper into it to stretch it farther. By now, every household in the village was talking about me, their words full of envy. Their own children had benefited from my generosity, so naturally, they spared no praise. The freshly cooked dumplings were carefully arranged on the table. Grandma had even fried a small plate of crisp, fragrant peanuts especially for Grandpa to enjoy with his liquor. Grandpa cheerfully took his treasured sweet potato liquor from the cabinet and asked with a smile, Chinsi, want to share a couple of cups with Grandpa? I nodded. Of course, Grandpa. I'll drink with you, but we need to take it easy. Next time I come back, I'll bring you 2 bottles of good liquor. My father still has a bottle of Moutai hidden away. At the mention of my father, Grandpa's face immediately darkened. Don't mention that bastard. What an unfilial son. I hurriedly changed the subject. Grandpa could say whatever he wanted, but I could not. After all, Old Li had fulfilled every responsibility he had toward his son. No one could fault him on that account. Big brother, will we get to eat dumplings again tonight? Little Lifong asked innocently. Lifu and Laikai also looked at me, their eyes brimming with expectation. Their mother glared at them. In your dreams. You're already thinking about eating them again tonight. Oh, the three children answered in disappointment. I smiled and comforted them. We won't have dumplings tonight. We'll eat meat. Their mother spoke sternly. You're going home for dinner tonight. You are not. I cut her off. Auntie, everyone should come eat together. Huang Lan hesitated, stealing glances at Grandma from time to time. Grandma saw what was happening and curled her lip with mock annoyance. My grandson invited you, and you certainly aren't standing on ceremony. Fine, come eat. You're lucky to get the chance. After the meal, Uncle Xuqiang prepared to leave for work. Rubbing his stomach, he sighed contentedly. I haven't eaten my fill like that in ages. Uncle Xuqiang, when I'm not here, I'll have to trouble you to keep a closer eye on Grandpa and Grandma, I said earnestly. Li Xuqiang took a leisurely drag on his cigarette and grinned. Hey, did you really need to tell me that? Don't worry about a thing. Here in the village, as long as I'm watching over them, nothing will go wrong. Alarm flashed across Li Xuqiang's face. He quickly said, Chinsi, that's enough talk for today. We'll chat again later. Someone is probably damming the stream and stealing our water again. A lack of water could severely reduce crop yields, especially for wheat. Besides wheat, the village also grew corn, which was at a critical stage of growth. Curious, I followed along to see what was happening. When we passed the wheat fields, I saw cracks already spreading across the dry soil. No wonder the villagers were so anxious. The small river that flowed through Li family village now carried almost no visible water. The village's young men soon assembled with hoes in their hands. Led by the old party secretary, the crowd surged aggressively toward Shangshui village as if marching there to demand justice. I was still thinking over the situation when the old party secretary suddenly came up beside me. Chinsi, I heard you work in procurement at the mill. Is that right? He asked. I glanced at him and nodded with a smile. That's right. If our village ever has anything to sell, you can come to me. As for the price, it will definitely be higher than what the supply and marketing cooperative pays. In truth, I knew perfectly well that the villagers had almost nothing to spare. They did not even have enough to eat. So how could they possibly have goods left over to sell? Can we trade for grain? Anything will do, even cornmeal, the old party secretary asked. I paused in surprise. What would you trade for it? The old party secretary gritted his teeth. If it can be done, I'll organize some people to enter the mountains tomorrow and see if we can bring down a wild boar. I asked, would sweet potatoes work? You could get more of those in exchange. I quickly reviewed the products currently in my inventory. There was no cornmeal. The supermarket still carried only a pitiful handful of items, and its flour was not the same as the cornmeal sold in this era. The supermarket's corn flour was ground from pure kernels, with no ground corn cob mixed into it. Sweet potatoes currently sold for 3 fun per jean in ordinary markets. On the black market, the price was terrifying, more than 5 fun per jean, and even then money did not guarantee that you could buy any. I could offer Li Family Village a low price, but absolutely not one that was too low. Otherwise, besides, I had no intention of becoming a charity. Although I had only 100 jean now, once more supermarket products were unlocked, there was no guarantee they would still be available. What was more, sweet potatoes were among the cheapest products in any supermarket. In later generations, they sat at the very bottom of the supermarket price scale. I believed Supermarket 58 would be no exception, and a wild boar was not exactly easy to hunt. Yes, we'll take them. We'll take anything, especially something as good as sweet potatoes. Chinsi, how much can you get? We'll trade for as much as you have. I thought for a moment. We'll trade by weight. I'll prepare some first, but you'll need to give me a few days. The old party secretary was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked me. Under normal circumstances, a 100 jean wild boar would sell for less than 100 yuan. Wild boar meat was cheaper than domestic pork because it had less fat and was tougher. Just wait and see, Chinsi. I'll bring you good news, the old party secretary said gratefully. Secretary, there's no need to be so polite. I'm a member of Li Family Village too, I said with a smile. As expected of an educated man. Well said. Nearly everyone in Li Family Village had the surname Li. Blood ties remained even when bones were broken, and almost every household was related to every other in one way or another. Strictly speaking, even the old party secretary's family and mine were distant relatives, though our common ancestor lay more than 5 generations back, so the relationship was not close. In other words, if someone of your generation did not descend from the same great-great-grandfather, they were considered outside the 5 degrees of mourning kinship. After 5 generations, relatives no longer observed mourning for one another. That was known as passing beyond the mourning circle or beyond the 5 degrees of kinship. The people of Li Family Village soon arrived at Shangshui Village, and the two villages faced off. To everyone's surprise, however, Shangshui Village had also been wrongly accused. There was scarcely any water in their stretch of the river either. "Take a look for yourselves," the head of Shangshui Village said bluntly. This time, the people of Li Family Village were completely dumbfounded. It was not that there was no water whatsoever, but the flow was pitifully weak. Even if Shangshui Village used none of it, there was no guarantee it would reach Li Family Village. Taking a puff from his long-stemmed pipe, Shangshui's village head asked the old party secretary, "Old Li, does your village have any grain left? Spare us a little, and when?" Before he could finish, the old party secretary cut him off. "We only have enough for a few more days. I was hoping to borrow some from your village." Once the misunderstanding had been cleared up, the old party secretary led everyone back to Li Family Village. The water shortage, however, remained a terrible headache. Li Family Village still had a spring, which supplied the villagers with the water they needed to survive. Ever since the old well dried up, everyone had gone to that spring to carry home their drinking water. Given the present situation, the village would have to manage the spring well and could not afford to neglect it. That also meant household water use would have to be rationed. "Uncle Xuqiang, it's no big deal. I can go to a public bathhouse in the city later," I told Li Xuqiang. Everyone in the village had to follow the same rules. I could hardly demand special treatment. Still, to improve my grandparents' quality of life, I thought of a hand-operated water pump. If one were installed beside the house, getting water would become much easier. The drought might have left the surface dry, but there was still plenty of groundwater below. We only needed to choose a good location and drill down. I estimated that we might reach water at a depth of a little over 10 meters. It was not like the 1990s and later, when groundwater was exploited so aggressively that the water table dropped drastically and some wells had to be drilled more than 100 meters deep. A hand pump had only a few parts. Copying one might be difficult for a layman, but for someone working at the mill like me, it could not have been easier. Any experienced master craftsman could make one. "Chensi, go back first. I'll see if I can carry a little more," Li Xuqiang said, clearly not ready to give up. I was busy thinking about the hand pump and did not pay him much attention. After returning to Grandpa's house, I began drawing blueprints. Besides the pump components, we would also need a drilling rod for the well. Grandpa and Grandma saw me writing and sketching and did not disturb me. They even chased Laifu and the other two children away so I could concentrate on the design. By evening, I had completed blueprints for every part. "Didn't they say every household would have a fixed water allowance from now on?" I asked in surprise. Li Xuqiang chuckled slyly. "The old party secretary knew I was carrying it for your family, so he didn't stop me." The secretary was not the only one who said nothing. The other villagers did not object either. It could not be helped. A person who accepted a gift owed the giver a favor, and a mouth fed by someone could hardly criticize him. Their children had all eaten food from me. What was wrong with my family using a few extra buckets of water? I shook my head slightly. "Once or twice doesn't matter, but don't keep doing this. People will start resenting us." Grandpa agreed with his precious grandson. "Chensi is right. Starting tomorrow, we'll follow the village rules." The old party secretary plans to organize some people and enter the mountains tomorrow, Li Xuqiang said, changing the subject. I knew more about that matter than anyone, so I was not surprised. Yes, they should go into the mountains and find something to eat. I did not eat much of the meat that evening, mainly because there were no seasonings and it did not taste very good. Seeing how little I ate, Grandma kept placing more meat in my bowl. The old woman did it so often that I did not know whether to laugh or cry. Laifu, like I, and Laifong seemed to have been warned by their mother. Each ate only 3 pieces of meat and did not dare reach for more. Even so, they felt incredibly fortunate because theirs was now the only household in the entire village able to eat meat. When I woke the next morning, Grandma had already prepared steamed buns and boiled eggs. By the time I got up, the 2 elders had already eaten. Only coarse cornmeal wota buns remained on the table. I noticed crumbs from the wotu on the floor. I immediately pretended to lose my temper and threatened them. "Grandma, if you 2 eat wotu again, I won't come back." Caught by her eldest grandson, Grandma hurriedly promised, "All right, we won't eat cornmeal next time. Later, Grandma will ask your aunt to take all the cornmeal home with her." Big brother, Laifu and the others ran inside. But when they saw me eating breakfast, they considerately backed out again. "Where are you going? Come in, all of you." I called toward the door. "Have a taste." I handed the egg yolks in my hand to the 3 siblings, one for each of them. "Grandma, I need to return to the city in a little while to take care of something. Tell the village party secretary that if they really do hunt a wild boar, he should have them bring it to me in the city." They should bring an ox cart too, or they won't be able to move it. I'll come back to see you and Grandpa in a few days, I told her. All right. Grandma will have your grandpa tell the old party secretary. She agreed with a beaming smile. I did not waste any time. After taking a drink of water, I set out for the capital. Today's 1 yuan flash sale section had refreshed, and the new offerings were 100 jin of rice and 100 jin of beef jerky. Without another word, I spent 2 yuan and snapped up both deals. Once I returned to the courtyard compound, I placed 50 jin of eggs in my procurement basket, planning to turn them in at the steel mill. I calculated silently. I already had 50 jin of eggs. If the village came through and managed to bring down a wild boar, my performance for the month would not merely meet the quota. I would exceed it with ease. Auntie's face was full of smiles, and her eyes brimmed with gratitude. Chinsi, you're finally back. Auntie made these shoes especially for you, so you must accept them. And here are 2 yuan. It isn't much, but it's a little token from me. I hurried forward and accepted the cloth shoes with both hands. Feeling the dense, careful stitches in the soles warmed my heart. I firmly pushed back the hand holding out the money and said sincerely, Auntie, you're treating me like a stranger. These cloth shoes already make me happier than I can say. I had made a decent profit while helping her, so I could not possibly take her money. Keep it and buy yourself something good to eat. Make life a little better. In fact, after seeing the cloth shoes, I had been thinking about giving Auntie some more money or goods. Yet she stubbornly stuffed the money into my hand. That's different. The shoes are Auntie's gift to you. The truth is, I'll need to trouble you again later. Could I buy some food from you? Of course. Wait here a moment, Auntie, I replied. With that, I brought out a small basket of eggs and offered it to Auntie as a return gift. I knew very well that some advantages should never be taken. Holding the eggs in both hands, I presented them to her warmly and said in earnest, Auntie, look, these are eggs I procured especially. You know Dongzi and the other children are still growing and need all the nourishment they can get. Take some home and build up their strength. Auntie, please don't stand on ceremony. Just accept them. Your craftsmanship is incredible, Auntie. These cloth shoes are beautiful, and they fit perfectly. The moment I put them on, I remember the shoes Grandma made for me when I was little. They make me feel warm inside. My grandparents have always talked about wanting a good pair of shoes like these. Auntie, if you have the time, could you make 2 more pairs? I want to take them back and make the old folks happy. I paused briefly, then added, I won't ask you to work for nothing. Food is scarce now, and life is hard for everyone, so I'll trade you grain for them. How does that sound? You provide the craftsmanship, and I'll provide the grain. It works out well for both of us. If you agree, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. My grandparents will be especially grateful. I knew that my grandparents were old and had no extravagant demands when it came to clothes or shoes. They only wanted things that were comfortable and dependable. Auntie's cloth shoes were simple in style, finely made, and soft on the feet, exactly the kind they liked. If they received shoes like these, they would surely be overjoyed and talk about them for days. I had originally planned to buy shoes from the supermarket, but since Auntie's craftsmanship was so good, there was no harm in asking her to make them. It would solve 2 problems at once, so why not? If nothing else, that act of filial devotion alone would be enough to make others envious. Be good, Dong Dong. From now on, remember to be polite whenever you see your big brother Chinsi, understand? He gave us all of this. Grandma will make egg drop soup for you tonight. Auntie stroked Dong Dong's head while teaching him to be grateful. The little fellow nodded solemnly. Grandma, Dong Dong understands. I even helped big brother Chinsi wipe down his bicycle last time. I stared at the 2 good person cards in my supermarket inventory and fell into thought. Just as I suspected, 1 good deed earned 1 good person card, and those cards could unlock new products in the supermarket. Good person card used successfully. Good person card used successfully. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have unlocked the produce section. 1 good person card has been consumed. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have unlocked the food section. 1 good person card has been consumed. Most of the products cost only a few fun or a few jiao, and the sight delighted me. Now this was finally starting to look like a supermarket. At most, it resembled a tiny neighborhood general store, but it carried all the basic goods and had begun to approach the scale of a real market. The sweet potato problem no longer worried me in the slightest. It was impossible to keep many secrets in a courtyard compound, and besides, the transaction between Auntie and me was perfectly legitimate. We had no need to hide it. In our whole courtyard, Chinsi is probably the only one with grain to spare, one older woman remarked. Working in procurement really is wonderful. Chinsi is so much more capable than that worthless son of mine, another said enviously. I have a niece who works at the textile mill. Maybe one day. A third woman had barely begun before another woman who knew the situation shot her down. What are you imagining? Oldly arranged something for him long ago, the knowledgeable woman said. What? Chincy already has a girlfriend? The first woman asked in surprise. Yes. Oldly mentioned it once or twice when he was drinking at my house, the other woman replied. What a shame. With everything Chincy has going for him, any girl who marries him will live a blessed life. The first woman said regretfully. I straightened up the house, then took my worn clothes outside and washed them. When I had finished, I locked the door and went to the steel mill to turn in my procurement. Only a courtyard as ridiculous as the one where Silly Zhu lived would have a rule against locking doors. Even if there were no thieves, a stray cat might wander in, knock things over, and cause damage. The steel mill where I worked was the largest in the capital, even bigger than the Red Star rolling mill where Silly Zhu worked. It had opened in the early years of the Republic of China. I was assigned to Team 5 of Procurement Section 4. Our team leader was Wang Weiman, and the team had 10 members in all. Hearing one of the team members speak, Wang Weiman immediately turned and saw me walking in with a huge procurement basket on my back. Careful, those are all eggs on top, I warned. Wow, that's a mountain of eggs. Chincy, where did you manage to procure all this? I had to travel a little farther this time, so I haven't been back for the past 2 or 3 days, I explained. Far from blaming me, Wang Weiman praised me in front of everyone. Chincy did well. The rest of you should learn from him. As I've said, if you're willing to travel far enough, supplies are still out there. Hey, what else is underneath? Huh? Is that dried meat at the bottom? Wang Weiman quickly discovered the secret hidden in the procurement basket. I explained with a smile. I met a villager on the road. His relatives on the Great Grasslands had mailed him several dozen jean of beef jerky. He couldn't finish it, so I bought it from him, though the price was a little high. Wang Weiman was overjoyed and waved dismissively. A higher price doesn't matter, as long as the goods are worthwhile. The mill's normal procurement price was not the market rate, but the low official price offered by rural supply and marketing cooperatives. Team leader, can we keep a little for ourselves? Someone asked. He stared at the heap of jerky, nearly drooling as he began making plans. Wang Weiman considered it. We won't keep any of the jerky this time. As for the eggs, each person can take about 1 jean. Just pay Chincy for them. In the end, each person selected 10 eggs, roughly 1 jean, and paid me 3 jiao. Wang Weiman took the jerky and the remaining eggs away to be registered and entered into the accounts. The beef jerky was valued at 2.5 yuan per jean, while the eggs were valued at 4 jiao per jean. It took 3 jean of beef to make 1 jean of jerky, so a price of 2.5 yuan per jean was quite reasonable. After signing the paperwork, I received 141 yuan, 125 yuan for the beef jerky, and 16 yuan for the eggs. Selling goods piecemeal on the black market was troublesome and dangerous. After careful consideration, I decided that for the time being, I would continue selling these things to the steel mill. That afternoon, I slacked off at the mill and passed the time. Chincy is already back in the city? All right, I'll organize a few people to deliver them to him. After examining them carefully, the villagers estimated that the 2 boars weighed around 280 jean in total. Once the heads, hooves, and internal organs were removed, the net weight would probably be about 200 jean. That was incredible. At current prices, they could trade the meat for nearly 8,000 jean of sweet potatoes. The villagers' eyes lit up at the thought. At dusk, the villagers from Li Family Village finally delivered the 2 wild boars to my courtyard compound in the city. So this is where Chincy lives in the city. Ah, if only I were lucky enough to live in a house like this, a young man said enviously. A slightly plump, stern-faced middle-aged man frowned at once and lightly smacked the back of his head. Do you think Chincy is someone you can address by name? Have you forgotten your elders? Stop dreaming impossible dreams all day. You even imagine yourself living in the city. Just then, one of the older women from the courtyard came outside and asked, Comrades from the countryside, what brings you here? Hello, comrade. We're from Li Chincy's home village. The moment she learned they came from my home village, the woman relaxed and became much warmer toward them. You must be here to see Chincy. He's still busy at his work unit and hasn't finished for the day. Judging by the usual time, though, he should be home before long. Why don't you rest here and wait patiently? You're here. I greeted them warmly. The middle-aged man leading them, the one who had just smacked the young man's head, was named Li Dagawei. According to our clan seniority, he had to call me uncle. 16th uncle, the old party secretary asked us to bring you the wild boars. As he spoke, Li Dagawei pulled aside the dry grass on the ox cart, revealing 2 boars that had already gone cold. Even I was a little surprised. I had not expected the village to bring down 2 wild boars this time. Dagaway, take everyone inside my house and sit for a while. I'll deliver the boars to the steel mill. I arranged. 16th uncle, we'll help you. Thinking he was being helpful, the young man volunteered before anyone asked. Lee Dagaway promptly smacked him on the head again. The old party secretary had told Dagaway about trading the wild boars for sweet potatoes. This was a private transaction between 16th uncle and the mill. It could not be made public. 16th uncle, we'll wait for you in the courtyard compound, Lee Dagaway told me. I nodded. There's food in the cupboard. Find something to line your stomachs. Then I turned to the older woman nearby. Ma'am, could I trouble you to show them the way? Once everything was arranged, I covered the boars with dry grass again and drove the ox cart toward the steel mill. The team leader had specifically told me today that if I worked a little harder and procured more supplies, I could become a permanent employee ahead of schedule and my monthly salary would rise to 28.5 yuan. With these 2 wild boars, my permanent position was practically guaranteed. When I reached the steel mill gate, the older guard asked in surprise, "Didn't you already finish work for the day?" I stopped, handed him a cigarette, and said with a smile, "I got my hands on something good. Get ready to eat meat tomorrow." The guard's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at the cargo on the ox cart and hurriedly opened the gate. "Get inside, quickly." Once I entered the mill, the first thing I did was notify my boss, team leader Wang. Wang was both shocked and delighted. 2 wild boars. Good work, kid. You'll become a permanent employee within the next couple of days. Come on, take me to see them. A large crowd soon gathered around the 2 wild boars I had brought, swallowing constantly as they stared. Process them immediately. Weigh them, register them, and pay him, Wang Weimin told the employees responsible for receiving goods. Chinsi, this is Section Chief Zheng from our 4th section, Wang Weimin said, seizing the opportunity to introduce me. Hello, Section Chief Zheng. I greeted him respectfully. Section Chief Zheng was in an exceptionally good mood today. He patted me on the shoulder in a friendly gesture. You're Chinsi, right? You have a bright future. Keep up the good work. Chief, the work itself isn't a problem. It just takes an enormous amount of time and effort whenever I procure large quantities of supplies. Could you approve a bicycle for me? Then I could travel farther on procurement runs. The section chief thought for a moment. Team leader Wang, if I remember correctly, our section still has a second-hand bicycle, doesn't it? The one old Zhang left behind when he stepped down last year. That's right, Chief. There was indeed a bicycle left when Deputy Section Chief Zhang retired. Then assign it to Comrade Li Chinsi so he can carry out his work more effectively. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Team Leader. I'll work hard, give it everything I have, and never let our leaders down. The totals were ready before long. The 2 wild boars had a net weight of 203 jing. Although the mill's offer of 9 jiao per jing was slightly higher than the market price of 8 jiao for pork, no one objected. Meat was simply too difficult to obtain now. Forget 9 jiao. Even if it cost 1 yuan per jing, the mill would have paid rather than let meat already within reach slip away. That brought me another 182.7 yuan. Added to the 141 yuan from before, I now had more than 300 yuan. On the way back to the courtyard compound, I loaded the ox cart with sack after sack of sweet potatoes, 2,000 jin in all. Even the old ox strained under the weight, as if voicing its displeasure. When I entered my home and saw everyone sitting obediently at the table, I could not help asking, "None of you are hungry?" "We're not hungry," Li Dagawei and the others answered in unison. I gave them a helpless eye roll at the chaotic situation, then raised my voice and fired off instructions. "One of you, get outside and keep a close watch on everything on the ox cart. Don't let anyone take advantage of the confusion and walk off with something. And you, go to the kitchen, light the stove, and cook a bowl of noodles. Move quickly and stop dawdling." I took out noodles myself, cracked several eggs into the pot, and soon had a large batch ready. Stop dragging your feet and eat. Have plenty and fill your stomachs so you'll have strength. We'll head back as soon as you're done. Look at the time. It's already late, so don't delay, I urged them. I handed a large sea bowl to each person. My gaze settled on Dagawei as I said solemnly, "Dagawei, when you get back, tell the old party secretary to have the village send people to collect the remaining 6,000 or so jin of sweet potatoes as soon as possible. Be careful on the road. Those sweet potatoes are the entire village's hope, so nothing can be allowed to go wrong." Before they left, I made sure to repeat the warning to Li Dagawei. "All right, don't worry, 16th uncle," Li Dagawei replied. After they had walked a good distance, one villager could not resist rubbing his round, full belly. With a satisfied and faintly hopeful smile, he sighed. "Ah, we finally had a good meal this time. If we come again and can eat our fill like that, it would be wonderful." Li Dagawei glared at them. What are you dreaming about? Walk faster. After Li Dagawei and the others left, I carried a substantial piece of beef jerky toward the rear courtyard. Third elder, are you home? I called softly. A little boy poked his head through the crack in the door and looked at me with bright eyes. Big brother Chincy, my dad's here. His small eyes remained fixed on the jerky in my hand, and he was practically drooling. Chincy, come in and sit down. Third elder called warmly from inside. I took 2 pieces of candy from my pocket and handed them to the boy. Here, one for you and one for your sister. I knew third elder had 4 children, and the 2 eldest were not much older than this little fellow, so I gave the candy only to the 2 youngest. The boy accepted it excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, big brother Chincy. Then he ran off eagerly to find his sister and share the sweetness with her. Chincy, why did you bring something with you? Third elder, I'd like to ask you to help me have something made. As I spoke, I placed the jerky on the table. Oh, what do you need made? Third elder was a forge worker. In plain terms, a man who swung a heavy hammer. Anything requiring finer workmanship would need a fitter. I explained that I also needed to find an experienced craftsman capable of precision work. I took a blueprint from inside my jacket and handed it to third elder. This is what I need. It shouldn't be difficult to make. Work out the cost, and I'll pay you afterward. Third elder took the blueprint and studied it carefully. The components were not particularly precise, so making them would not be difficult. Materials were scarce at present, however, and he would have to ask around at the mill. Still, since I was willing to pay, the matter would be simple. No problem. The master craftsmen at the mill are all experts. I'll contact one right away and have him handle this for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. At this rate, he'll have everything made properly by the day after tomorrow, third elder promised readily. He could earn 1 gene of beef jerky merely for acting as a go-between. How could he possibly refuse such a wonderful opportunity? I was delighted that he had agreed so readily and tactfully took my leave. Third elder, your family is about to have dinner, so I won't disturb you. In times like these, when no one had much food at home, lingering while another family ate would be terribly inconsiderate. As the old saying went, only a fool with something missing upstairs would do that. Look at this beautiful hunk of meat, third elder's wife said happily as she stared at the jerky on the table. It was far better than the old piece of cured pork the family had been saving. Third elder nodded. Yes, put it away for now. We'll use it to entertain guests later. When I woke early the next morning, the first thing I did was check the supermarket's 1 yuan flash sale section. Today's products had changed to 100 gene of corn and 100 gene of powdered milk. 100 gene of powdered milk? Powdered milk was precious. It was difficult to buy even with money, not only because it was expensive, but because it required milk powder coupons, and those coupons were exceptionally hard to obtain. Without hesitation, I spent 2 yuan to snap it up. 101 gene bags of powdered milk now lay neatly arranged in my inventory. I took out 1 bag and inspected it carefully. It carried no place of origin or other production information, making it look like an unlicensed product of unknown manufacture. Even so, a bag like this had to be worth at least 10 yuan. Corn, by contrast, was much more affordable, costing less than 1 jiao per gene. I looked around the room and wondered whether I should renovate it and make the place more comfortable. After all, life's basic needs amounted to clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Once food and clothing were secure, who would not want a more comfortable home? My house was large enough to partition off a separate room, which would make things much more convenient. The only problem was that I did not know anyone who performed renovations. But that did not matter. Whenever something came up, I could always ask one of the courtyard's 3 uncles. With that thought, I hurried out of bed, grabbed a few eggs, and went to second uncle's home. He was sitting at the table, eating a coarse cornmeal bun with great relish. In this era, family members without jobs did not get breakfast. Having 2 meals a day already counted as quite good. Having breakfast, second uncle? I entered with a smile and greeted him. Oh, it's Chincy. What brings you here? Second uncle looked up in mild surprise. I handed the eggs to second auntie and smiled. Second auntie, keep these for your family. I need to speak with second uncle about something. She brightened immediately and hurriedly accepted them. Good, good. You two talk. Second uncle, do you know anyone who does renovations? I asked directly. Oh, he looked at me in surprise. I know someone on the next street. Why? Are you planning to fix up your house, Chincy? I nodded. Yes, I want to improve it. You know I'm old enough to find a partner and get married, so you really should fix it up. I'll pass his house on my way to work in a moment. I'll call on him and ask him to come to our courtyard to speak with you. You don't have to rush to the mill today, do you? My schedule is flexible. It doesn't matter whether I go to the mill today. Thank you for the trouble, second uncle. I said gratefully. Second uncle looked at me with a trace of envy. Working in procurement really is wonderful. All right, I'll leave now. Wait here at home. With a cornmeal bun in one hand and his lunchbox in the other, he headed out. I did not have to wait long before second auntie led a travel-worn man into the courtyard. Chinsi, this is Master Gu. You two talk, second auntie said. All right. Thank you, second auntie. I casually took out a pack of Dakium and cigarettes, drew one out, and offered it to Master Gu. Sorry to make you come all this way, Master Gu. Have a cigarette. Master Gu accepted it with a smile. There's no need to apologize. This is how we earn our living. We should be thanking clients like you for giving us work. Comrade, what are you planning to do? Do you have anything particular in mind? I led Master Gu inside and began explaining my renovation ideas one by one. First, we need to level this uneven floor. Cement or floor tiles would both be fine. I pointed at the floor beneath us. Second, I want the room to be brighter. The window needs to be enlarged, or we need to open another one. The walls should be painted too, so the place looks newer. I pointed to the window and walls. Can you install a ceiling? I asked at last. Master Gu nodded. Of course. It isn't especially difficult. It mainly depends on the materials you want to use. He explained, don't assume suspended ceilings are some luxurious invention, and certainly don't think they appeared only in modern times. They have actually existed for centuries. Put simply, a ceiling is a decorative finish applied to the top of a room. The most famous example was the traditional Chinese caisson ceiling, or zhaojing. The zhaojing was a unique and highly varied architectural feature. It might be square, polygonal, or a smoothly rounded recess, ingeniously surrounded by patterns, exquisite carvings, and brilliant painted designs. It represented the height of ancient Chinese architectural art, glittering with splendor. In more recent Chinese history, however, ceiling materials had been extremely crude. One type was pieced together from woven sacks and colored plastic sheets. Such ceilings were made by mixing plastic or nylon fibers with adhesive and allowing the material to dry into shape. By the 1950s, lime-plastered ceilings were becoming popular. Choose something lightweight. I want the renovation to have a bright, airy style, I told Master Gu. Bright and airy, he repeated. Then you'll need to lay a sewage pipe. That won't be cheap, and you'll have to notify the neighborhood office, Master Gu warned. That's fine. Master Gu, go ahead and do whatever is needed. Just calculate the cost, I replied generously. Since his client was so straightforward, Master Gu said no more. 400 yuan for labor and materials. Most of the cost is the materials, he explained. All right, I'll give you a 200 yuan deposit now and pay the remaining 200 after the work is finished, I said. I can find people and start at any time. It depends on when you want us to begin. But first, everything in the house has to be moved out of the way, Master Gu replied. Then start tomorrow. I'll gather everything into one room. Once you finish renovating the first room, we can move it all there and work on the other side. I added, I know the custom in your trade, the client provides lunch. I'll have everyone eat at second Annie's house across the courtyard, and I'll make the arrangements in advance. That works. No problem, Master Gu said with a smile. Craftsmen loved clients this decisive, people who did not drag matters out or haggle over every last coin. With that settled, I gave Master Gu 200 yuan. After he counted it, I saw him out and then went to second Annie's home. She was pasting matchboxes together. Second Annie, Master Gu and I have reached an agreement. I need to provide his crew with lunch, so I'd like to ask you to cook for them and let them eat at your house. When the work is done, I'll either pay you 5 yuan or get you 5 jin of meat. How does that sound? I asked. Second Auntie's face lit up. That sounds wonderful, she said with a smile. Pasting matchboxes at home earned her only 6 jiao for every 1,000 boxes. That was right. 1,000 matchboxes brought in just 6 jiao, and 10,000 earned only 6 yuan. Pasting matchboxes might not require technical skill, but it was not easy work. First, she had to prepare the paste. The paste for the inner tray had to be thinner, while the paste for the outer sleeve needed to be thicker. Next, she placed an inner tray whose top had already been sealed inside a wooden mold, laid a small square wooden piece on top, slid the paper into position with her index finger to seal the bottom, removed it from the mold, and left it to dry. To make the outer sleeves, she picked up a stack of printed wrappers, separated them one by one, spread paste over each with a bamboo sliver, passed them from her right hand to her left, bent and closed them, and gripped each one tightly in her left hand for several seconds to keep the seam from springing open. Just think, by cooking lunch for a while, second Annie could earn 5 yuan. What a worthwhile arrangement. Then second auntie will take the 5 jin of meat, she said with a smile. Given a choice, of course, she would choose 5 jin of meat. I nodded. Certainly. No problem. In fact, Most people would have made the same choice. Many older city residents privately held a considerable amount of treasure, yet even while clutching their gold and silver, they endured hunger. Afterward, I left the courtyard and walked toward the neighborhood administrative office. Laying a sewage pipe required the office's approval. If Master Gu had not reminded me, I would almost have forgotten. Just as I reached the entrance, I heard people inside discussing something in low voices. Director Lee had been in a poor mood for the past 2 days. Her newborn grandson cried constantly from hunger, while her daughter-in-law had no breast milk. The news immediately reminded me of the powdered milk in my supermarket inventory. As I reached the door, the elderly gatekeeper scrutinized me as usual and asked, "Young man, what business brings you here?" I put on my warmest smile, swiftly drew a Dakiaman cigarette from my pocket, and offered it to him with both hands. "Hello, sir. I'm here to see Director Lee. My house is about to be renovated, and I'd like to lay a sewage pipe. I heard I need to report it to the neighborhood office first, so I came to trouble you about it." "Yes, that rule exists. Director Lee's office is over there, the first door from the left. You can go straight in." After greeting the gatekeeper, I walked to Director Lee's office and knocked gently. I opened the door and saw a short-haired middle-aged woman writing at her desk. She raised her head and looked at me. "Director Lee, I'm Lee Chinsey from courtyard number 66. My house is truly falling apart, so I'm planning to renovate it. I'd also like permission to build a private toilet, which means laying a sewage pipe. I came especially to ask whether that would be all right." I changed the subject and took a small cloth bag from my pocket. "By the way, I managed to get some powdered milk from a friend." Before I could finish, Director Lee heard the words powdered milk and immediately stood, surprise and delight shining in her eyes. "You're Chinsey from courtyard number 66, correct? Renovating is a good thing, and laying a sewage pipe is no problem. But the construction must not inconvenience your neighbors. You need to understand that." When she tried to pay me, I hurriedly waved my hands. "Director Lee, I can't accept this." But she forced the money into my hand. "Chinsey, take it, and call me Annie Lee from now on. If you obtain any more powdered milk, remember to get some for me." "All right, Auntie Lee, then I won't disturb you any longer." I went with the flow and established the connection. "Yes, come visit Annie Lee's home when you have time." Director Lee beamed. At last, her grandson's problem had a solution. Not long after I returned to the courtyard, I began preparing to gather all my belongings into one room. Since free labor was available, I saw no reason to be polite. "Help me move everything over there. Dagaway, choose a few people and come with me." "All right, 16th uncle," Lee Dagaway replied. I led Lee Dagaway and several others to an area near the steel mill. "Wait here for a moment." I walked to a secluded spot, bought 6,000 jin of sweet potatoes from the supermarket, and released them from inventory into a pile in one corner. After a while, I came back out and beckoned to Lee Dagaway's group. "Come over." Lee Dagaway and the others asked no questions. When they saw the heap of sweet potatoes, they began loading the ox carts and hand carts. Before they left the village, the old party secretary had told them not to ask about anything they did not need to know. "That's enough. Let's return to the courtyard first. I'll feed you a meal, and then you need to hurry home," I told them. 16th uncle, we should wait and eat after we return to the village. This time, stop talking nonsense. You came all the way into the city to see me. How could I let you return on an empty stomach? Let's go," I said in a tone that allowed no argument. Once we got home, I cooked them a meal of white rice. Those visiting for the first time stared in astonishment. They had never imagined people in the city could eat so well. "Eat. Have plenty," I urged them. There was only one basin of Napa cabbage on the table, but as far as Lee Dagaway and the others were concerned, the white rice alone was more than enough to satisfy them. No other dishes? To them, that was no problem at all. 16th uncle, I'm full," one young man said contentedly, patting his stomach. I did not pressure him. To those who had finished eating, I said, "Then go outside and stand guard. Let the people waiting there come in and eat." The young man immediately set down his bowl and chopsticks and ran outside the courtyard to keep watch. Those sweet potatoes were their treasure. If even one sack disappeared, the old party secretary would scold them to death when they returned. To tell the truth, one young man had wanted to secretly hide a bowl of rice and take it home for his younger siblings. In the end, he did not dare because he knew it would be wrong. "If only I could stay in the city too," one young man could not help sighing. "You stay in the city? What can you do? You'd starve to death. Stop indulging in fantasies. Now that you're full, come straight home with me," Lee Dagaway retorted mercilessly. That was the problem. He needed the ability to earn a place there. He had neither technical skill nor education, yet he wanted to become a worker? In his dreams. After the hearty meal, Li Dagawei led the men home with the sweet potatoes without lingering for even a moment. Delivering the sweet potatoes was their main task. When they reached Li family village and the old party secretary and the others saw the full amount, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They could not hide the smiles on their faces. Did Chinzi say anything else? The old party secretary asked. No. Everyone answered in unison. Good. That's good. The old party secretary nodded. Wankai, why don't we sneak into the mountains and take a look? A group of young men gathered to discuss the idea. Li Dafu said, I don't know if that's a good idea, but the look in his eyes revealed that he was tempted. You're not coming? Then we'll go without you. Seeing him hesitate, the others prepared to leave. Hey, wait. Who said I wasn't coming? Li Dafu panicked the moment he heard that. At noon, Third Elder made a special trip home to report that he had already asked someone to begin making the equipment I needed. The materials will cost 50 yuan. Also, Old Chun wants some meat as his labor fee, 2 Jin. Chinzi, what do you think? Third Elder looked at me and waited for my decision. I took 50 yuan from my pocket and handed it to him. Third Elder, please tell Master Chun that 2 Jin of meat won't be a problem, but the quality of the work must be guaranteed. Third Elder accepted the money and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. Old Chun is famous for his craftsmanship. If anything goes wrong, come straight to Third Elder and I'll make him answer for it. Barring any surprises, that 50 yuan materials fee would end up in a supervisor's pocket. After all, if they were using materials from the mill, someone had to be given a little consideration. Once I handed over the 50 yuan, I did not have much money left. I had already paid Master Gu a 200 yuan deposit and still owed him another 200. I had also discovered something else. No good person cards had appeared for my recent good deeds. No matter what I tried, it was as though the cards had never existed. Supermarket upgrade in progress. Upgrade cost, 10,000 yuan. Please complete the upgrade as soon as possible. 10,000 yuan? That's no small sum. Fortunately, I can still buy the supermarket's products normally, and the 1 yuan flash sale still works. Thank goodness. Were the good person cards only meant to help me survive that hellish opening? Director Li returned home with 2 bags of powdered milk tucked under her arm. The moment she entered, she heard her grandson crying. Her daughter-in-law held the baby with a worried, guilty expression. It was not that the family had failed to nourish her. She had already eaten 2 or 3 old hens, yet her milk still would not come in. What could anyone do? Shaoan, mix this powdered milk for Guagua, Director Li said, handing it over. Her daughter-in-law was overjoyed. Mom, you managed to buy powdered milk? Their family knew better than most how difficult it was to obtain. Even though Director Li headed the neighborhood office and possessed milk powder coupons, she had still been unable to buy any. A nephew I just took under my wing gave it to me, Director Li said with a smile. We truly need to thank him properly, Director Li's husband said. That's easy. I'll invite him to our home for a meal one day, Director Li replied. That evening, Second Auntie came over again. Second Auntie, I'll bring everything to you tomorrow morning, I said. There was still plenty of food in my supermarket inventory: flour, rice, corn, eggs, beef jerky, and powdered milk, all acquired through the 1 yuan flash sale. I wanted to wait and see what good products appeared in tomorrow's flash sale section. If nothing suitable came up, I could mix something else into the flour to reduce the cost. Yes, that will work, I planned silently. The 1 yuan flash sale refreshed with 100 Jin of sorghum and 100 Jin of brown sugar. That was the perfect combination for the meals Second Auntie needed to prepare. Sorghum might be coarse grain, but in this era it counted as fairly decent food. It could fill people's stomachs without attracting too much attention. Brown sugar was even more precious. Ordinarily, only women who had recently given birth could drink a little. Everyone else could forget about touching it, especially in the countryside, where sugar was extremely rare. When I got up to wash, I saw Aunt Ma, who also lived in the middle courtyard, wiping away tears while Uncle Ma stood awkwardly nearby. Second Auntie, what happened with Uncle Ma and his wife? I took the opportunity to quietly ask Second Auntie as she washed something. In my inherited memories, Uncle and Aunt Ma were a model couple. I had never seen them argue. For things to reach this point, the matter had to be serious. Second Auntie lowered her voice. It seems your Uncle Ma gave half the family's grain to someone else. No wonder Aunt Ma was crying. They had barely had enough food to begin with, and their children complained of hunger every day. How could she not break down after half their grain disappeared? Mother of my children, my elder brother's family truly had nothing left to put in the pot, Ma Zhigao explained to his wife with a bitter smile. And do you think our family has anything to put in it? Aunt Ma shot back. My fault. It's my fault. I'll visit the black market tonight. Ma Zhigao hurriedly admitted his mistake, unwilling to let the scene become any uglier. Second Auntie looked at Ma Zhigao. then at me. She seemed about to speak, but ultimately said nothing. I had already read what she meant, however, so I took the initiative. Uncle Ma, I managed to obtain some corn. Does your family want it? I had been wondering what to do with those 100 gene of corn kernels. Should I sell them on the black market or take them to Li Family Village? At my words, Ma Zhigao and his wife brightened and looked at me in unison. Of course, their own courtyard had a procurement officer capable of finding grain. How had they failed to think of me earlier? Yes, thank you so much, Chensi. Your Uncle Ma will pay the black market price. Ma Zhigao replied hurriedly, afraid I might change my mind. That won't be necessary. I smiled. Just pay 15 fun per gene. Second auntie was startled when she heard the price. 15 fun. Buying corn anywhere outside a state grain store was no easy matter. Corn at the grain store was not expensive, but it required ration coupons, supplies rarely met demand, and every kernel was often snatched up early in the morning. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I returned inside and carried out the 100 gene of corn. Does anyone else want some? You can come split what's left, I called to the courtyard. My house was about to be renovated, which would inevitably inconvenience the other residents. I therefore decided to bring out all 100 gene and let my neighbors enjoy a bargain. Several families in the middle courtyard sent someone over, all hoping for a share of the rare corn. I let Uncle Ma buy 30 gene first because his household had so little grain. The other families divided the remaining 70 gene, with second Annie buying 15. Everyone, the renovation may be noisy over the next few days. Please bear with me, I said while I had the chance. Chensi, there's no need to say that. That's right. Talking like that makes us sound like strangers. Do you need any help? After thanking the neighbors, I went home, carried 20 gene of sorghum to second Annie's house, and brought out all the remaining eggs and the Napa cabbage I had stored at home. Master Gu's crew had 5 men, all performing heavy physical labor. They absolutely needed enough to eat. Under the current rationing standard, a heavy laborer required at least 1 gene of grain every day. But in this era, who could actually eat a full gene? Even third elder in the rear courtyard, who swung a heavy hammer all day, ate no more than 8/10 of a gene daily. His family needed food too. He could not think only of himself. Master Gu and his men would receive just 1 meal at noon, so I prepared half a gene per person. That was an exceptionally honest and generous serving. They're eating this well. Second auntie exclaimed in surprise. Sorghum might not compare with white rice, but it was still good, filling grain. I was giving every renovation worker half a gene per meal, along with eggs and Napa cabbage. What wonderful treatment. Her own family did not dare eat so lavishly. I smiled. People doing hard work need full stomachs, don't they? 20 gene of sorghum should be enough. At 4 gene per man and half a gene each day, it would last 8 days. Surely the renovation could be finished in 8 days. I would have to ask Master Gu. Before long, he arrived with his crew, their tools, and some of the materials. I went to meet them, took out my cigarettes, and offered one to each man. Master Gu, I'll leave the work in your hands. You'll eat lunch at Second Annie's home. It won't be an elaborate meal, but everyone will certainly eat their fill. On the day the work is finished, I'll treat you all to meat, I said. Master Gu and the others broke into smiles. Being able to eat our fill is enough. Thank you, boss. About how long will the work take? I asked Master Gu. He considered the question. Around a week. It won't take more than 10 days at most. I nodded to show that I understood. After we exchanged a few polite words, Master Gu and his men began working. I watched for a while, then decided I should not interfere and left. At noon, I took my grain coupons to a state-owned restaurant because I could not be bothered to eat at the mill cafeteria. I had not transmigrated back here to choke down bran and live a life of hardship. I intended to enjoy whatever comforts I could, as long as I did not go too far. I did not see the famous warning, customers must not be beaten without cause, in this restaurant. In fact, that line did not become common in state-run restaurants around Beijing and Tianjin until the 1980s. After the founding of the People's Republic, every social class underwent a complete reshuffling and the people became masters of the country. The food service industry was affected by the same trend, and customer service was generally poor. As Master Gu and his crew ate at Second Annie's house, they repeatedly praised their clients' generosity. Put some care into your work, all of you, Master Gu told his 4 helpers. Master, you don't need to remind us. We know what to do. After eating my fill, I had barely returned to the courtyard when I ran into third elder hurrying home. He carried the newly finished parts in his hands. Chensi, everything you wanted is here. Check it over. I examined the parts carefully and found no problems. Thank you, third elder. But I forgot to ask whether Master Chun wanted fresh meat or jerky. Either one should be fine. These days, anyone who gets meat should be grateful. Who has the luxury of being picky? Third elder said with a smile. Then wait here a moment. Third elder. I need to go out. Thinking about how desperately everyone craved fat, I decided to buy 2 gene of pork from the supermarket, marbled but with more fat than lean meat. I did not keep third elder waiting long before returning with 2 gene of pork. His eyes filled with envy when he saw the thick layer of fat. This was the meat of their dreams for countless people. He accepted the pork and hurried back to the steel mill to give it to Old Chun. Old Yang, remember me the next time an opportunity this good comes along, Old Chun said with a smile. I had just received the hand pump and drilling rods and was considering a trip back to Li family village when I looked up and saw Li Dafu and several other young villagers. Some drove an ox cart, while others pushed hand carts, and every one of them was behaving suspiciously. Wang Kai, what are you fellows doing in the city? I asked. 16th uncle, we brought down a deer. Take a look, Li Dafu said, pointing behind him. Where are the antlers? I asked. It wouldn't fit in the sack with the antlers, so we cut them off. They're still at my house. Do you want them, 16th uncle? Li Dafu replied. Of course. I'll collect them from your house when we return to the village. By the way, what happened to all of you? Why is everyone black and blue? Their appearance filled me with curiosity. Li Dafu and the others grew painfully embarrassed. Our families beat us. They finally admitted after much mumbling. After a pause, I asked, do you want money this time, or do you want to trade for grain? Naturally, I would never turn away villagers who came bearing contributions to my performance record. Grain again, but do you have anything besides sweet potatoes? Li Dafu and the others asked. How about potatoes? I suggested. Potatoes were cheap too, though slightly more expensive than sweet potatoes at 2 fen per gene. In exchange for this sick deer, I could give Li family village 4,000 gene of potatoes. Good. We'll take potatoes. Li Dafu and the others agreed immediately. Your timing is perfect. On your way home, help me carry this equipment back too. What is it? They asked curiously. A water pump. I just need your help transporting it, I said with a smile. Seeing my confident expression, Li Dafu stopped asking questions. He called to his companions, and the men swiftly lifted the heavy lumps of iron onto the ox cart one by one. Then they followed close behind me as our large group headed toward the steel mill. When we reached an open area near the mill, I pointed and told Li Dafu's group, wait for me over there. Don't wander around. Stay put and be patient. I slung the sack containing the sick deer over my shoulder and strode into the steel mill. The guard asked no further questions. He quickly raised the barrier and waved me through. I hurried into the mill without slowing. Before I had gone far, I ran into my colleague Chun Yugong, who had also just returned from a procurement trip. His head drooped and his face was dejected. One glance made it obvious that his trip had gone poorly. He had brought back almost nothing and looked utterly dispirited. Chun Yugong lifted his head, saw my heavily loaded handcart, and instantly came alive. His eyes filled with envy as he exclaimed, Whoa, Chinsi, what treasure did you find this time? Come on, tell me what you've got in there. How are you always so lucky? I lowered my voice. A deer. Brother gang, help me notify the team leader. Only a few days earlier, I had triumphantly brought back 2 fat wild boars and caused a sensation. Now, before much time had passed, I had returned with a deer. One victory after another had sent my performance record soaring. It was dazzling. Every colleague who saw it clicked his tongue in amazement. In the eyes of the leadership, anyone who could repeatedly deliver such high-quality supplies in substantial quantities was unquestionably capable. I'll go right now. Team leader, big news. Chensi brought back a deer. Hurry over and take a look. Chen Yugong arrived breathless and red-faced, unable to conceal the excitement in his voice. What? A whole deer? Wang Weimin froze for several seconds before abruptly coming to his senses. As team leader Wang rushed to the scene, his thoughts raced like a runaway horse. How long had this kid even been employed? When Wang found me, his eyes locked on the deer at my feet. It had been emptied from the sack and lay motionless on the ground. Chensi, you've worked hard, team leader Wang said with feeling. It's all about doing my small part for the country. It was no trouble, I replied with a smile. He took out his cigarettes and offered me one. Here, have a smoke. Because wild deer were plentiful and relatively easy to hunt, venison had long been one of the main types of game meat eaten by ordinary people. At the time, venison was rarer than domestically raised pork, beef, or mutton, so it commanded a higher price. Many wealthy and prominent people often presented it as a gift. Net weight, 96 gene. We're valuing the venison at 3 yuan per gene, for a total of 288 yuan. Count it. The finance clerk paid me without hesitation. The price slightly exceeded my expectations. I had guessed that venison would be expensive, but not this expensive. I accepted the money, theatrically counted it twice, and smiled. 288 yuan. That's correct. Thank you. Then I slipped it into my trouser pocket. Team leader Wang walked over and patted my shoulder. Good work, kid. Keep it up. You're a permanent employee now. Delight rose in me at the news. If performance like mine had not earned a permanent position, it would have chilled anyone's heart. Thank you, team leader, I said gratefully. Although I thanked him aloud, I was not truly that excited inside. Why thank me? You earned it through your own hard work. By the way, keep this watch coupon safe. Director Ding awarded it to you personally. Team leader Wang handed me a coupon. Wang had just visited Section Chief Zheng and Director Ding's offices, and this was one of the rewards he had brought back. A watch coupon? That was precious. Naturally, I accepted it without the slightest hesitation. After leaving the mill, I returned to the secluded corner from before, bought 5,000 jin of potatoes from the supermarket, and deliberately added an extra 1,000 jin. Only after everything was ready did I emerge and beckon to Li Dafu's group. Come over. They brought the ox cart and hand carts. When they saw sack after sack of goods, they asked no questions and immediately began loading. It did not take them long, however, to realize something was wrong. 16th uncle, this is more than 4,000 jin, isn't it? We can't carry it all. They looked helplessly at the badly overloaded ox cart and hand carts, as well as the old ox snorting its displeasure. This time it was venison, and the steel mill's leaders liked it very much. So they added an extra 1,000 jin of potatoes, I explained. Couldn't carry it all? Perfect. I would borrow a cargo tricycle from the mill, since I had already planned to return to the village. Our procurement section had tricycles specifically for procurement work. When Li Dafu and the others learned that the mill had added 1,000 jin of potatoes and that I would accompany them home, they were naturally delighted. That's wonderful, they said happily. Before long, I obtained a cargo tricycle from the steel mill. Team leader Wang had personally gone to request it. He also told me that I could use that tricycle whenever I wanted. After all, I was now his most capable man, someone who frequently procured game meat. Assigning me a tricycle was only proper. The others helped load the remaining potatoes onto it. Which of you knows how to pedal a cargo tricycle? I asked. Me. Several men raised their hands at once, each trying to beat the others. Then take turns pedaling. I treated everyone fairly. I sent Li Dafu and the others ahead while I returned to the courtyard to collect a few things. Go on. I'll catch up very soon, I said. Back at the courtyard, I deliberately dug out the bottle of Maotai my father had once treasured, along with a bottle of Fingio, planning to take both to Grandpa. Then I bought a bolt of cloth from the supermarket for a full 30 yuan. In this era, cloth and the coupons required to buy it were extraordinarily difficult to obtain. Many families could not buy fabric even if they had money. The country's limited farmland faced a painful dilemma. Guaranteeing the grain supply required planting food crops, which left too little land for cotton and made it difficult to meet the population's need for clothing. Textiles therefore became desperately scarce. As early as 1954, 4 years ago, the nation had introduced a planned rationing system for cotton cloth. Local authorities distributed cloth coupons in stages according to the number of people in each household. Fabric, ready-made clothing, and even bedding all required coupons. In 1956, floods sharply reduced the cotton harvest, making the textile shortage even worse and forcing the authorities to tighten the coupon system further. A shirt required 7 chi and 5 cun of cloth, while a complete padded winter outfit needed 16 chi. This bolt was about 34 meters long, enough to make plenty of clothes. I also prepared 5 bags of powdered milk, 2 jin of brown sugar, and 20 jin of rice. Powdered milk was nutritious. I simply did not know whether Grandpa and Grandma would like the taste. Once everything was ready, I set out on the bicycle I had borrowed from the mill. I needed to catch Li Dafu and the others ahead of me, and it did not take long to do so. Only then did I remember the food I had prepared. Pretending to take a bag from the procurement basket behind my bicycle, I brought out several large meat buns. I had deliberately bought extras at breakfast over the past 2 days and kept them in the supermarket inventory, so they were still warm. Everyone, come over and take 2, I called. 16th uncle, 1 each is enough, Li Dafu said shyly. If I tell you to take them, take them. Why waste words? I said with a smile. Thank you, 16th uncle, everyone said. Then I gave each man a cigarette. Now they truly felt as blissful as immortals. When we reached Li family village, Li Dafu and the others took the potatoes straight to the communal dining hall to find the old party secretary. They told me they would deliver the heavy iron parts later. When Grandma saw her grandson return, She hurriedly hid the wild greens in her hands behind her back, afraid I would notice. I played along and pretended not to see. Grandma, don't stand out in the sun when it's so hot, I said with concern. I'm not standing in the sun, she replied with a smile. I only came outside to settle my stomach. Your grandpa and I ate white flour buns today and got too full. Then she called into the house. Old man, what are you doing lying around in there? Come out and help Chintzy carry his things. All you know how to do is eat, sleep, and relieve yourself. Grandma, I can manage by myself. None of it is heavy, I said quickly. Chintzy, have you finished your work in the city? Here, Grandpa will give you a hand. Good heavens, is that one enormous bolt of cloth? Grandpa gaped at it. Rural people understood better than anyone how precious cloth was. Some children went around naked because they did not own even a ragged piece of clothing. In certain remote places, an entire family might own only 2 or 3 outfits. Whoever went outside to work was allowed to wear them, while those who stayed home could only lie naked in bed. I'm finished for now. This time, I should be able to stay for 2 or 3 days, I said. The textile mill disposed of this product internally. I paid for it without needing cloth coupons, so it was a good deal. A good deal, definitely a good deal, both elders agreed hurriedly. As long as one could obtain fabric this fine, paying a little extra could never be considered a loss. People without connections might not be able to buy it even if they had money. I carried the cloth inside and entrusted it to Grandma. Ask Aunt Huang to make 2 summer outfits for each of you, and 1 outfit each for Laifu and the other children. We'll see how much remains after that and decide what to do with it. When the weather turns cold, I'll ask my friend again, I instructed. Grandpa spoke up. She should make 2 outfits for you first. Grandma nodded in agreement. Exactly. I waved them off with a smile. Grandpa, Grandma, I have something better. I asked the tailor shop to make me Zhongshan suits. Because leaders all like wearing them, people also call them cadre suits. They're fashionable and extremely popular with young men, though not everyone can afford one. Of course I have to get myself 2. I said that deliberately. Otherwise, the 2 elders would certainly insist that Aunt Huang make my clothes first. But I was not deceiving them. I truly did intend to have 2 Zhongshan suits made. Zhongshan suits are good. Very good. Once the old couple heard this, they stopped insisting that my clothes be made first. Grandpa, these 2 bottles of good liquor are for you. I took the Maotai and Fingio from the procurement basket and handed them over. Don't drink too much. It isn't good for your health. All right, I'll drink only a little, just enough to satisfy the craving, Grandpa promised hurriedly. Then I took the powdered milk and brown sugar from the basket and gave them to Grandma, who had just finished putting away the cloth. Grandma, this is powdered milk. You and Grandpa should drink some when you have time and build up your strength. Give 1 or 2 bags to Annie's family, as well so Laifu and the others can get some nourishment. Just look at how thin they are. As I spoke, I took the bags from the basket and handed them to her. Chintzy, did you move everything you own in the city back here? Grandma asked with a smile. I shook my head and spoke seriously. Grandpa, Grandma, it doesn't matter if you don't like powdered milk. I brought it because I want you to try some. I have more in the city, and my friend has a source, so drink it without worrying. I'm also planning to hire someone to renovate my city house. Once it's finished, I'll marry your granddaughter-in-law and give you several great-grandchildren to look after. Grandma's eyes filled with smiles and anticipation. I began painting a beautiful picture of the future for my grandparents. Good, good. Have plenty of children. Grandma will help raise them. The old woman smiled so broadly that her eyes narrowed to slits. Grandma briskly put everything away while chatting warmly with me. I hear things may improve next year. Around November 1959, the following year, the Cuban leader was due to visit China. Cuba depended mainly on sugarcane, and sugar refining was its leading industry. It produced more than 7% of the world's sugar and ranked first in per capita production, earning it the title the world's sugar bowl. Our country was to sign an agreement with Cuba to import 400,000 metric tons of sugar every year. From then on, sugar probably won't be so precious and scarce. As we spoke, the voices of Laifu and his 2 siblings came from outside. The sound drew closer, and they soon ran into the courtyard. I looked at the 3 little ones and said gently but with concern, "Hurry and wipe your nose, then wash your hands." My eyes settled in particular on Laikai. His mucus had almost reached his upper lip, but he merely sniffed hard and sucked it back in. The sight made my stomach churn, though I managed not to say anything. Laifeng was somewhat cleaner, but she liked sucking her fingers. I ladled a dipper of water from the vat, walked beneath the jujube tree, and washed the 3 children's hands. When I finished, I poured the used water around the tree's roots, treating it as a little extra nourishment. Big brother, look. I washed them so clean. Lifong proudly spread her small hands and thrust them eagerly before my eyes. Her hands were fair and spotless, looking even more delicate after their rinse. She truly had cleaned them thoroughly. I looked at Lifong's hands and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Go inside. Great Aunt will make powdered milk for you in a little while. Drink it, and always remember how good your big brother is to you. Grandma repeated the reminder as she handed bowls of milk to the three children. I had heard that sentence so often my ears were nearly calloused, but I still smiled helplessly. Grandpa held a liquor bottle while watching the children drink and murmured, "This powdered milk should be saved for the little ones. These old bones of mine don't need to join in." When Lifu finished his milk, Grandma told him to fetch his mother. He answered and dashed outside. In the village dining hall, the old party secretary and the others looked at the small mountain of potatoes with satisfied smiles. With this supply, the village would no longer have to worry about running out of grain before the harvest. All of you worked together to kill this deer, and every person contributed. To thank you, each of you may take 10 jin of potatoes home as a reward, the old party secretary told Li Dafu's group with gratitude and approval. He was a reasonable man and would not let honest people suffer a loss. A look flickered through his eyes. He suddenly pointed at a pile of objects and asked in confusion, "What are those things?" Curiosity filled his face as he stared at the heavy iron pieces. "We don't know. They belong to 16th Uncle, Li Chensi. We're about to carry them to his house," someone replied. After all, it was thanks to me that the village had obtained so many sweet potatoes and regular potatoes. Li Dafu walked home carrying 10 jin of potatoes, his back ramrod straight and his steps light and swaggering, as though the wind itself carried him. Seeing Li Dafu's smug expression, a family elder glared at him. "What the hell are you so proud of? Dare enter the mountains without permission again, and I'll break your legs. And you're delighted because one deer earned you 10 jin of potatoes? What are you proud of, you fool? Why bring the game back to the village at all? If you'd taken it straight to the city and sold it, you wouldn't have had to turn it over to the collective." The old party secretary followed the people carrying the drilling rods and other equipment to my grandparents' home. As soon as he entered, he saw Grandma and Aunt Huang busy cutting cloth and praising its excellent quality. Aunt Huang could not resist marveling at how wise her husband had been to attach himself to my grandparents all those years ago. "Make the clothes a little large. Children grow quickly," Grandma reminded her as she cut the cloth. "Yes, Auntie, I understand," Aunt Huang replied. Outside, I was busy handing a dakium and cigarette to each person who had helped carry the water pump components. After accepting the cigarettes, they could not bear to smoke them and carefully tucked them into their pockets. "Chensi, we truly owe you this time," the old party secretary said gratefully. "Secretary, please don't say that. By turning the game over to me, you're contributing to my work performance. We're helping each other. I originally wouldn't have become a permanent employee so quickly, but once those two wild boars entered the mill, the matter was settled," I replied with a smile. "That's good. If we obtain any more game, every bit of it will go to you," the old party secretary declared immediately. Grandpa snorted from the side. "At least you have some conscience." The old party secretary did not dare argue. His seniority in the clan was one level lower. Strictly speaking, he had to address my grandpa as uncle. "This is the drilling rod. You need to." I began teaching them how to operate it. "We'll do it." Li Shuqiang and two strong men stepped forward first and began drilling at the spot I had selected. They had never encountered this method of well drilling and found it novel. Truthfully, however, none of them held much hope that it would produce water. "See? I told you." "Where's the water?" someone said, suddenly acting wise after the fact. "Maybe he chose the wrong location," another person suggested. "It has nothing to do with the location. Look at how bad the drought is. Haven't you noticed that our village's old well dried up?" someone else retorted. I had never expected to find water at a depth of only 7 or 8 meters. If I remembered correctly, the old village well had been around 8 meters deep, though its shaft was wide enough for 2 or 3 people to draw water at once. Neither the old party secretary nor I called for a stop, so the men operating the drilling rod did not dare slack off. They lowered their heads and kept working hard. "Chensi, the opening is so small. Even if you really reach water, how are you going to lift it out? And what about the water pump I had mentioned earlier? Their village did not even have electricity. Could it possibly work?" "Exactly. I say we should stop wasting our effort," someone agreed. Grandpa glared as soon as he heard them. "What do any of you know? A pack of illiterates who can barely recognize a few characters. If my Chensi is doing it this way, then he must have a method for bringing the water up." I explained with a smile. "I'm building a hand-pumped well. As long as we reach water, we install the equipment and work the handle a few times. That will draw the water up. You'll understand when you see it. I did not explain the exact principle. Even if I had, they might not have understood. Uncle Xuqiang regarded the doubters with open disdain. Explaining it to you would be a waste of breath. Why ask about things you don't understand? There was still no water. He really was right. How did Chincy know there was water here? He should find a spot for the village too, and we'll dig another well. I say we should simply widen this one and use it to replace the old village well. Before Grandpa could erupt, the old party secretary roared and silenced the scene. All of you shut your damn mouths. What gives you the right to butt in here? The moment they saw water, these people began entertaining ideas. Even a clay figurine had a temper when pushed too far. Besides, the village had survived its crisis only because of me. Yet now they wanted to seize the well I had worked so hard to drill? I spoke at the right moment, my voice firm. Old party secretary, I need to make this clear first. I built this hand-pumped well mainly so my grandparents could get water more easily. It did not use any village resources, and the place we drilled is part of my family's vegetable garden. In truth, as long as it did not interfere with my grandparents' water supply, I would not have minded other people drawing a little occasionally. The old party secretary nodded solemnly. I understand. This is your family's private well. No one else has the right to criticize. If anyone objects, I'll have a talk with him. Offending me would hardly be wise. Did they want food in the future or not? Grandpa glared at the man who had spoken out of turn, coldness in his voice. Neither your father nor even your grandfather would dare behave so arrogantly in front of me. You have quite a lot of nerve, boy. Only then did the man realize he had said the wrong thing. His face turned pale, and he stammered that he had merely spoken too quickly and meant no harm. As if Grandpa would listen to excuses like those. He had already decided to visit the man's parents later for a proper talk. When I saw Uncle Xuqiang growing agitated and preparing to use his fists, I quickly gave him another task. Uncle Xuqiang, don't be impulsive. Let's keep drilling. The well isn't deep enough yet. After this warning, I believed we would avoid plenty of future trouble. The others apologized to me one after another, condemning the man's behavior and clearly taking my side. Everyone returned to work and drilled to a depth of approximately 14 meters. Groundwater began rising, though the pressure was too weak for it to reach the top of the borehole. I directed the work in an orderly fashion, lowering plastic pipe down the shaft and installing the wellhead. That's all it takes? Someone asked curiously. Instead of answering, I gripped the pump handle firmly and began working it up and down with force. Everyone present, including the old party secretary, stared wide-eyed with excitement and exclaimed that it was miraculous. Bring a bucket, quickly. Don't waste the water, the old party secretary shouted anxiously. I moved aside and told Uncle Xuqiang. Take over and keep pumping until the water runs clear. You got it. Watch me. Uncle Xuqiang spat into his palms, rubbed his hands together, took the handle, and pumped it up and down at the same rhythm I had used. That's enough. It's ready, I shouted happily. None of them had ever seen a well like this. They all looked at my grandparents with envy. The old party secretary walked closer and asked with concern, Chincy, how much did it cost to buy the parts and drill this hand-pumped well? Now that I had successfully produced water, I began considering whether to drill several more wells around the village to make irrigation easier. Relying on the spring alone was far too inefficient. I also hoped these hand-pumped wells could begin serving the villagers as soon as possible. I understood that drilling too many such wells would inevitably lower the groundwater table and harm the future. But under the present circumstances, who could worry about the distant future? Surviving the 3 difficult years ahead had to come first. I spent 50 yuan, I answered honestly. That much? The old party secretary asked in surprise. How much did the village spend drilling the old well? I asked in return. That left the old party secretary speechless. After a solemn silence, he gritted his teeth and asked, But can you guarantee that we'll reach water? I explained patiently. This is groundwater. Generally speaking, the water table is roughly the same throughout a given area. Judging by the hand-pumped well we just drilled, the groundwater table beneath our village is about 10 meters down. In other words, if you deepen the village's old well by another 2 or 3 meters, you'll probably reach water there too. But continued use will lower the water table, so it's difficult to estimate how long the supply will last, unless heaven sends rain to replenish the groundwater we consume. The old party secretary immediately understood my clear explanation and blurted, So we only need to keep digging deeper in the old well to reach water? His eyes brimmed with delight. If that was true, organizing the villagers to deepen the existing well by 2 or 3 meters might solve the water shortage while saving a considerable amount of money. It was an excellent bargain. You'll probably reach water, but I can't guarantee how much it will produce, I added. The old party secretary did not hesitate any longer. The crops were crying out for water, so he made an immediate decision and called everyone over to deepen the well. "Stop standing around like fools. Hurry and come with me," he ordered, and the crowd immediately sprang into action. The villagers who had gathered to watch gradually dispersed and returned to their work. My grandparents beamed as they stared at the new hand-pumped well. From now on, the household would never again struggle to obtain water. "Our eldest grandson really is capable. He even made a well this convenient," Grandpa praised. "Great-granduncle, I heard your family has powdered milk. Please sell me some. My daughter is so hungry she can't bear it any longer. If this continues, she won't survive." With a thud, the man dropped to his knees and repeatedly knocked his head against the ground until his forehead nearly sank into the sandy soil. He had overheard the news about the powdered milk, but with so many people present earlier, he had waited until everyone left to speak. Otherwise, if every household came asking great-granduncle's family for powdered milk, how could there possibly be enough? It was all his own daughter's fault for failing to keep the secret and accidentally revealing that the family had powdered milk. Children could never contain themselves after receiving something delicious. They always wanted to show off to their friends. Grandpa sighed but said nothing, merely turning toward his wife. Grandma, in turn, looked at her grandson. "Grandma, sell him 1 bag for 10 yuan, I said. Li Dajing immediately nodded. "All right, I'll go home and get the money." "Thank you, great-granduncle, great-grandaunt, and 16th uncle. Take the milk home first. You can bring the money later," Grandpa Li said reasonably. Grandma took out a bag of powdered milk and handed it to Li Dajing. The moment he left, Aunt Huang grabbed Li Fong and gave her a fierce beating. "Aunt Huang, don't hurt her." "That's enough," I urged from the side. Then I beckoned Li Fong over, gave her a piece of candy, and warned her, "In the future, eat treats in secret. You're not allowed to tell anyone else." Tears still rolled down the little girl's face as she promised, "Big brother, next time I won't even tell my mother." "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going out for a walk," I said. Grandma looked at me dotingly. "Go on. Wear a straw hat so you don't get tanned." "Wife, look what this is." Li Dajing took the bag of powdered milk from inside his jacket. "It's powdered milk from great-granduncle's house. 16th uncle must have brought it back from the city." After speaking, Li Dajing handed it to his wife and told her to mix some for their daughter. Then Li Dajing went into the bedroom, searched through boxes and cabinets, and found all the money in the house. It consisted entirely of small bills and coins worth a few jiao or even a few fun. He counted it and managed to gather 10 yuan. Money in hand, he hurried out again and headed toward great-granduncle's house. It was not long before I heard the news. Although the old well had produced water after being deepened, the flow was slow and nowhere near enough to meet the village's needs. The old party secretary and the others were discouraged, though a little water was still better than none. The old party secretary came to me again, now determined to drill one hand-pumped well at each of Li family village's 4 sides: east, south, west, and north. They would provide household water for the villagers and make it easier to irrigate the fields. The 200 yuan he brought had originally been the village's life-saving fund for purchasing grain. "Chensi, I'll have to trouble you again." The old party secretary handed me the money. "All right, I'll return to the mill later and see whether I can obtain more parts." I agreed readily. "You little rascals have a lot of nerve. You still dare eat that? Aren't you afraid your parents will beat you when you go home?" I asked with a teasing smile. In an age when supplies were scarce and everyone already struggled to fill their stomachs, what parent would not become angry at seeing children eat such things? The faint trace of sweetness must have made it impossible for them to let go or throw the stuff away. As I considered that, one child cried excitedly, "Little granduncle, I caught this too." A youngster suddenly pulled a rat from inside his jacket, making my scalp crawl. "All right, I see it. You're certainly capable. It's getting late, so hurry home, all of you," I urged. I knew that in an age when people had nothing to eat, saying that rats were unsanitary would be hopelessly out of touch. People were chewing tree bark. Who could afford to be picky? "I know too. Big brother, I can take you there." Afraid someone else would claim the credit, like I eagerly volunteered as well, desperate to make sure I noticed his enthusiasm. "Catch what damn rats. Get home now." I frowned and glared sternly at Lai Fu. When I returned home, I found that the man who had spoken without thinking earlier was being disciplined by his father. His father showed no mercy and had beaten him so hard that the wooden stick snapped. Grandpa stood watching without the slightest intention of stopping him. "If you don't know how to speak, keep your mouth shut. No one will think you're mute." The man's father cursed furiously while waving the broken half of the stick. Only when Grandpa saw me return did he call a halt. "Enough. Both of you go home. Think before you speak in the future. Father and son immediately breathed sighs of relief. Most villagers had the surname Lee, but Grandpa's clan seniority was extraordinarily high. Even people older than he was had to call him uncle. Moreover, I had solved several major problems for the village and now possessed considerable prestige. How could this family dare offend us lightly? 16th uncle, this boy acts without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. The middle-aged man wore an ingratiating smile and humbly begged my forgiveness. Then he smacked the back of his son's head again. What is your mouth for? Can't you address your granduncle properly? Only after father and son left did Grandpa's expression soften. With loving concern, he said, Chensi, you've been busy all day. You must be starving. I'll have your grandma make you something. Warmth filled my heart at the older generation's care. I declined with a smile. Grandma is getting old and deserves to enjoy an easier life. I'll cook today and let the two of you taste your grandson's skill. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Good. Grandpa is in for a treat. His smile widened. All right, here are the 10 yuan from Dajing. Take it, Chensi. Grandpa drew a 10 yuan bill from his pocket and offered it to me. Li Dajing had originally paid in a jumble of small notes and coins, but Grandpa had deliberately exchanged them for a single large bill to make the money easier for his grandson to use. I did not accept it. Grandpa, keep it. My father left me plenty of money, more than 1,000 yuan. I could never spend it all. Hearing that his son had at least left his grandson a large sum before running away with the widow, Grandpa snorted. That bastard still has a shred of humanity, then. Even so, Grandpa forced the money into my hand. Forget these 10 yuan. Everything the old couple owned would eventually be left to their eldest grandson. Besides, they had little need for money in the village. I went into the kitchen and looked over the ingredients. There still was not much to work with. I shook my head helplessly and decided to make do. I'll help Big Brother too. Not to be outdone, like I joined Laifu in helping with the work. I washed the rice and began cooking, deliberately making extra to include Uncle Xuqiang's family of 5. Grandpa and Grandma had cured the pork I brought last time. It had only dried for 2 or 3 days, but it already tasted quite good. I cut off about 2 jin and prepared to stir-fry it with garlic shoots. Then I walked around the vegetable garden twice. The selection was monotonous, with only a few varieties, and none were growing especially well. I pulled several garlic shoots for the cured pork dish and picked a few leaves from the greens. I did not dare uproot entire plants. There were too few vegetables to begin with. The menu was soon decided. Cured pork stir-fried with garlic shoots, steamed egg custard, and stir-fried greens. By the time Grandpa and Grandma followed the aroma into the kitchen, the meal was almost ready. Is it New Year already? Why are we eating so well? Grandma exclaimed. There was white rice, eggs, and meat, and I had used so much oil to stir-fry the greens that the corner of her mouth twitched. Aunt Huang shook her head repeatedly too, believing her nephew had no idea how to manage a household frugally. Big Brother, it smells wonderful, Laifu said expectantly. Like I sniffed sharply and sucked his runny nose back in. Big Brother, your cooking smells better than Mom's. Of course it did. With that much oil, even a shoe sole would smell delicious after stir-frying. When will Uncle Xuqiang finish work? Ask him to come home and eat, I said. The village dining hall might have grain now, but it served nothing except sweet potatoes and regular potatoes. How could anyone eat well there? All right, I'll call him back. Aunt Huang immediately trotted outside, afraid her husband might miss this wonderful meal. Once all the dishes were on the table, Grandma looked over the feast and said regretfully, Chensi, you should let Grandma cook in the future. She did not dare criticize me too directly. However, what if she drove her grandson away and he stopped coming home as often? That would be terrible. I knew exactly what pained her and smiled. Grandma, after we eat, I need to return to the steel mill and take care of something for the village. I'll bring back a container of peanut oil while I'm there. From now on, you and Grandpa can eat without worrying. If it's food, I can obtain it. All right, go home, the work team captain said. Out of respect for me, he did not stop Li Xuqiang. Someone watched Li Xuqiang and his wife walk away and said enviously, that fellow is incredibly lucky. He's definitely going home to eat something good. Another person chimed in. Of course, 16th uncle's household is the only one in the village that can eat meat. Chensi works at the steel mill, and the benefits are first-rate, a third person agreed. If only I were lucky enough to work at the steel mill, someone sighed. The captain glared at them and urged, the sun is still up. Stop daydreaming and finish your work. Then go to the dining hall. Aren't you hungry? At the mention of the dining hall's sweet potatoes, everyone's stomach growled in unison. Sweet potatoes could not truly fill them, but there was no alternative. Eating something was better than going hungry. Conditions in Li Family Village were relatively good because its residents had sweet potatoes. People said Shangshui Village was barely surviving on wild vegetable soup. Oh, uncle, what kind of fine liquor is that? The moment Li Shuqiang entered, he spotted the bottle beside Grandpa, and his eyes lit up. Never mind what kind it is. You aren't getting any. Chensi brought it especially for me. If you want liquor, pour yourself half a bowl of sweet potato spirits. If you don't, hurry up and eat. Li Shuqiang stared fixedly at the bottle, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled not to drool. His face full of longing, he pleaded, "Uncle, just let me taste one tiny sip. Only one." I could no longer bear to watch. "Grandpa, let him have a couple of sips. Grandma, eat some more. This egg custard is wonderful, nutritious, and easy to digest." Smiling, I took the spoon and placed a large helping of tender custard in her bowl. Good, good. Grandma will eat it." Her eyes grew hot, and she nearly shed tears. In all these years, even her son had never placed food in her bowl. She had never imagined that one day her grandson would care for her with such thoughtfulness. Before Aunt Huang left, Grandma gave her 2 bags of powdered milk and said, "Chensi feels sorry for his 3 little cousins. Take this home and give it to Laifu and the others." Aunt Huang immediately began wiping away tears. "All right, go home now." Just then, a cry of "dinner is served" came from the village dining hall. At that moment, several outsiders entered Li Family Village. The man leading them was village head Wang of Shangshui Village. Another person had starved to death in his village that day, and the situation was critical. I soon received the news and came over as well. "Chensi, this is village head Wang from Shangshui Village. You've met him before," the old party secretary said by way of introduction. I nodded. "Yes, I remember. Hello, village head Wang." "Hello, comrade. I came today to ask about trading for grain. I'm ashamed to say that someone in our village has starved to death." Village head Wang began emphasizing their misery again. After listening, I answered directly, 100 jin of meat for 3,500 jin of sweet potatoes or regular potatoes. Can you accept that? The old party secretary felt fortunate that he had not taken it upon himself to agree to village head Wang's request, and grateful that Chensi had secured a preferential rate for Li Family Village. Village head Wang agreed almost without hesitation. "Yes, no problem. Thank you so much, comrade." Even high-priced grain had become difficult to buy on the black market, much less grain in quantities like these. They would simply claim that they had hunted game to sell for money and used the proceeds to buy grain on the black market. I had originally planned to return to the city immediately after dinner, ask Uncle Shuqiang to have Master Chen rush out parts for 4 hand-pumped wells, and bring back more ingredients while I was there. The kitchen held so little food that it was difficult to prepare any respectable dish. However, village head Wang's sudden visit revealed that Shangshui Village also wanted to hunt game in exchange for grain. After thinking it over, I decided to return to the city tomorrow instead and spare myself an extra trip. Besides, it was already late, and Grandma worried that I might encounter danger on the road. In an age when no one had enough to eat, hunger could drive some people to desperate acts. If the work could be done, then do it. If not, forget it. The hand-pumped well truly made getting water much more convenient. I took a bath. Although I had been a southerner in my previous life, some habits could not be changed overnight. Unfortunately, the bathing conditions at Grandpa's home left much to be desired. I wondered whether I should simply renovate my grandparents' house as well. They would live more comfortably, and my own future visits would be more convenient. After bathing, I discussed the idea with Grandpa. "Grandpa, how about building 2 more rooms beside the house on the right?" There was still an open space next to it. "Is that really necessary?" he asked in confusion. Adding 2 rooms and repairing the old house would not be cheap. He believed that he and his wife were already old. They had lived in the old house for most of their lives and were accustomed to it, so there was no need for such trouble. Would it not be more practical to save the building money for their eldest grandson's future marriage and help him support his household? I understood perfectly well that Grandpa simply hated spending the money. It seemed I would need to use a special method. "Grandpa, I'll definitely come back and stay here often. If we fix up the house, it will be more comfortable. Besides, after I get married, won't your granddaughter-in-law visit often? And when we have children, your great-grandsons and great-granddaughters will need somewhere to stay. How could this house possibly fit everyone then?" Grandpa had not yet answered when Grandma became restless and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, we do need to expand the house, or there truly won't be enough room later." As she spoke, she was already imagining the lively sight of her eldest grandson's entire family and longing for the day she could hold great-grandchildren. "Then tomorrow, I'll find someone and discuss building the rooms." The thought of a future granddaughter-in-law and great-grandchildren made Grandpa excited too. This tactic truly worked on my grandparents every time. I felt secretly pleased with myself. Night gradually descended. With nothing else to do, I could only wander around the store. Then Grandma entered carrying the family's only kerosene lamp and gently placed it in my room. Lee family village still had no electricity. Every household depended on kerosene lamps or candles for light. The kerosene lamp, the most common lighting tool in the countryside, looked especially warm in Grandma's hands. Its burner had a distinctive shape like a toad with an open mouth and was made of copper. Both the base and the windshielding chimney were made of glass. Nightlife here was plain and uneventful. Most people went to bed early to conserve kerosene and candles. Early the next morning, Grandma specially steamed white flour buns and boiled eggs for me. This time, the two elders did not make any of the wotu I disliked, afraid they might upset me. The eggs, as always, were reserved for their beloved eldest grandson. Grandma's care was so meticulous that she would have squeezed toothpaste onto my brush if she could. After I ate and drank my fill, I saw that Grandpa had summoned the villagers who knew how to build houses. I joined them, took out my cigarettes, and distributed one to each person. Oh, Dakium and cigarettes. These are excellent. Something special. Chintzy, how are you planning to build the rooms? Li Jiming accepted a cigarette, but could not bear to smoke it, so he carefully put it away. Although he was already in his 40s, he and I belonged to the same generation of the clan. Grandpa, his granduncle, had already told him that adding the rooms was my idea, so he asked me directly what I wanted. After all, Chintzy had grown up in the city and cared more about his surroundings. That was perfectly understandable. Wouldn't doing it that way cost quite a lot? Li Jiming asked worriedly. It's fine, Brother Jiming. Build it according to my plan. If you lack any materials, tell me and I'll find a solution. Bring in a few more people too and finish the house as quickly as you can. As for meals, everyone can eat here, I said generously. All right, no problem. Li Jiming agreed readily. By the way, do we have any prepared roof beams? I suddenly asked. No, Grandpa shook his head. Then whose family has spare beams? I asked. Dachuan's family. They have more than a dozen good lengths of timber, Grandpa replied. Good. I'll go speak with them later, I said. Li Jiming thought for a moment and added. Chintzy, if possible, buy some cement and lime too. Limestone would work as well. Fire it at a high temperature to make quicklime, then add water to produce slaked lime for plastering the walls. All right, I'll prepare it, I promised immediately. I knew Master Gu could certainly obtain all those materials. Then it settled. I'll take some people to gather stones right away. We can use the villages and used mud bricks. Speak with the old party secretary first. Tell him exactly how many we use and return the same number later. We'll leave the roof tiles for now. Once the beams are raised, I'll go to the tile kiln and carefully select a good batch for you. Li Jiming laid out each task in an orderly fashion. Thank you for the hard work, Brother Jiming, I said gratefully. Li Jiming lightly waved a hand. I knew that, in truth, he should be thanking me. This work was much easier than earning labor points in the fields, and the meals would certainly be far better than those served in the village dining hall. After seeing Li Jiming off, I left as well and headed straight toward Dachuan's home. I did not know the way, but that was no problem with Laifu and his siblings there to guide me. Building the new rooms had been my proposal, so I could not let Grandpa and Grandma exhaust themselves over it. I heard a dog barking and could not help feeling surprised. In times when even people struggled to fill their stomachs, keeping a dog only created another mouth to feed. The animal was thin, but a fierce glint remained in its eyes. Then a disheveled, unkempt man emerged from the house, sleep still crusted in the corners of his eyes. It was Li Dachuan. According to clan seniority, he had to address me as 16th uncle. 16th uncle, what brings you here? Li Dachuan asked. You don't even know enough to invite your 16th uncle inside? You have no manners at all. Li Dachuan could only say awkwardly. Come inside and sit, 16th uncle. I entered with Laifu and his two siblings and was startled by what I saw. Half the house was piled with timber. Anyone who did not know the family might have mistaken them for loggers. Chintzy, sit down. What do you need? Li Jiqing asked. I took out cigarettes and handed them around. Li Dachuan snatched the cigarette I gave his younger brother. You don't smoke. Give it to me. Li Jiqing uttered in warning. Li Dachuan reluctantly handed the cigarette to his father, looking somewhat aggrieved. Only then did Li Jiqing nod in satisfaction. Yes, he said, then turned to me. We have the timber, and you can take it. But our family doesn't want money. Then what do you want? I asked curiously. Grain. Do you have any? Li Jiqing looked at me hopefully. What kind of grain do you need? Rice, flour, corn, potatoes, or sweet potatoes? I pressed. Let's choose potatoes and corn. How many logs do you need? I'll pick them myself and guarantee they'll make solid roof beams, Li Jiqing said. 12 for roof beams. We'll also need wood for the doors and windows, so prepare 3 thicker logs as well. If that isn't enough, I'll come back later. I answered according to the original plan. Li Jiqing was very straightforward. All right, Dachuan and I will deliver the timber later. As for the grain, I answered just as briskly. For each log, I'll trade 10 jin of corn kernels or 30 jin of potatoes. How does that sound? I silently calculated using the supermarket's price of 5 fen per jin of corn. Give me some of each, 100 jin of corn and 150 jin of potatoes. I'll deliver the grain tomorrow, I agreed. With the deal concluded, I did not linger. I still needed to ask the old party secretary for mud bricks. Dad, I'll go find Xiaofeng first thing tomorrow morning. Why the rush? Your fiancé isn't going to run away. Bring home the corn and potatoes first. I'll select the timber, and you can help me carry it over in a little while, Li Jiqing instructed hurriedly. Only then did Li Dachuan come to his senses. All right, help me trim it tonight. His younger brother added, Dad, I think we should bring Grandpa and Grandma on Mom's side here to live. Every time we send them grain, Auntie's family swallows it all. Li Jiqing frowned and tapped the chair arm, hesitating. I'll discuss it with your grandparents. What is there to discuss? You know what my grandparents are like. They'll never agree to come here and burden us, Li Dachuan complained. Li Jiqing spread his hands helplessly. Fine, then you go persuade your grandparents. With that, he washed his hands of the matter and pushed it on to his younger son, who always had ideas. Meanwhile, I took out 3 pieces of dragon's beard candy and gave one to each of Lifu and his siblings. Eat quickly. Don't let anyone see you, I warned softly. The moment it entered his mouth, its distinctive fragrance and texture conquered him. Delighted, the emperor ordered the confection brought into the palace and named it Dragon's Beard Candy. It later also became known as the Dragon's Beard Roll and was henceforth served as an imperial pastry. As the years passed, the delicacy gradually spread from the palace to ordinary people and became widely loved. The fine white sugar strands pulled by hand resembled the whiskers of an auspicious dragon. Emperor Yongzheng was delighted by the sight. He not only bestowed the crisp candy on his consorts and officials, but personally gave it the name Dragon's Beard Crisp. Big brother, this candy is delicious. Like I sniffed. His nose was already running toward his lip, and he almost sucked it back in again. I frowned and scolded him. When your nose runs, blow it. Don't be so filthy. It's unhygienic. This boy was far too sloppy. Oh, I'll remember, big brother. Like I pinched his nose and blew hard, flinging the mucus onto the ground. Then he rubbed his mucus-covered hand against the dirt. I frowned even harder, quickly took Lifong by the hand, and left. I found the old party secretary and explained my entire plan. That's fine. Move as many as you need, he agreed readily. It was no major matter. The mud bricks were left over from construction of the village dining hall. Technically, they were collective property, but I was only borrowing them and would replace them later. No one could find fault with that. In fact, the old party secretary was delighted to see me adding rooms to the house. It showed that I still cared deeply about Li family village and would return often. That was good for the village. It effectively gave them a connection at the steel mill and a procurement officer at that, who might prove immensely useful one day. Considering how I had helped the village several times already, the old party secretary had every reason, public and private, to lend me a hand. If you need anything else, come straight to this old party secretary, he added. All right. Thank you, old party secretary, I said gratefully. Ahead of us, several children were playing a game in which they urinated into dirt and shaped the mud into different forms to see whose creation was best. Lifu and like I watched eagerly. If their big brother had not been there to supervise them, they might already have raced over to join in. Hello, Grandpa 16. The children noticed me, tilted their heads one after another, and greeted me. If you want sunflower seeds, go wash your hands, I said with a smile. They all knew the routine by now. Without needing another reminder, they ran over and formed a line on their own. The adults working in the distance saw this and said cheerfully, 16th uncle is handing out treats to the children again. 16th uncle truly is generous. No wonder he deserves to enjoy a good life in the city. You stop right there. You little bastard, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? You're already grown. Don't you have any shame? Seeing an adult trying to join the children and beg for food, the work team captain flew into a rage and cursed him loudly. I took sunflower seeds from my trouser pocket and gave every child a small handful. Everyone was busy eating, so no one noticed that my pockets could not possibly have held so many. Some of the little ones called me 16th uncle, some called me Grandpa 16, and others used even more outrageous forms of address. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. I was about to stroll home with Laifu and his siblings when I saw village head Wang arriving with a group from Shangshui village. They not only carried a wild boar, but dragged behind them a black bear weighing at least 300 jin. My eyelids twitched at the sight. Village head Wang, did the hunt go smoothly? I asked cautiously. Village head Wang smiled bitterly. Someone broke a leg. I offered him another cigarette. I can't move a black bear this large by myself. You'll have to help deliver it to the steel mill. There's quite a lot of meat this time. Do you want to trade all of it for sweet potatoes and regular potatoes? Village head Wang nodded. Sweet potatoes and potatoes will be fine. No problem. I'll have them deliver everything. There was no time to waste. I went home, mounted my bicycle, and prepared to leave. The old party secretary called after me. Chinsi, don't forget about the hand-pumped wells. Village head Wang, who stood nearby, asked curiously, what hand-pumped wells? A young man from Li family village boasted proudly. You've never seen one, have you? It's a kind of well that brings up water easily. Before he could finish, he felt an icy glare stabbing into his back. He turned and met the old party secretary's stern eyes, shuddered, and hurriedly changed his words. I'm going back to work. Then he fled. The old party secretary smoothed things over with a smile. Don't listen to his nonsense. Something's been wrong with that boy's head lately. Village head Wang stared suspiciously at his old friend. Who the hell are you trying to fool? The river through Shangshui village has dried up completely now, and I'm as desperate as an ant on a hot pan. The moment I hear about a well that brings up water so easily, how could I possibly let the matter go? Fine. I can't explain it clearly. Come see for yourself and you'll understand. With that, the old party secretary led village head Wang toward my grandparents' home. When they arrived, village head Wang first greeted my grandparents warmly, then went to inspect the so-called hand-pumped well. Oldly operated it with practiced ease. With only a few light strokes of the handle, clear water gushed from the iron pipe at the wellhead. Village head Wang's eyes widened, and he trembled with excitement. Oldly, how do you drill a well like this? How deep does it need to be? And what about? Village head Wang bombarded the old party secretary with questions. The old party secretary could only repeat a few things I had explained earlier, offering a simple account involving groundwater and the like. Oldly, you fool. Village head Wang suddenly cried with bitter frustration. Don't you know water is scarce everywhere now? He continued. Do you have no idea how important this hand-pumped well is? Why haven't you reported it to the authorities? If you submit a report, Comrade Little Lee will certainly receive a commendation as the inventor. He might even be named an advanced individual. Why haven't you reported it? The old party secretary slapped his forehead. I truly hadn't thought of that. Come on, we'll report it right now, Village head Wang urged. The old party secretary first explained the situation to Grandpa and asked for his approval. The moment my grandparents heard that their eldest grandson might receive a commendation or even be named an advanced individual, how could they possibly object? Then hurry up and go. What kind of party secretary are you? You don't have even that much political awareness. Grandpa scolded without mercy. Team leader, do you want some game meat? I asked directly. Cough, cough. More game? What is it this time? Of course we want it. You know the situation at our mill. Team leader Wang hurriedly set his enamel mug on the desk and stood. To Wang, this kid had gone out for only 2 days and already brought the mill more meat. He was unbelievably productive. As for me, I felt secretly fortunate that I had been assigned to team leader Wang's team when I joined the mill. One wild boar, probably around 100 jin, and a black bear weighing at least 300, I said. Then I did my best to secure a good price for the villagers. Team leader, you know how difficult life is in the countryside. The villagers had no choice but to risk entering the mountains. Someone even broke a leg when they encountered the black bear. So we need to be generous and act with a conscience when we purchase the meat. Don't worry, Chinsi. I'll find the section chief immediately. The moment team leader Wang finished, he slammed the door behind him and raced towards section chief Zheng's office. As soon as he left, the office erupted. Everyone crowded around me, and flattering words poured out like floodwater through a breached dam. Chief. Section Chief Zheng had been reading the newspaper intently when his door was suddenly flung open. The interruption displeased him. His brows immediately drew together in the shape of the character for river. Raising his hand, he pointed a stern finger straight at team leader Wang. Don't you know how to knock? What kind of behavior is this? Get out, knock, and come in again. Come in. Section Chief Zheng called from inside. Team leader Wang opened the door and entered, deliberately imitating my tone as he asked. Chief, Would you like some rare game meat? Section Chief Zheng shot him an irritated glare. Isn't that obvious? What factory isn't short of meat? Hurry and tell me what your team found this time. A wild pheasant? A hare? As he spoke, he took out his cigarettes and tossed one to Wang. Team leader Wang raised his voice excitedly. A pheasant? A hare? Chief, don't underestimate Team 5. This time, Chincy brought back another wild boar weighing around 100 gene, plus a 300 gene black bear. Before he had even finished, Section Chief Zheng sprang to his feet, too impatient to wait. Enough chatter. Of course I'm going to see the boar and bear. That Li Chincy in your Team 5 is a rare talent, Section Chief Zheng exclaimed. With performance this outstanding, perhaps he himself could rise another level. Team leader Wang stood at the office door and cleared his throat heavily several times, reminding the people inside to restrain themselves and maintain proper order and appearances. Team leader Wang. Section Chief Zheng. Everyone greeted them. Section Chief Zheng entered with a broad smile and walked to me. Good work, kid. You've earned another achievement. Where are the wild boar and black bear? Team leader Wang had already told him that one of the villagers was injured while hunting the bear. Zheng assured me, don't worry. We will never treat our peasant brothers unfairly. Chief, the boar and bear are still on the road. I rode ahead on my bicycle. I replied. Chincy, what were you thinking? Why didn't you bring them back with you? What if someone intercepts them on the road? Team leader Wang slapped his thigh. I remained calm. That probably won't happen. How could it not? Don't you know that people from every other factory and work unit get a green gleam in their eyes the moment they see meat? If anyone offers even slightly more than the price you promised, our mill won't stand a chance, Team leader Wang urged anxiously. These days, one pig was enough to make brother work units argue until they were red in the face and abandon every trace of friendship. Section Chief Zheng nodded. That's right, Chincy. You can't do this again, I said. Chief, team leader, deal with the boar and bear first. I'll take the villagers to the cafeteria for something to eat. Section Chief Zheng also heard someone's stomach growling and nodded. Go. Make sure our peasant brothers are properly received and get enough to eat. I led the villagers from Shangshui village to the cafeteria and explained the situation to the staff. Eat quickly and eat plenty. Your donkey cart definitely can't carry all the sweet potatoes and potatoes you'll receive this time. I'll discuss the matter and see whether the mill can send a vehicle to deliver them. Once you're full, you can head home first, I arranged. The leading villager listened while eating and nodded. All right. The village head had told them to obey me and ask no unnecessary questions. Besides, I came from Li family village and was easy to find, so they trusted me. Afterward, I found third elder in the workshop, took out the 200 yuan from Li family village, and handed it to him, asking him to have Master Chun make 4 more sets of the same components. Third elder, same arrangement as before, I told him. Third elder nodded. All right, I'll find old Chin now. Then I went to inspect the place where the boar and bear were being processed. Team leader Wang beckoned, so I hurried over and greeted them warmly. Team leader Wang, Section Chief Zheng, hello. Section Chief Zheng patted my shoulder and introduced the bespectacled middle-aged man on his left. Chincy, this is Director Ding of our logistics department. He's the one who gave you the watch coupon. I immediately greeted him with respect. Hello, Director Ding. Thank you so much. I was planning to buy a watch, and a coupon was the only thing I lacked. Director Ding also studied me carefully, a gentle smile on his face. Well done. You've brought honor to our logistics department. Keep working hard. You earned that watch coupon. Do a good job and strive for another promotion in the second half of the year. Yes, Director Ding. You can count on me, I answered firmly. When a leader told you to work hard, what else could you do? Besides agree, what could you possibly say? I had no desire to behave like certain characters in television dramas who argued with their superiors at every opportunity. That would be unbelievably foolish. By now, the master butcher had opened the bellies of the boar and bear. The next step was weighing them. The wild boar weighed a little over 109 gene, which they rounded to 110. The black bear weighed 262 gene, but a bear could not be valued only by the price of its meat. The paws and gallbladder had to be paid for separately. The master butcher had already removed the gallbladder. It had not reached the copper grade, however, and counted only as an iron grade gallbladder. Director Ding handed me 160 yuan and left with the iron grade gallbladder. It was never registered in inventory, and neither were the bear paws. I was paid 10 yuan for each front paw and 15 for each hind paw. Section Chief Zheng would take those later, though naturally I would still receive the money. I could not help marveling inwardly that none of these specially removed items were ever recorded in the inventory. It really is a case of, If you don't take your share and I don't take mine, what will be left for the commissioner? As long as I suffered no loss. However, I could not be bothered to interfere. In truth, this situation was already better than most. At least they paid instead of simply taking everything for free. When the final accounts were calculated, the black bear was worth an astonishing 460 yuan, while the boar brought 110. I received 570 yuan in all, an enormous sum. Out of consideration for the peasant brothers, the procurement price for wild boar had been raised to 1 yuan per gene. Team leader Wang looked at me and spoke earnestly. Chensi, I know you're eager to advance, but don't push yourself too hard. You must pay attention to safety whenever you go out. His words left me speechless inside. I'm eager to advance. How come even I didn't know that? Out loud, I merely agreed. All right, team leader. I'll head home now. Wait. Don't forget your 1 gene of meat, team leader Wang reminded me. I smiled and waved it away. Keep it, team leader. I received 2 wild pheasants too. After leaving the steel mill, I began calculating how many sweet potatoes and regular potatoes I should give Shangshui village. After all, this transaction had brought in more than 500 yuan. I suddenly slapped my forehead. I haven't checked today's 1 yuan flash sale. I hurriedly opened the store and discovered 100 gene of soybeans and 100 gene of peanut oil. Without hesitation, I bought both deals immediately. Soybeans were excellent. They could be made into tofu and all kinds of soy products. The 100 gene of peanut oil had been divided into 10 containers of 10 gene each, a remarkably considerate arrangement. I truly had a great deal to buy before returning. Besides the sweet potatoes and potatoes for Shangshui village and the grain for Dachuan's family, I needed to prepare goods for my grandparents' home. 1 container of peanut oil was essential, along with 50 gene of sorghum to feed the people building the new rooms. As for meat, 2 chickens would be enough. Bringing too much would be unwise. In this weather it spoiled easily, and there was no refrigerator. In this era, people still ate meat even after it began smelling slightly off. No one could afford to be particular. Once I had planned the purchases, I prepared to head back, then suddenly remembered something and changed direction. The sales clerks at the department store were almost as arrogant as the people in state-run restaurants. I ignored the other counters and walked straight to the watch display. I chose a Shanghai brand watch and handed over the watch coupon and 120 yuan. Comrade, please take out this watch for me. Are you certain you want this one? The sales clerk asked. I frowned. Is it broken? What are you talking about? Of course it works. How could a new watch be broken? Then I'll take it, I said. I tried the watch on. The band was slightly long and needed to be shortened by around 3 centimeters. I had already paid attention to the size of Grandpa's wrist, which was a little smaller than mine. Any watch repairer could adjust the band, so the job would not be difficult. A so-called commission shop, also known as a trust shop, was essentially an old-style pawn shop. Its purpose was to fill gaps in supply and provide emergency relief to people in need. It carried all kinds of miscellaneous objects. Its merchandise was nothing like the neat, orderly displays in a department store. The entire shop had a dim, time-worn air. After looking around for a while, I truly found a famous second-hand watch, a Patek Philippe. I asked the price and learned that it cost only 80 yuan. What was there to wait for? I immediately paid and bought it. The leaders hurried to leave Family Village to determine whether the claims were true. As I approached the entrance to Shangshui Village, I stopped behind a bend and quietly released the sweet potatoes and regular potatoes from the store inventory. There were 15,000 gene of sweet potatoes in all, while the wild boar and black bear had provided a combined 372 gene of meat. In reality, I had paid only 150 yuan for the sweet potatoes. That might make me sound a little like an unscrupulous profiteer, but in this era, the exchange was already astonishingly generous. Not far away, village head Wang hurried toward the village entrance with a group of people. As they walked, they discussed the matter. Wang frowned slightly and asked, "Did he really say the steel mill would send a vehicle to deliver everything?" "That's good. As long as..." Before village head Wang could finish, I poked my head around the bend and shouted, "Village head Wang, over here." The mill's vehicle had another assignment, so it could only unload the goods here. At my call, village head Wang and the others looked toward the sound. Delight instantly covered their faces, and they surged toward me in a crowd. "That's no problem. We understand. A major factory has important production tasks," village head Wang said with a reasonable smile. I explained, "It's all sweet potatoes, 15,000 gene in total." This time, I reported to the leadership that the villagers were injured while hunting the black bear. The moment they heard, they decided to provide extra compensation. Delight flashed in village head Wang's eyes. His lips trembled slightly as he said with heartfelt gratitude, "Comradely, On behalf of every villager in Shangshui village, I sincerely thank you. This extra compensation is absolutely crucial to our village. You're too polite, village head Wang. Shangshui village is supporting our steel mill, and we're helping one another for mutual benefit. If there's nothing else, I'll head home, I said courteously. Of course, you really should hurry back. People from the commune have already gone to your home to inspect the hand-pumped well, village head Wang quickly revealed. With such an outstanding and capable young man in the area, the villagers finally had someone they could rely on. Surely no one would have to go hungry anymore. Quickly, move everything back. You all know what to say, don't you? Village head Wang urged. Good. Then hurry and move it into the village dining hall storeroom, he ordered again. In truth, the injured man's condition was not serious. He should recover after 2 or 3 months of rest. The old party secretary of Li family village had guessed correctly. The fellow was deliberately exaggerating his suffering. Before I had even entered the house, Grandpa hurried over. Chensi, the commune sent people to inspect our hand-pumped well, and there's even a professor among them. Hurry to the brigade captain's house. They're busy receiving the visitors. There's no hurry, Grandpa. Let me move these things inside first, I said. My goodness, child, why did you bring so much home? How could we ever finish it all? Only then did Grandpa notice the bicycle piled high with goods, and he cried out in astonishment. This sack of potatoes and this sack of corn are for Dachuan's family. Grandpa, have them come carry the sacks away later. This container holds peanut oil. From now on, don't be so stingy with oil when you cook. Your grandson has connections. Obtaining a little oil is no problem. And here are 2 dressed chickens. Grandpa, take them to the kitchen. I explained every item in turn. People don't bring this much even when they move house, Grandpa muttered under his breath. He hurried inside with a chicken clutched tightly in each hand, looking like a thief afraid someone might spot him. At the same time, he lowered his voice and called into the house. Old woman, come out quickly and give us a hand. Carry this oil. I walked steadily inside with soybeans in one hand and sorghum in the other. Chensi, are you leaving the city and moving back to the village? Grandma asked in confusion. Grandpa hurriedly cut her off. Don't ask questions yet. Help us move everything inside. Only then did Grandma react and rush to carry the goods in with me. Grandma, don't be so tense. I smiled casually. Your grandson is a procurement officer at the steel mill, after all. Today I delivered a wild boar and a black bear and made a major contribution. The mill commended me and even gave me special permission to buy soybeans and a few other things. Grandma smiled from ear to ear. The steel mill's benefits are truly wonderful. I took the Shanghai brand watch from my pocket and offered it to Grandpa. Director Ding from our department gave me a watch coupon. Grandpa, I thought I'd buy you a watch. Try it on. Grandpa froze when he saw it. He had never imagined his eldest grandson would buy him a watch. His eyes reddened, and he nearly cried. Grandma, however, pushed it back toward me at once. Chensi, keep this watch for yourself. You're a procurement officer at the steel mill and run around all day. A watch would make it much easier to keep track of time. Your grandpa stays home from morning to night, either sitting or lying down. A watch is no use to him. Right. Grandpa doesn't need one. Reminded by Grandma, the old man hurriedly agreed. Thinking of how his bastard son had worked outside for so many years without ever buying him a watch, Grandpa could not help feeling emotional. Look, Grandma, I have one too. I showed them my other watch. I bought this one from a commission shop, so it didn't require a coupon. Grandpa, this one is yours. I held out the Shanghai watch again. Seeing that his eldest grandson already owned one, Grandpa finally accepted it with a delighted smile. It fit his wrist perfectly. The moment he spotted a fingerprint on the crystal, he breathed gently on it and wiped it clean with painstaking care. Then he fixed his gaze on the moving hands and could not stop staring. Are you hungry, Chensi? Grandma will cook for you, she asked with concern. Rest, Grandma. We'll make something when I come back. From now on, the 2 of you can enjoy a peaceful retirement and stop worrying about anything. I smiled and gently coaxed the old woman. She grinned from ear to ear, delighted by words like those. Good. Grandma will wait. Just as Professor Chun prepared to speak, the old party secretary of Li family village suddenly called outside. Chensi, come in quickly. Old party secretary. Brigade captain. I strode in confidently and greeted everyone with open warmth. The old party secretary grinned as he introduced the unfamiliar faces in the room. Chensi, let me introduce everyone. This is a senior leader from the capital, and this is Professor Chen Yuliang. Neither servile nor arrogant, I shook hands with them one by one. Hello, I hear Comrade Little Li works at the steel mill. To accomplish so much at such a young age is truly impressive. The younger generation commands respect, the senior leader said first, his manner warm and friendly. Professor Chen Yuliang smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, developing such a convenient hand-pumped well could make an enormous contribution to alleviating drought in our countryside. I hurriedly waved my hands and replied modestly, "Leader, Professor Chen, you give me too much credit. I didn't invent it." The brigade captain and old party secretary immediately became anxious. When the young man beside Professor Chen heard this, a trace of smugness crossed his face. Then he turned stern and looked sharply at the old party secretary. "You actually submitted a false report about who invented it? That is an extremely serious ideological deviation. What gives you the right to accuse people so casually?" I shot back without yielding an inch. Professor Chen Yuliang's face darkened. He spoke more sharply to his student. "Xiao Jiang, watch your words." The leader in the Zhongshan suit smiled and said unhurriedly, "Let Comrade Little Li explain in detail. There is no need to argue." The old party secretary and brigade captain breathed sighs of relief. Their gazes toward the young man now held faint dissatisfaction. The student's face turned as dark red as pig liver, and the hostility in his eyes intensified. I withdrew my gaze, faced the leader in the Zhongshan suit again, and explained methodically. In fact, hand-pumped wells already existed in China during the Song dynasty. I happened across a related record while reading. Since the field interested me deeply, I researched it further and eventually improved the design into the form you see today. Far from thinking less of me, Professor Chen appreciated me even more. I had prepared in advance and immediately produced the blueprints I had drawn earlier. "Everyone, please look. This is my redesigned version. Comrade Little Li, you are a genius. Working at the steel mill wastes your talent. Would you consider coming to our university for further study?" I hurriedly waved my hands in refusal. "Thank you for your appreciation, Professor Chen, but I'm very satisfied with my current work in life. I won't attend the university." The senior leader also spoke. "The hand-pumped well may have existed in the Song dynasty, but Comrade Little Li, your contribution is undeniable. Discovering references to it in ancient texts and then improving the design is unquestionably your achievement." With those words, the senior leader settled the entire matter. My contribution to improving the hand-pumped well was now beyond dispute. "Very well. Take care, Professor Chen." I politely saw Professor Chen off. Watching student Jiang recede into the distance, the brigade captain spat heavily on the ground in disgust and cursed. "Damn it. That kid had better never show his face in Li Family Village again. If he comes back, I'll beat him every time I see him." The old party secretary nodded gravely. The incident had nearly caused them serious trouble. I turned to the brigade captain. "Captain, I've already asked experienced master craftsmen at the mill to make the components for the hand-pumped wells. They should be finished in around 2 days." "Good. When they're ready, I'll send Da Fu and the others into the city to collect them," the brigade captain replied. Naturally, he would not trouble me with that sort of heavy labor again. "Thank you, Chensi," the brigade captain said gratefully. I took out cigarettes and passed them around. "Captain, I'm from Li Family Village too. It's only right that I help." Exactly. The captain and the others agreed happily. Some people moved to the city and forgot their roots, barely maintaining contact with their rural hometowns. I had never done that. I continued helping the people back home in every way I could. "I can't stay and chat. We're building rooms at my house, and I really don't have time to spare," I said, using the work as an excuse to leave. "All right, go take care of your business. If you need help with anything, don't stand on ceremony. Just ask," the brigade captain called warmly. Watching me leave, the old party secretary's expression became solemn. He warned everyone present, "I don't want to hear anyone in the village spreading gossip about Chensi. If I find out someone has, he had better consider the consequences." "Don't worry, secretary. Even if Chensi's family eats dragon meat, we won't be jealous," someone promised, thumping his chest. "That's right. 16th uncle has given my boy plenty of treats," another person agreed. I had barely stepped through my door when I saw Li Dachuan approaching with timber on his shoulder. Grandpa stood nearby, shouting directions. "Put it here. Here. Stack everything neatly." After Dachuan arranged the timber, I lightly patted his shoulder and smiled. "Come inside for some water and a cigarette. When you leave, you can carry your family's corn and potatoes home." Li Dachuan had intended to exchange a few polite words, but the moment he heard there were cigarettes and grain waiting for him, he changed his answer. "Thank you, 16th uncle." I took out the same pack of Dakiaman cigarettes and discovered only 2 remained, so I gave him both. Li Dachuan happily scratched his hair, making the strands he had finally flattened spring upright again until his head resembled a chicken's nest. Once inside, He hurriedly said, 16th uncle, great-grandaunt, I don't need water. I pointed at 2 sacks in the corner. There, those are yours. 16th uncle, help me put this sack on top too. Li Dachuan had barely begun when I glared at him. Can't you make 2 trips? The corn kernels won't matter if you fall, but if the potatoes smash against the ground, they'll be ruined. Besides, carrying that much weight might be one reason he had never grown tall. When Li Dachuan returned home, he called before entering. Dad, I brought back the corn. The potatoes are still at 16th uncle's house. Li Ziqing came outside with delight on his face. Good. Put it inside, then go make another trip. After setting down the corn, Li Dachuan immediately opened the sack and scooped up a handful. Every kernel was dry, without ground corn cobs or any other impurities mixed in. What an honest trade. Dad, that was supposed to be my… Li Dachuan started, only for Li Ziqing to interrupt. Li Ziqing glared at him. My gift to you. Good. Li Ziqing nodded in satisfaction. In Shangshui village, once all the sweet potatoes had been moved into the dining hall storeroom, village head Wang immediately arranged for people to start cooking. By now, nearly everyone in the village was so hungry that they had no strength left. Send 50 jin to Genshing's family, village head Wang ordered. Genshing was the man who had injured his leg. The 50 jin of sweet potatoes was the village's compensation, and they could not spare any more. Besides Genshing's household, village head Wang divided out more than a dozen portions of 5 or 10 jin each and had them delivered to families on the verge of starvation, hoping to prevent another death. Just yesterday, a man in his 70s had voluntarily stopped eating so the few mouthfuls left in his home could go to the children. In the end, he died. Fortunately, village head Wang possessed enough prestige in Shangshui village that no one dared criticize his allocation of the sweet potatoes, or at least, no one dared object openly. Before long, the aroma of sweet potatoes drifted from Shangshui village's dining hall. The entire village waited in line inside. When people saw the sweet potatoes, expressions of happiness actually appeared on their faces. From ancient times to the present, China's ordinary people had asked for very little. They wanted only enough food to fill their stomachs. Mom, can I eat now? A child reduced to skin and bones asked his mother. The sallow, gaunt woman nodded. Eat. Be careful not to burn your mouth. Back at my home, Grandma was washing sorghum for the midday meal, while I chopped up 1 chicken for a stew with mushrooms. Lai Fu and his 2 siblings circled around me, tending the fire and helping where they could. Elsewhere, Li Ziming led people out to select stones. Not just any stone could serve as a foundation. They chose a suitable batch, carried them back, and piled them on the open ground near my house. Everyone, take a break. We'll continue this afternoon. Lunch is almost ready, I called. In truth, everyone had already smelled the sorghum cooking and was hungry. Go home and bring your own bowl, Li Ziming told the workers. Rural households had no spare bowls. Even a broken one would be patched and repaired for continued use. The meal was sorghum rice with chunks of potatoes braised in lard. There was no meat in the potato dish, but its fragrance still made mouths water. I served everyone 2 ladles of sorghum rice and 1 of potatoes, filling each enormous sea bowl to the brim. Bowls in this era were no small things. A person could practically bury his face inside one while eating. Full? I asked. The man grinned honestly. How could I be full? I'm saving some for the children at home. His answer left me speechless. I told everyone, eat all of that. When you finish, I'll fill another bowl for you to take home. Li Ziming smiled bitterly. Chinsi, you're the only person who could afford to feed them like this. I can't ask everyone to work on empty stomachs, can I? I replied. After finishing the first bowl, none of them touched the second. They thanked me and immediately carried it home. Li Ziming was no exception. When he reached his house, he called his wife and children over and poured a little into each of their bowls. Less than half remained, which he planned to take to his parents. The children licked every trace of lard from their bowls. Mom, lard tastes wonderful, one child said. Li Ziming's wife rubbed the child's head. It does, but there isn't any more. At that moment, I was eating too. I gave 1 chicken leg to Grandpa and the other to Grandma, while I gnawed on the wings, feet, and other scraps. I simply enjoyed working meat from those parts. Eating them was more satisfying. In the eyes of my grandparents and the others, however, this was a display of filial devotion. I had given the meat to my grandparents and younger cousins. If that did not make me a considerate young man who respected his elders and cared for children, what did? Chinsi, eat more meat. You can let Lai Fu and the others gnaw the bones, Aunt Huang said from the side. Grandpa truly enjoyed himself that day. Life could not have been sweeter. Meat, liquor, and 2 small cups to drink. Every so often, He raised his wrist to look at his watch, smug beyond description. Uncle, what time is it now? Uncle Xuqiang stared fixedly at the watch on Grandpa's wrist, his face full of envy. 12:30. Grandpa glanced casually at the watch hands and announced the time with effortless ease. When Uncle Xuqiang heard that the watch had cost 120 yuan, his eyes widened even farther. Eat your meal properly. Why do you keep checking the time? Watching everyone eat chicken, I could not help marveling at how thoroughly they stripped the bones. A fly landing on one might have slipped and fallen. They even swallowed some of the smaller bones. Uncle Xuqiang was the most impressive. I never once saw him spit out a bone. By comparison, I ate in the most wasteful fashion, spitting out every bone regardless of size. If anyone else had eaten that way, Grandma would already have scolded them and forced them to pick up the bones and keep chewing. But Grandma doted on me, so naturally she said nothing. Lai Fu and his siblings ran outside excitedly, prepared to show their skill by capturing the cunning rats before anyone else in the village beat them to it. Aunt Huang went home and continued sewing clothes stitch by careful stitch. When I woke from a nap, I found Grandma sitting beside the bed, gently fanning me. "Chensi, you're awake? Do you want to sleep a little longer?" she asked kindly, her gaze brimming with love. "Grandma, you should rest too. You don't need to take care of me," I said helplessly, deeply moved. "Grandma isn't sleepy," she replied with a smile. Older people naturally slept less, though their energy truly could not compare with that of the young. After getting out of bed, I scooped up water and washed my face. I planned to find sand and bury some soybeans to grow bean sprouts. Sprouts could be grown in water or sand, but I preferred the latter because sand-grown sprouts tasted crisper and sweeter. When Grandma saw her eldest grandson handling soybeans, she hurriedly asked whether I was hungry. I did not know whether to laugh or feel exasperated. "Grandma, I'm not hungry. I only want to grow bean sprouts. I'll dig up some sand in a little while." "You want bean sprouts? No problem. If you want to grow them, we'll grow them. Grandma will have Lai Fu and the others dig sand right now." The old woman spoiled her eldest grandson without limit and always gave him whatever he wanted. If Grandpa had suggested using soybeans to grow sprouts, she would undoubtedly have berated him without mercy. "Lai Fu, Lai Fu." Grandma stood outside and shouted at the top of her remarkably powerful lungs. I did not stop her. Digging sand was not heavy work, and giving Lai Fu and his siblings a task would keep them from racing around causing trouble. The moment Lai Fu heard Grandma call, he ran back with his younger brother and sister. When they heard Grey Tant's order, they picked up tools without a word and set out. Smiling, I bought a bag of fruit candy from the store. I looked at the children with loving seriousness. "One each. Don't fight. Anyone who grabs won't get candy again. Eat all of it here. Don't take any home," I specifically told the girls. In this era, favoring sons over daughters was widespread. Any candy a girl brought home would likely be taken away. I therefore told them to eat everything now so they would not be left disappointed. Every child held the candy in his or her mouth, unwilling to bite down. They carefully licked the wrappers again and again as though they were priceless treasures. To these children, candy wrappers were valuable possessions, as precious as marbles or collectible cigarette cards would be to later generations. I did not know whether to laugh or cry, but I could not hand out more candy simply because of this. That would have been unfair to the others. "So you swallowed it. That's fine. It all ends up in your stomach anyway," I comforted one child. "No crying. If you keep crying, you won't get any next time." The boy stopped crying instantly, switching his tears on and off with incredible ease. If tear tracks had not remained on his cheeks and his eyes were not red, I might have suspected he had been pretending. "All right, go play, everyone," I said with a smile. Then I spread sand over an empty patch in Grandma's vegetable garden. After covering about 1 square meter, I scattered the soybeans evenly and covered them with another layer of sand. I watered carefully until the sand was thoroughly wet, then turned an abandoned wooden crate upside down over it. The moment I entered the house, Grandma brought me a bowl of sugar water and urged me to drink. At that exact moment, Grandpa's furious roar came from outside. "Who threw my crate into the vegetable garden?" I was instantly speechless and complained inwardly, "Grandma, why didn't you warn me?" The old woman was completely unafraid and retorted self-righteously, "That broken crate of yours, what better use could it have than covering bean sprouts for my eldest grandson?" Grandpa's anger instantly vanished. He muttered, "That broken crate? I've wanted to throw it away for ages." I hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I'll have someone make you a new crate in a few days." I had not yet realized that in this household, nothing kept at home could ever be called discarded. Every object had its own value and purpose. Li Jiming led the workers in preparing all the stone and mud bricks. Grandpa even consulted the traditional almanac and confirmed that the following day was favorable for beginning construction. I wanted to provide another meal that evening, but Grandpa stopped me. In the village, people helping with construction have always received one meal. If you start providing two, what will other families do later? If they follow your example, no one can afford it. If they don't, people will call them stingy. I accepted his reasoning. I could make the workers one meal substantial, but I could not use my supermarket as an excuse to destroy customs everyone else relied on. Early the next morning, the 1 yuan flash sale refreshed with 100 yen of millet and 100 yen of apples. I spent 2 yuan to buy both. After eating the buns and eggs Grandma prepared, I returned to the city. The moment I entered the courtyard, First Auntie congratulated me on receiving a mill-wide commendation and said my grade had been raised by 2 levels. I knew nothing about it. Only after questioning her did I learn that notice about promoting the hand-pumped well had reached the steel mill the previous day. The mill planned to establish a dedicated workshop to manufacture the components and publicly commend me. Her husband, First Uncle, had heard the news inside the mill, so it was reliable. I gave First Annie the 2 antlers I had collected from Li Dafu's home and asked First Uncle to help slice and process them. I also gave her 2 apples as thanks. When I passed the Su family's home, I handed out sunflower seeds to Dong Dong and the other children. Upon entering the middle courtyard, I saw that Master Gu's crew was still working. The neighbors noticed my return and praised me one after another, saying I had been clever since childhood. Their compliments made me deeply uncomfortable, so I hurriedly changed the subject to the progress of the renovation. Third Elder's wife soon came with a message. The 4 sets of water pump components would be finished that very day, and the mill's leaders were looking for me. To learn exactly what the rewards were and how my 2-grade raise would be calculated, I would have to visit the mill in person. The moment I stepped into the middle courtyard, I saw Master Gu and his men hard at work. I hurried over and offered everyone cigarettes. When the women of the courtyard saw that I had returned, they greeted me warmly. Chinsi, you're the most successful person in our entire courtyard. Second, Annie praised. The previous night, every young man in the courtyard around my age had received a thorough education from his family. Chinsi has looked quick and clever since he was little. Such a bright mind, another Annie said, nodding in agreement. Their words stirred complicated feelings in me. Why did that line sound so familiar and vaguely ominous? Wasn't that what Bonging's grandmother always said? Good heavens, I could not bear such a 5-star review. I hurriedly gave the women a few polite answers and deftly changed the subject, afraid I would be permanently labeled clever since childhood. Just then, Third Elder's wife from the rear courtyard walked over and told me that the items I had commissioned would be completed today. Oh, and your Third Elder told you to hurry back to the mill. Apparently, a leader is looking for you, she added. Her eldest son had entered the steel mill even before me, yet he was still only an apprentice. Her second son survived as a casual coal porter, working himself to exhaustion for just 7 jiao a day. Compared with me, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. All right, I understand. Thank you, Third Elder's wife, I said gratefully. On the way, I ran into my friend Li Yud from the courtyard. We had been classmates and remained close. Li Yud was covered in grime and looked tired. His mother was also ill and often bought medicine from First Uncle in the front courtyard, leaving the family increasingly short of money. At one point, she had even considered taking her own life rather than burdening them. Yud also had 2 younger sisters, the youngest only 7. Yud, why aren't you out working today? I stopped my bicycle and offered him a cigarette with concern. He accepted it and congratulated me sincerely. Chinsi, I heard you received a commendation and jumped 2 pay grades. That's incredible. Congratulations, truly. There wasn't much work today. I carried coal for a while, and then it was all gone. Look at you. You're the capable one. When are you setting a table so the 2 of us can have a few drinks and celebrate? Seeing that Li Yud clearly had not eaten enough, I suggested treating him to a good meal later. He nodded and agreed without hesitation. Done, I added. Once I return from the mill, the 2 of us will go to Donglishan for hot pot mutton. Really? Li Yud asked in disbelief. I rolled my eyes helplessly. Why so many questions about whether it's real? Wait until I get back. I also have something to discuss with you. Oh, and call that kid Dapeng too. All right, I'll find Dapeng right now. Li Yud agreed excitedly. Li Yud did not have a permanent job. Fortunately, casual labor was still available, and the hard-earned money barely kept his family alive. The moment Team Leader Wang saw me, he hurried over and gave my shoulder a heavy pat. Feigning anger, he said, "You little rascal, you really hid your abilities. You can even invent things, yet you never told me." Despite his words, anyone could see that he was in an exceptionally good mood. I hurriedly explained, "Team leader, I truly wasn't hiding anything. I built the hand-pumped well only because I wanted to make it easier for my grandparents to get water. The whole thing came together by chance. Team leader Wang nodded. He had already investigated and knew that I truly had made the well for my grandparents. Whether you researched it carefully or built it by chance, your commendation has been approved. Come on, we're going to Section Chief Zheng. As he spoke, Team leader Wang pushed me toward Zheng's office. Section Chief Zheng treated me even more warmly than before. He received me enthusiastically and led me to Director Ding. Then Zheng waved Team leader Wang away. There's nothing else for you here. Go back. Team leader Wang looked aggrieved. Burning the bridge as soon as you cross the river? When you need someone, you call him forward. When you're done, you kick him away. How typical. I followed Section Chief Zheng to Director Ding's office. Ding warmly brewed me a cup of tea, though it was nothing expensive, only gaoshui, or broken tea leaves. He patiently explained, gaoshui is also called gaoma, and people sometimes call it labor protection tea. It lets ordinary people enjoy the fragrance of tea while preserving the dignity of old Beijing residents. Director Ding nodded with satisfaction after hearing my answers. Not bad. A young man should have this kind of quick mind. You need to think more in daily life. Come, I'll take you to see Factory Director Hu and collect your award. As he spoke, Ding turned to Section Chief Zheng. There's nothing else for you here. You can go back. I followed Director Ding to Factory Director Hu's office. Director Hu first asked about my recent circumstances with concern, then affirmed my work performance and contributions. After offering encouragement, he handed me the rewards. They included a 500 yuan bonus allocated by the higher authorities and a certificate of honor. The steel mill had added rewards of its own. Another 100 yuan, an enamel mug printed with the factory emblem, a brand new thermos, and a substantial stack of grain, soap, and cloth coupons. When I looked closely, I even found a radio coupon. Thank you so much, Director. From now on, I'll work even harder and bring greater honor to our steel mill, I said excitedly. Factory Director Hu nodded in satisfaction, then turned and instructed Director Ding to value and protect talented young people like me. He had heard that a university professor had taken an interest in me and urged me to pursue further study. If the university recruited me away, the steel mill would lose face. My colleagues' eyes were full of envy. After all, how long had I been employed? I had not only become a permanent worker ahead of schedule, but jumped 2 grades. How could they not feel somewhat ashamed by comparison? Yet they were not jealous, because I had earned everything through my own ability without connections or favoritism. I had become a permanent employee early because I repeatedly succeeded in procuring game meat and brought practical benefits to everyone on the team. I had risen 2 grades because I developed an innovation like the hand-pumped well. Chensi, are you treating us? Someone asked half in jest. This was a major event, so inviting everyone to a meal was only proper. Besides, since joining the mill, I had never eaten or drunk together with the team. I nodded with a smile. Sure. What do you suggest? I also wanted to get along better with everyone and fit into the group more quickly. Why don't we go to the team leader's house again? We can each bring some ingredients, someone suggested. They had done this many times before. Procurement officers always had a few things on hand, whether mushrooms, mountain products, or something else. To keep any one person from bearing the entire burden, everyone brought something to group dinners. Team leader Wang pretended to curse angrily. You bastards are always thinking about those bottles of liquor in my house. His face, however, was covered in smiles. I said, then let's do it tonight. We'll gather at the team leader's house, and I'll bring several jin of meat. Several jin. Everyone was speechless. This kid truly lived as though feeding himself meant feeding his entire household. None of them could afford extravagance like that. They had families whose futures still mattered. Seeing that the cost did not burden me in the slightest, team leader Wang said, then we'll make hot pot. The rest of you can bring napa cabbage, potatoes, and whatever else you have. Tonight, everyone will bask in Chensi's good fortune. Once we agreed, I skipped work again and went home. Team leader Wang was already accustomed to it. Procurement officers spent most of their time traveling outside. Who sat in the mill all day? When I returned to the courtyard, Li Yud and Da Peng were already waiting at the entrance. Chensi, you really have it easy. Uncle Li left you the house, the bicycle, and everything else, Da Peng said enviously. From his perspective, Uncle Li was practically the ideal father. I parked the bicycle securely and turned to Li Yud and Da Peng. Let's go. Stop dawdling. Aren't we taking the bicycle? Da Peng asked curiously. I asked in return. If I ride, are the 2 of you planning to run behind me? Can't we sit on it? Da Peng asked. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. How are 3 people supposed to fit? One on the front and another on the back? That image is too beautiful for me to contemplate. We're 3 grown men, not little girls. We won't fit. Donglishun was a venerable restaurant and the first choice for anyone seeking mutton hot pot. In the 1920s, it improved the pots and utensils used for the dish. Its carefully selected ingredients, meticulous preparation, complete range of seasonings, and powerful heat quickly distinguished it from Beijing's other mutton hot pot restaurants and made it the leader of the trade. Before liberation, political turmoil and constant warfare forced Donglishun through many hardships and reversals. Even so, its business performance remained among the best in Beijing's restaurant industry. In 1955, 3 years ago, government support helped Donglishun complete its transition to joint state-private ownership. All of that rested on one sentence from the great leader. Donglishun must be preserved forever. Those words became the restaurant's finest shield, leaving it free from worry. Dapeng sighed. Chinsi, don't laugh at me, but this is my first time eating mutton hot pot at Donglishun. Liud agreed. Mine too. I led them inside and found a relatively quiet place to sit. Once seated, I began ordering. Hello? 3 gene of mutton, please. Chinsi, that's enough. It's too much, Liud hurriedly urged. Then Liud remembered something. You said you had something to discuss with us. What is it? How much do you know about the black market? I asked in a low voice. Dapeng nodded and admitted frankly, I know about it. I've even been there. I smiled faintly and invented a friend out of thin air. I know someone with a source for scarce goods such as grain, meat, sugar, and oil. He wants to sell them on the black market. Are you interested in taking part? Liud and Dapeng looked at each other, temptation flashing in both their eyes. This was unquestionably a chance to transform their lives. Selling on the black market carried risks, but surely it was better than their present existence. We're interested. How would it work? Dapeng asked impatiently. I explained in detail. My friend supplies the goods, and you handle the sales. You receive a 3% commission on every transaction. For example, if you sell 100 yuan worth, you earn 3 yuan. But you must pay extremely close attention to safety. The moment anything feels wrong, abandon the goods rather than get caught. If you are unfortunate enough to be arrested, remember, tell them nothing. Keep eating. Are you full already? Surely not. When I saw Liud put down his chopsticks, I asked with concern, Are you thinking of taking some home for your sisters? I paused, then understood. Eat. When we leave, I'll give both of you something to take home. Liud and Dapeng might be the tools I had chosen, but I still treated them well. Brothers were supposed to help one another. I told him to eat his fill. I would prepare other things for him to take home. Back at the courtyard, I brought out 20 gene of millet, 4 gene of beef jerky, 2 gene of brown sugar, and 6 apples. Each man received 10 gene of millet, 2 gene of jerky, 1 gene of brown sugar, and 3 apples. It would improve life at home and count as support before our partnership formally began. Dapeng knew how to ride a bicycle, so I also asked him to carry a message to Li Family Village. The 4 sets of hand pump components were ready. The village should come collect them in the city, and they needed to return the borrowed cargo tricycle. Take the goods home first, then go. Don't let anyone on the road see what's inside the cloth sacks. After the 2 men left, I was not present for their families' discussions about the black market business. Later that day, they returned and told me that their parents were worried about the risks but had not forcibly stopped them. My rule: goods can be abandoned. People must run first, had at least reassured their families somewhat. As agreed, Dapeng went to Li Family Village and delivered the message to villagers working in the fields. The next afternoon, Li Dafu and the others returned the cargo tricycle and used an ox cart to haul away the 4 sets of components. The village had already selected the well locations and was waiting only for the parts to arrive. I asked them to tell my grandparents that I was dining with colleagues that evening and would return to the village the next day. Only after the pumps and social obligations had been handled did I begin preparing the 5 gene of beef for Team Leader Wang's home. Chapter 39. Dinner with my colleagues. Following the directions, Dapeng reached Li Family Village without trouble. He asked a villager working in the fields, Comrade, is this Li Family Village? The villager looked up and replied, That's right. This is Li Family Village. Who are you? Dapeng smiled. I'm Li Chinsi's childhood friend from the same courtyard. He asked me to tell you that the hand pump parts you wanted are finished. You should go into the city and collect them. And remember to return his cargo tricycle. Li Dafu and the others knew which tasks were urgent. Before leaving, I asked them to tell my grandparents that I was dining with colleagues tonight and would return home tomorrow. Li Dafu later told me that he had made a special trip to my grandparents' home to deliver the message. Night had already fallen when I strolled up to the entrance of Team Leader Wang's courtyard compound. In my hand was a basket containing 5 gene of fresh, tender beef for hot pot. I knew that meatballs, ham sausages, and many other ingredients would also suit the meal, but their source would be difficult to explain, so I had to abandon the idea. At the courtyard entrance, I offered an older man a cigarette and asked, "Sir, does Wang Weiman live in this compound?" He answered, "Young man, you must be Wang Weiman's friend. Several people have already arrived. Go inside. He lives in the rear courtyard, and you'll see him as soon as you enter." I nodded gratefully. "All right. Thank you, sir." When I reached the rear courtyard, I immediately saw my colleagues smoking outside the team leader's door. The moment they spotted me, they called warmly, "Chinsi, over here." "Want a cigarette, Chinsi?" someone asked, offering me one. Everyone's gaze unconsciously settled on the basket in my hand. Tonight's main attraction was hidden inside. Hearing the commotion, team leader Wang stepped out as well. "Oh, you finally made it? I thought you'd gotten lost." I smiled and handed him the basket. I went to collect the meat, but unfortunately, I could get only 5 gene. Only. My colleagues all gave me looks that said, "You really are something, kid." Team leader Wang looked inside and immediately grinned. "Hey, this beef is excellent, perfect for hot pot. All right, you just wait to eat." He carried it inside, and I followed, greeting his wife. "Hello, sister-in-law." Team leader Wang's wife wore her hair short and looked capable and efficient. Although she had given birth to 3 children, she remained quite attractive. She greeted me warmly. "You must be Chinsi. Old Wang has talked about you constantly these past few days. Come in and make yourself at home." Then she called her 3 children over to greet me. I took several coconut candies from my pocket and handed them to team leader Wang's 3 sons. That was right. All 3 were boys. "Chinsi, even your sister-in-law has never seen candy like this." She motioned to the children. "Quickly, thank your Uncle Lee." "Thank you, Uncle Lee," the 3 children said in unison. I explained with a smile. "This is coconut candy from the South. I hear they began producing it only in the past couple of years. It has a coconut flavor and tastes quite good. Everyone should try some." As I spoke, I pulled another handful from my pocket. "So this is what coconut tastes like," everyone marveled. Coconuts came from the South. These northerners had never tasted one, and many had never even seen one. More than a dozen children lingered outside the door. They did not approach, but their eyes kept darting our way. Everyone understood what they wanted. I was not stingy and beckoned. "Come over, children." I had bought a bag of 40 coconut candies from the store. After handing them out, only a few remained, so I gave those to team leader Wang's 3 sons. The 3 boys had not even had time to cheer before their mother confiscated the candy. She said they could not eat too much sugar and would save it for later. Parents often did this. Sometimes the stored candy melted before the children ever had another chance to eat it. 2 bottles of liquor were obviously nowhere near enough. The others had brought bottles too, though none compared with team leader Wang's Shifeng liquor. Wang raised his cup first. "Come, everyone. Let's drink together and congratulate Chinsi." His wife and children hurriedly ate their fill and left the table. The group ate and drank for nearly 2 hours before ending the evening in complete satisfaction. While clearing the dishes, Wang Weiman's wife looked at me and suggested to her husband, "Do you think Chinsi has a partner? Why don't we introduce my cousin Suchin to him?" I was handsome and open-hearted. For this gathering alone, I had brought 5 gene of beef and still remembered to distribute coconut candy, showing remarkable generosity. Moreover, according to team leader Wang, I had not been employed long but had already displayed outstanding ability and produced an invention. The mill had publicly commended me and made an exception to raise me 2 grades at once. Wang Weiman did not know whether to laugh or sigh. Suchin, with her personality, Chinsi might not like her. He had witnessed how forceful his wife's cousin could be. Most men could not tolerate it. His wife insisted, "How will we know without trying? What if Chinsi happens to like women like that?" Wang Weiman nodded helplessly. "Fine, I'll ask him one day." After returning to my courtyard, first uncle handed me the sliced deer antlers and explained in detail how much liquor to use and how long to steep them. I gave his family 2 apples as thanks, then placed the antler slices in the storage inventory. Late that night, Li Yud and Dapeng came to collect the first batch of goods. I divided approximately 40 gene of beef jerky and 60 gene of brown sugar equally, giving each man 20 gene of jerky and 30 gene of sugar. Study the market before setting your prices. If you see anything abnormal, leave. Don't cling to the goods. Dapeng, that applies especially to you. You're going there to do business, not fight. They chose different black markets so they would not compete for customers. Dapeng later told me that admission cost a 1 yuan management fee. After looking around, he priced the beef jerky at 5 yuan per gene and the brown sugar at 1.2 yuan. Li Yud also charged 5 yuan for the jerky, but only 1 yuan per gene for the sugar. Everything sold before midnight. Dapeng took in 136 yuan. His 3% commission came to 4.08 yuan, but he kept only 4. Li Yud took in 130 yuan and earned 3.9 yuan. It was the first time either man had carried more than 100 yuan. Neither dared keep it until the next day, so they returned in the middle of the night to settle the accounts. Dapeng even imitated a cat outside my door, nearly making me think he was insane. No one in the courtyard kept a cat. Hearing one meow every night at midnight would attract more suspicion, not less. I told them they did not need to bring the money back the same night in the future. They could settle the previous account when they collected the next batch. Nothing went wrong during the first trial sale, and the prices confirmed the black market's demand. 40 jin of jerky and 60 jin of brown sugar became 266 yuan in cash in a single day, far more than the ordinary procurement price at the factory. But the greater the profit, the greater the risk. I warned them again that I would not immediately increase the next batch. Establishing consistent operating habits, escape routes, and accounts mattered more than earning a few dozen extra yuan in one night. After the first trial sale, I recalculated the money in my hands. A substantial part of the 1,000 yuan left by the body's original owner had already been spent. Between procurement settlements, the reward for the hand-pumped well, and the proceeds from 2 nights of sales, I now had a little over 1,600 yuan in cash. Life was certainly comfortable, but I remained far from the 10,000 yuan needed for the supermarket's next upgrade. The next day's 1 yuan flash sale offered 100 jin of chestnuts and 100 jin of cured duck. I paid 1 yuan for each. I set aside 80 jin of cured duck for Dapeng and Li Yud's next trial sale, then prepared to take 20 jin of duck, 20 jin of chestnuts, my certificate, the enamel mug, and the thermos back to Li family village. As my bicycle approached the village entrance, a weak cry suddenly came from the grass beside the road. I squeezed the brake, followed the sound, and parted the grass to reveal a bamboo basket. Inside lay a newborn baby girl wrapped in swaddling clothes, her tiny face red from crying. There was no note beside her and nothing that revealed where she came from. I called out several times, "Whose child is this? Is anyone there?" No answer came from the field ridges or woods. The baby only cried more urgently, her fingers trembling in the cold wind. I did not dare wait any longer. Tying the basket to the rear rack would make the ride too rough, so in the end I held the baby with one arm and pushed the bicycle toward the village with the other. She had no obvious injuries, but an infant this small could withstand neither hunger nor the chill of night. At the time, I knew nothing about who had left her there or why. I knew only that if I abandoned her where she was, she might not survive until nightfall. When my family saw me carrying a swaddled infant from a distance, everyone gathered around. I explained exactly how I found her, then asked Aunt Huang, "Auntie, could you help care for her for now? I'll find a way to provide the powdered milk." Aunt Huang took the child with movements far more practiced than mine. She opened the swaddling clothes, confirmed that the baby was a girl, and touched the back of her neck. "Give her a little warm water first, then mix some powdered milk. As for her household registration and what happens later, the family will need to discuss it." I looked at the wrinkled little face inside the swaddling clothes and had already made my decision. Since I had brought her home, I could not save her for only one night. When I returned to Li Family Village, the villagers warmly greeted me from a distance. Li Family Village was small and did not even qualify for movie screenings. Anyone who wanted to watch a film had to travel to the nearby Red Star commune. The commune often organized outdoor screenings and notified several surrounding villages. For everyone there, it was a rare cultural event. When the villagers saw that I had returned carrying a baby, however, they all fell silent. Most other people would probably have stayed far away. What the eye did not see could not trouble the mind, bring hesitation, or create guilt. Only after I had walked away did the villagers begin discussing it. Only 16th uncle would dare bring an abandoned person home. Chensi has the means. Adopting one child is nothing to him. No matter what, she's still a human life. Little granduncle has a kind heart and can't bear to see something so tragic. Everyone in the village agreed that I was kind-hearted. I often gave food to the village children and had therefore earned people's support and respect, not merely because my clan seniority was high. When I arrived home, Li Jiming and his men were building the new rooms while Grandpa supervised from the side. They all stopped and greeted me when they saw me. Grandpa immediately forgot about supervising and hurried toward his grandson. "Chensi, you're back so early?" As soon as he reached me, he noticed the infant in my arms and looked utterly confused. "Grandpa, I came home right after breakfast today. I didn't even go to the steel mill. I found this baby girl on the road and couldn't bear to leave her suffering. Grandpa, let's adopt her. One extra mouth won't be a problem for our family." I was thinking of asking Aunt Huang to help raise her. She has experience with children, I explained. I also found it remarkable that the little girl had not cried once since I picked her up. I had already chosen a name. Grandpa, how does Li Qian sound? We can call her Qian. Grandpa nodded approvingly. Yes, that's a good name. My grandson is educated, unlike the others in this village. All they can think of are names like Erden, Suhua, Taguzi, and Erniu. Far too common. Hearing Grandpa find yet another way to praise me left me both amused and helpless. Grandpa, look. This is the certificate awarded by the state, and there was a 500 yuan bonus. The mill raised my pay by 2 grades and added another 100 yuan. Like a child displaying treasures, I showed him the rewards one by one. This was probably the first certificate of honor ever received by anyone in the village. How could Grandpa not be excited? Leaving the overly thrilled old man to himself, I hung the cured duck in the kitchen and placed the chestnuts on a stool. After a moment's thought, I quietly slipped several bags of powdered milk into the procurement basket while no one watched. Thank you for the trouble, Aunt Huang, I said politely. Aunt Huang took the little girl. Seeing that she appeared healthy, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chensi, there's no need to stand on ceremony with Aunt Huang. Her name is Chanqian, right? Go boil some water. I'll bathe and clean her in a little while. Fortunately, there's still powdered milk at home. That's right. Her name is Chanqian, I answered quickly. Then I added, Aunt Huang, we have plenty of powdered milk. I brought several more bags. Keep giving it to Laifu, like I, and Laifeng too. Don't be stingy. When it's gone, I'll ask my friend for more. With that, I hurried off to boil water. Old man, what are you doing? Grandma asked in confusion. Only then did Grandpa come back to his senses. Beaming, he held up the certificate. Look at this. The state awarded our Chinsi a certificate. Where do you think we should hang it? And the certificate isn't all he received. Chinsi truly is the most capable, Aunt Huang praised sincerely. Grandma smiled so broadly that the corners of her mouth nearly reached her ears. In all the generations of our family, Chinsi is the most successful. Then her thoughts shifted to her disappointing son. What good did all that schooling do my son? He never brought home a single certificate. In the end, a widow seduced him away, and he abandoned his parents and child. Raising him was a complete waste. Then Grandma gave Grandpa an idea. Make a frame for it. That will let us show off Chinsi's ability properly. Right. Grandpa agreed repeatedly and hurried away to find someone who could make a frame. Laifu and his 2 siblings entered the kitchen and asked curiously, Big brother, will she be our little sister from now on? I nodded with a smile. That's right. Chanqian is your sister now. You need to take good care of her from this day forward. Remember? Don't worry. I'll carry little sister on my back, Laifu answered sensibly. He often helped his mother look after his younger brother and sister and was quite skilled at caring for children. I took White Rabbit milk candies from my pocket and rewarded the 3 of them. White Rabbit was a rare new product introduced only last year as a tribute to the 10th anniversary of the People's Republic. I had heard that the factory producing it could make only 800 kilograms a day, entirely by hand. Furthermore, its advertising slogan, 7 White Rabbit candies equal 1 cup of milk, had made the candy famous as a nutritious food. Big brother, this candy is so sweet. Whenever the 3 children saw their big brother return, he brought delicious things, so they dreamed of him coming home more often. Laifu deliberately saved 1 White Rabbit candy for his mother to taste. The little baby must have been hungry because she suddenly began wailing at the top of her lungs. Aunt Huang understood immediately and hurried to mix powdered milk. Sure enough, Chanqian stopped crying the moment she drank and quietly enjoyed her meal. Laifu and his siblings crowded around their little sister. Laifu made silly faces to amuse her, like I refused to leave even though his nose was about to drip. Laifeng watched Chanqian drink and swallowed greedily, wanting a taste herself. Warmth filled me at the sight. I took out the bags of powdered milk and handed them to Aunt Huang. Take these home and give Laifu and the others half a bowl every day too. Other children were still starving, while hers at least would not lack nutrition. Just then, Grandpa returned from outside. Seeing everyone present, he called Li Jiming and the other workers inside for water and a rest. Yet instead of actually giving them water, he proudly took out Chinsi's certificate. None of you have ever seen a certificate, have you? Look at the one the state gave our Chinsi. And these prizes. Li Jiming and the others stared at the certificate and rewards in astonishment. There was an enamel mug, a thermos, and Chinsi had even risen by 2 pay grades. Every item filled them with envy. Grandpa did not tell them about the cash. Wealth should never be displayed. Otherwise, their eyes might have bulged even farther. Chinsi is incredible. The first certificate in Li family village. Li Jiming exclaimed. He half suspected that the Li ancestors themselves favored me, and that even the auspicious smoke rising from the ancestral graves drifted toward my home. Years ago, my father Li Shihua had stunned the entire village by becoming its first university student. Even then, people said great-granduncle's family had excellent feng shui. That's right. 16th uncle is the hope of our entire village, someone agreed. The corner of my mouth twitched. Hadn't that phrase once belonged exclusively to my father? When had it been transferred to me? Still, I did not concern myself with such a minor matter. Old woman, make everyone a bowl of sugar water. They've all worked hard, Grandpa instructed. After drinking the sugar water and looking at the baby girl I had brought home, everyone offered praise. They said she looked blessed and produced an entire basketful of other kind words. Before long, the village women arrived as well. They had heard that I brought home an abandoned child, adding another member to the family. By both sentiment and custom, they should visit and offer a few blessings. Those with the means even brought gifts. Grandma, I'll boil all the eggs and give one to everyone so they can share in the good fortune, I suggested. Then the visitors learned about my certificate and other achievements and unleashed another storm of flattery. They left Grandma so dizzy with delight that she no longer cared about losing the eggs. Once the eggs were boiled, every visitor received one, including Li Jiming and the others working outside. Not one person ate it on the spot. They all planned to take the eggs home to nourish their children. After seeing everyone off, I said, Grandma, I brought cured duck and chestnuts. Let's make rice with cured duck today. Good. We'll make cured duck rice. Grandma smiled from ear to ear. Li Fong sucked her finger and looked at me expectantly. Big brother, I want some too. Eat what? Come home and eat with your mother, Aunt Huang said from the side. I stroked Li Fong's head and turned to Aunt Huang. Stay for lunch. Call Uncle Xuqiang back to eat with us too. But, Aunt Huang hesitated. Grandma settled the matter. If Chincy tells you to stay and eat, then stay. Why so much fuss? Go call your husband later. How could the little sweet potato they serve at the dining hall fill anyone? Chincy, isn't Lai Fu old enough to start school? Aunt Huang suddenly remembered and asked me. I thought about it. She was right. Lai Fu was already 8, somewhat late to begin school. Aunt Huang smiled bitterly. The village school has closed. If he wants an education, he'll have to go to Red Star Commune. Only then did I learn that Li Family Village once had a school where children studied through 3rd grade before going to Red Star Commune for 4th grade. At the beginning of this year, however, the teacher fainted from hunger in the classroom, forcing the school to suspend lessons. Is the teacher from our village? I asked curiously. Grandma nodded and pointed outside. Ji Gao is the teacher. Look over there, that house is his. Grandma also told me that Li Ji Gao was the only teacher at Li Family Village Primary School and served as its principal. He taught all 3 grades and every subject by himself. Li Ji Gao had attended middle school. Before my return, he had been the 2nd most educated person in Li Family Village. The first, naturally, was my father, Li Shihua. I clicked my tongue in amazement. Good heavens, how busy would one person be? If it were me, I would have been overwhelmed long ago. At noon, I cooked a substantial meal for the construction workers and deliberately chopped up a cured duck. It was not large, so each person received only a few pieces, but Li Jiming and the others ate with deeply satisfied expressions. Li Xuqiang leaned comfortably against his chair, belched at leisure, and patted his round belly in complete satisfaction. He had certainly enjoyed a great deal of good food thanks to me recently. The family had barely cleared the table when a jumble of footsteps sounded in the courtyard. I looked up and saw the old party secretary, brigade captain, and several other village dignitaries walking toward our courtyard. Chincy truly is the pride of Li Family Village. Absolutely remarkable. The brigade captain's booming voice rang through the courtyard like a great bell, every word filled with admiration for me. The old party secretary stood beside him, nodding repeatedly with a gratified smile. The certificate was not merely my personal honor. It symbolized glory for all of Li Family Village. Chincy's hand-pumped wells have been an enormous help to the village. He fully deserves this certificate, the old party secretary added, his eyes full of approval. The residents of Li Family Village understood the miraculous benefits of the wells better than anyone. The 4 new wells had been installed and put into use the previous night, dramatically improving the water situation and solving the irrigation problem. Most villagers had previously spent vast amounts of time and energy carrying water to the fields. It was inefficient, and the spring never produced enough. Today was entirely different. Once the 4 new wells began operating, the villagers irrigated every field in a single morning. The harvest would determine whether everyone could fill their stomachs in the second half of the year. If yields fell, the entire village would go hungry. This was no joking matter. When I saw the visitors, I hurried into the inner room and took out the broken leaf tea I had bought especially in the city. For Grandpa, I had carefully selected a 5 yuan tin of fine tea from the secret store in my mind. Naturally, its quality far exceeded that of the broken leaves. Brigade Captain, old party secretary, please have some tea. I invited them warmly with a broad smile. A rural home was nothing like one in the city and had no delicate tea set. I had already given Grandpa the enamel mug awarded by the mill. Oh, the fragrance alone tells me this must be fine tea. The brigade captain lifted the large bowl close to his nose, inhaled deeply, and praised it without restraint. Old party secretary, there's something I'd like to trouble you to help with, I said while everyone drank. The old party secretary sipped his tea, set down the bowl, and nodded with a smile. Tell me, Chensi, if the village can do it, we'll handle it properly for you. Now that I needed a favor, he naturally considered it his duty to help. It concerns Qianqian. I'd like to ask you to help register her household, I said. The old party secretary looked relieved when he heard the request. You intend to place her household registration in our village? Make sure you think carefully, he warned. An urban registration is far more valuable than a rural one these days. An urban household registration entitles a person to state-supplied commodity grain. That is something rural people dream of. Grain and oil supply booklets came in many forms: red, blue, and plain brown craft paper. Each bore the name of its city and the words Urban Resident Grain and Oil Supply Certificate. For rural people, there were only a few ways to obtain one of those red, blue, or brown booklets. Take over a parent's position, receive a work assignment after passing an educational examination, join the military and earn promotion, receive a job placement because of disability, or rise from a barefoot rural cadre to become a formal state official. I've already decided. She'll be registered in the same household booklet as my grandparents, I said firmly. China had begun implementing the household registration booklet system as early as 1958. But grain and other supplies were no concern for me. As for Qianqian's future education, I would naturally find a solution. All right, I'll complete her household registration this afternoon, the old party secretary agreed without hesitation. After thinking briefly, I asked, Old party secretary, does the village have the means to reopen the school? The school. The old party secretary and the others froze, surprise on their faces. Since the school closed, everyone had focused entirely on obtaining enough food. The children's education had long been pushed out of their minds. Secretary, I think Li Family Village can at least just barely fill its stomach now. It's time to reopen the school, the brigade captain offered. His own child was already 7, old enough to begin school, so the issue had to be addressed. Now that I had raised it, Li Zhigao immediately expressed support. We still need to discuss this with Zhigao. How about we go ask his opinion together? The old party secretary suggested. He and the others quickly drained the tea in their bowls, rose, and headed toward Li Zhigao's home. I hurried after them. On the way, the old party secretary gave me a general account of teacher Li's family circumstances. Li Zhigao carried an enormous burden. He had 2 elderly parents to support and 5 young children to raise. The pressure of life rested on him like a mountain. Yet he was only a substitute teacher. He received no salary and survived entirely on work points. I could not help feeling deeply moved. Rural teachers had extraordinarily difficult lives. Brigade captain, secretary, come inside and sit. Oh, Chensi came too. When Li Zhigao saw everyone, he welcomed us warmly. There were not enough stools in the house, so he had to send the children into another room to free up space. Xiaolan, bring the stool from your room out for a guest, Li Zhigao instructed. As I greeted everyone, I carefully observed the house. Li Zhigao's parents appeared unwell. Their faces were so thin that their cheekbones protruded, leaving them haggard. 3 of his 5 children were girls. The eldest looked 15 or 16, nearly old enough to begin discussing marriage. The youngest boy was only 3 or 4. After I entered, he kept secretly peeking at me. When I looked back, he carefully called me 16th uncle, then shyly wrapped his arms around his mother's leg and hid behind her. Come here. I beckoned with a friendly smile. When I gently said, come here, everyone present seemed able to foresee the warm scene about to unfold. Even the little boy looked up at his mother with expectation shining in his eyes. Go on. 16th uncle is calling you, the woman encouraged gently. Only then did the boy walk toward me, anxious yet full of anticipation. I did not disappoint anyone. My pockets always seemed capable of producing little surprises, though naturally everything came from the store. I took out a handful of white rabbit candies and smiled. Hold these with both hands, and remember to share them with your brothers and sisters. Chensi, those are white rabbit candies. They're far too expensive, and you're giving him so many. Even children in the city could rarely enjoy a single one. No wonder every child in the village liked me so much and spent all day calling me 16th uncle or Grandpa 16. Really? A friend gave them to me, so I honestly don't know what they cost, I replied with a smile. Seeing this, the old party secretary hurriedly changed the subject. Zhigao, I heard someone came to propose a marriage. It didn't work out, Li Zhigao answered simply, without explaining the reason. The old party secretary and the others tactfully did not ask. The expression on Li Zhigao's face made it clear that the marriage discussion had been unpleasant. Well, perhaps it's better that it failed. Chensi spoke to us today about the school. The brigade captain and I agree that it's time for the village children to resume their education. What do you think, Zhigao? The old party secretary asked. That's wonderful. I have no objection. I can resume lessons at any time, Li Zhigao answered hurriedly. The old party secretary nodded and turned his gaze to Xiaolan. I remember Xiaolan did quite well in school. On the way here, Chensi and I discussed having her teach at the school as a substitute. The village would credit her with work points. That's wonderful. I don't know how to thank you, secretary. Li Zhigao thanked him repeatedly, then thanked several other people in turn. Don't thank me. It was Chensi's idea. He cares about the village children, and we have no reason not to support him. The old party secretary waved a hand. Li Zhigao hurriedly turned to me, pulled his daughter Xiaolan over, and expressed their deep gratitude. I shook my head with a smile. Li Family Village should be thanking your family. However poor we are, we cannot impoverish education. Learning to read is always worthwhile. Brother Zhigao, what does the school still lack? Perhaps I can help. Knowing that I had the ability, Li Zhigao spoke frankly. If possible, help us obtain chalk, pencils, and exercise books. You know some children's families are too poor to buy school supplies. All right, leave it to me. By the way, how many school-age children are there in the village? We should try to have all of them attend, I said. I'm afraid that may be difficult, the brigade captain added. Old party secretary, what if we do this? I offered a suggestion, and everyone immediately focused on me. Drawing on measures used in some places in later generations, I considered trying something similar in Li Family Village. Some families refuse to send their children to school mainly because they fear the expense. What if the village covers those costs? The old party secretary and the others gaped in astonishment. What exactly would the village cover? Tuition, meals, or everything? Did Li Family Village, a poor little settlement, truly possess such resources? Without the sweet potatoes and regular potatoes I had obtained, the collective itself might still be struggling to eat. The brigade captain shook his head with a bitter smile. How could Li Family Village possibly afford that? I answered confidently. Then the village needs to find a way to earn a little extra collective income. Understand, in the end, poverty was the root of everything. It was indeed difficult for individuals to earn extra income now. One wrong move could bring an accusation of speculation and profiteering. But a collective was different. The rural economy was collective by nature, and some experiments were not impossible. I could pay the school's modest expenses from my own pocket, but involving the entire village was the proper path. It would also reduce the risks considerably. Earn extra income? The brigade captain asked in confusion. Can that work? The village fields have all been assigned according to plan, he reminded me. If the higher authorities ordered them to plant wheat, they could not decide on their own to grow rice. I smiled and shook my head. I have no intention of touching the village fields. That would not be wise. But the village has no spare land for income-producing work. They could hardly rely on tiny household vegetable gardens for small-scale projects. That would have little meaning. Chensi, what exactly are you planning? Tell us so everyone can consider it together. In this simple room, everyone except Li Zhigao and me came from generations of farmers rooted in the soil. Yet raising poultry and livestock inevitably required grain. What could anyone do? People themselves did not have enough to eat. So how could they bear to feed precious grain to pigs? The brigade captain could no longer resist speaking. Chensi, you need to give us an idea. If they could generate income without occupying cultivated land, nothing could be better, and everyone would be willing to try. I nodded slightly and asked calmly. The only condition is that we don't use land currently planted with grain. Is that right? The corner of my mouth rose in a confident smile. Then it's simple. We only need to make reasonable use of the mountain and river, don't we? The river has dried up, so isn't the riverbed ready-made land? What if we plant something there? Fast-growing crops such as vegetables. The old party secretary slapped his thigh in excitement. Why didn't I think of that? I nearly forgot all about the riverbed. Li Zhigao considered matters more thoroughly. He frowned slightly and warned the others. But what if it rains one day and the river fills again? Wouldn't everything we plant be destroyed? I explained with a smile. That's precisely why I said we should choose crops with short growing periods. Even if the river rises, our losses will be relatively small. Think carefully. Other than a few seeds, what could we lose? And I can solve the seed problem. The old party secretary immediately decided. Chintzy, then we'll trouble you to obtain some seeds. Tell us how much they cost, and the village will find a way to gather the money. I nodded. Now that we've discussed the river, let's talk about the mountain. The moment the brigade captain heard the word mountain, he objected. I'm afraid that won't work. Once we reclaim the land, it will be counted as cultivated acreage. And the mountain soil is poor. Reclamation might cost more than it earns. It simply wouldn't be worthwhile. The old party secretary glared at him, signaling that he should stop interrupting. Continue, Chintzy. We're listening. Still smiling, I said unhurriedly. I never suggested reclaiming the land. Think about it. Medicinal herbs have always commanded high procurement prices, haven't they? We can scatter a few medicinal crops through the mountains without giving them much care, as though they were growing wild. Whatever we eventually harvest becomes extra income. That idea actually sounds quite good, someone agreed. Soon, however, another person raised a concern. But medicinal seeds are difficult to obtain, and we don't know how many will survive. If we can't even recover the price of the seed, we'll suffer a terrible loss. I smiled helplessly. What business earns money without risk? Even wheat planted in the fields can be wiped out by natural disasters, droughts, floods, pests, or disease. Everyone fell silent at my words. I continued, taking a step back. Even if we don't grow medicinal herbs, surely we can cultivate mushrooms. Their price may not be especially high, but they grow quickly and yield large quantities. When the time comes, I'll procure them directly from the village and take them to the steel mill. The village gains a sales channel, I complete my procurement assignments, and the mill receives needed supplies. Doesn't that accomplish 3 goals at once? The old party secretary and the others exchanged glances before understanding dawned. They had nearly forgotten that I worked as a procurement officer at the steel mill. If I bought whatever the village produced and delivered it directly to the mill, they could eliminate many intermediate steps and a great deal of trouble. Yes, that's exactly right. The old party secretary's thinking had become clear, and his reactions quickened. I continued, then why hesitate? Hurry and take people to turn over the riverbed and prepare it for planting. I refuse to believe parents still won't send their children to school after this. Everyone admired my idea. They seemed to envision the future already. By then, parents might send even children too young for school. Secretary, I'll gather the workers now. The old party secretary raised a hand and warned him seriously. Go. But remember that this cannot delay our normal production assignments. These income-generating projects are only sidelines. Our main work remains the crops in the fields. Don't reverse the two. I understand, the brigade captain answered loudly. Then he turned and left to gather villagers with free time. The old party secretary looked at me and sighed. Chintzy, your mind truly is flexible. The solutions you devise are excellent. I smiled. That's why we must value education and let the children study. Only knowledge can change fate and make our lives improve. I need to clean and straighten up the school, Li Zhigao said, unable to sit still any longer. He wanted to begin preparations for reopening immediately. I'll go see it with you. Perhaps I can help, I said. Then let's leave now. Li Zhigao nodded and immediately called his family to join him. Li Zhigao led his wife and the children old enough to help toward the school. When I entered, I discovered that the so-called school was merely a somewhat larger house. It contained 3 classrooms and an office where the teacher could rest and work. While walking through one classroom, I accidentally bumped a chair. With a crack, it instantly collapsed and scattered into pieces across the floor. Embarrassed, I hurriedly said, I truly didn't use any force. Li Zhigao smiled reassuringly. It's fine, Chintzy. That chair was already old and broken. I'll find tools and repair it later. I offered a string of suggestions, including enlarging the windows because insufficient light could harm the children's eyesight. Of course, I also understood that larger windows might make the classrooms colder in winter, but we could solve those problems later. You only need to discuss these matters with the old party secretary, I suggested, then emphasized. The school concerns the entire village. What family doesn't have children? Even if a household has none now, won't it have some in the future? The whole village needs to work together. Those with money contribute money. Those with strength contribute labor. I teased Li Dachuan, getting married? He grinned foolishly. Not yet, but very soon. So I came to ask whether I could borrow your bicycle, 16th uncle. I asked, when are you going? So soon. I marveled. Marriage was wonderfully straightforward in this era. If two people liked each other, they might register the very same day. Unlike in later generations, no one dated for years while postponing marriage. I pointed at the bicycle. It's there. Take it. Thank you, 16th uncle. I'll bring you wedding candy another day. Lee Dachuan could not hide his excitement. Just then, I suddenly called, wait. I went inside, brought out 2 new towels, and handed them to Lee Dachuan. Since you call me 16th uncle, consider these my wedding gift to both of you. His father had already bought an enamel wash basin, a thermos, and wedding candy from the supply and marketing cooperative. Only the towels had been unavailable, leaving him frustrated. Now the 2 new towels from 16th uncle arrived like fuel in snowy weather and finally completed the 3 major items for a rural wedding. Together with the bicycle for collecting the bride, the ceremony would be splendid and respectable. 16th uncle, why don't you come to my house later with great-granduncle and have a couple of drinks? I nodded. All right, we'll come in a little while. Oh, take this too. I drew out a brand new pack of Dakium and cigarettes and gave it to Lee Dachuan so he would have more prestige when collecting his bride. Deeply moved, he hurriedly reached into his pocket to pay me. I hardened my expression. Don't force me to lecture you today. Lee Dachuan smiled awkwardly, put the money away, and pushed the bicycle toward the road. I soon noticed something strange. Lee Dachuan pushed the bicycle the entire way and never rode it. Li Jiming, who was working on the house, laughed. He has no idea how to ride. I suppose he'll push his bride home later. All I could do was click my tongue helplessly. When I went inside, I saw Lai Fu and his siblings guarding Qianqian, who had fallen asleep after eating her fill. Gratification filled me. I decided to reward them with something delicious and remembered the 20 gene of chestnuts in the kitchen. Sugar-roasted chestnuts? Perfect. I've been craving them too. I murmured, carried the chestnuts over, poured them into a bucket, and began washing them. Lai Fu and his siblings immediately left Qianqian's bedside and gathered around me. Lai Fu asked curiously, Big brother, what delicious thing are you making? I smiled. Something good for all of you. Lai Fu, wash some sand, the coarse layer on top. Clean it the same way you would wash rice. Understand, plenty of sand remained from growing bean sprouts 2 days earlier. I had deliberately saved the coarse grains and used the fine sand for the sprouts. All right. Like I wanted to help too and eagerly said, Big brother, me too. I told him, you don't need to do anything here. Tend the fire later. I was genuinely afraid that if Lai became careless, his runny nose might drip into the ingredients. That would be a disaster. I quickly reassigned him to tend the fire. Lai Fong anxiously raised her hand. Big brother, what about me? Watch your little sister while she sleeps. Don't let the mosquitoes bite her. Understand? I instructed. All right. Lai Fong immediately returned to Qianqian's side. Like a little scout, she vigilantly watched for flies and mosquitoes, protecting her sister's peace. Meanwhile, I washed and drained the chestnuts, then took a knife and cut across into each shell. This step was crucial. The cuts had to reach the flesh so the flavor could penetrate during roasting. At the same time, Lai Fu washed the coarse sand twice and carefully dried it. Once everything was ready, I began issuing instructions. Like I, go light the fire. The moment he received the order, Like I scampered into the kitchen. Tending a stove was practically a required skill for rural children, and he lit the fire even faster than I could. I poured the coarse sand into the wok and began stirring it. Then I added sugar syrup bought from the store in my mind. I could not be bothered to make it myself, and only little children such as Lai Fu were present. I did not need much of an explanation as long as I did not make it appear in front of their eyes. Don't make the fire too strong, I reminded Like I. He immediately pulled one piece of wood from the stove to lower the heat. Just then, Grandpa and Grandma returned from outside. One breath of the familiar fragrance told them that chestnuts were being roasted. Ever since their own grandson returned, it seemed the house had never run out of delicious food. The moment I saw my grandparents enter, I greeted them with a broad smile and gently supported Grandma's arm. Grandpa, Grandma, you must try my sugar-roasted chestnuts later. They taste wonderful. Grandma's eyes narrowed with delight. Good, good. Grandma can't wait. Grandpa stroked his beard and nodded. Yes, just from the smell, I know they'll be good. It's already stirred my appetite. A crowd of village children had gathered outside our courtyard gate, their little heads stretched forward and their eyes fixed on the inside. The rich aroma of the sugar-roasted chestnuts filled their noses, making them forget all about the wedding candy. They could only watch longingly from outside, sniffing from time to draw in the tempting fragrance. Unable to resist, I selected a chestnut from the wok, peeled off the shell, and placed the golden flesh in my mouth. I quickly filled a large plate and handed it to Lai Fu, who was already drooling. Take these to great-granduncle and great-grandaunt so they can taste them too. Like I, hurry and blow your nose, wash your hands, and get ready to eat chestnuts. Like I had waited impatiently and shot outside like an arrow. I had noticed the expectant children outside the gate long ago. The children saw me and formed a line without being told. Today's chestnuts were large, around 40 per gene. 20 gene amounted to approximately 800 chestnuts, more than enough. Feeling generous, I gave each child 4. Be careful not to burn your mouths, little ones. I reminded them with a smile as I distributed the chestnuts. The children who received them danced with joy and repeatedly cried, "Thank you, 16th uncle," or "Thank you, Grandpa 16." They eagerly peeled the shells and popped the chestnuts into their mouths. Their satisfied expressions suggested they had never tasted anything better in their lives. After finishing with the children, I returned inside, filled a basket with chestnuts, and walked to the nearby construction site. "Brother Jiming, let everyone rest and taste the chestnuts I roasted," I called. "All right." The aroma stole these fellows' souls long ago. They couldn't even concentrate on their work. Li Jiming replied with a smile. He had scolded them repeatedly for becoming distracted. "Oh, 1 each is enough for us. How could we eat more?" The workers protested politely. "Roasting chestnuts with sugar? Isn't that far too extravagant?" Someone marveled. I smiled and waved. "Don't stand on ceremony. These are all for you. There are plenty more inside, enough for everyone." Only then did Li Jiming divide the chestnuts fairly among the workers, filling each man's trouser pockets. The workers treasured them. Each person ate only one and carefully put away the rest, planning to take them home so the elderly and children could taste this rare delicacy. "These chestnuts are unbelievably delicious," one worker mumbled around a mouthful. Of course, they were roasted with sugar. Even a shoe sole would probably smell wonderful cooked that way. "Eat quickly, then get back to work and do a good job." "Humph, I feed you this well, so you'd better put some care into it," Li Jiming scolded with a smile. Despite his words, seeing everyone eat happily warmed my heart. I returned inside and poured a cup of warm water for each grandparent. "Grandma, how do they taste? Are they good?" I sat beside her and asked with concern. She chewed a chestnut and nodded, happiness covering her face. "Delicious. Truly delicious. These are the best chestnuts Grandma has ever eaten. Chincy, eat more yourself. Don't think only of us." I could not help smiling at them. "Eat slowly. There's no hurry, and plenty remain. No one will take them from you. Drink some water afterward so you don't choke." In my heart, I had long considered Lifu, like I, and Lifong my own younger siblings. "Grandpa, Dachuan is getting married. He invited you and me to dinner at his house," I said, turning to the old man. Grandpa nodded. "Then we'll go. I'll take a few things over later," I added. A few days earlier, Grandpa might have agonized over the expense. But after seeing the generous bonuses and prizes his grandson brought home, he no longer cared about such small gains or losses. I always acted swiftly once I made a decision. When Li Dachuan's father, Li Jiqing, saw me approaching from a distance, he hurried over with a beaming smile. "Oh, Chensi, you're treating us like strangers. Who brings his own food when he comes to drink at a wedding? You're embarrassing your brother Jiqing." Now that I had brought 2 cured ducks and rice, the staple could be upgraded to white rice and the feast gained another substantial meat dish. It gave the family enormous prestige. I smiled. "Brother Jiqing, I won't give a cash wedding gift. By the way, my home still needs timber for several pieces of furniture. Have Dachuan carry a few more logs over another day." "That's no problem at all. Come inside and sit." "Quickly, come in." When I entered, I saw 2 elderly people I did not recognize. 16th uncle, these are my maternal grandparents," Li Dachuan's younger brother introduced quickly. He had gone to great lengths to bring his maternal grandparents to live with them, coaxing and persuading the 2 elders until they finally agreed. "Grandma, Grandpa, this is..." Li Dachuan's younger brother had not finished when one of the elders interrupted. Although the couple had never met me, they had heard my story long ago. During the 1 or 2 days since moving in, their grandson had mentioned me often. Even the family's grain had been obtained through a trade with me. The 2 elders therefore greeted me with tremendous warmth and showed none of the airs of senior relatives. Dachuan entered holding Xiufang's hand and introduced her to each senior relative. When they reached me, he called me 16th uncle, and Xiufang politely followed suit. I offered my blessings and teased him about finding such a good wife. The wedding involved no complicated ceremony. Dachuan served his father a cup of tea, relatives and friends offered congratulations, and everyone gathered around the table. The 2 chickens originally prepared, plus the cured duck and rice I brought, created a wedding feast of rare abundance. After night fell, Grandpa and I took our leave and gave the newlyweds their privacy. I pushed the bicycle home beneath the moonlight, unaware that reporters had visited both the steel mill and my courtyard that day looking for me. Early the next morning, the 1 yuan flash sale refreshed with 100 jin of noodles and 100 jin of cured sausage. I spent 1 yuan on each and played with Qianqian for a while before riding back to the city. The moment I entered the courtyard, the neighbors surrounded me. From their overlapping accounts, I pieced together what had happened. A reporter from the Kyoto Daily had gone first to the steel mill, then visited the courtyard to learn more. Director Li from the neighborhood office had also asked First Andy to tell me that I should see her immediately upon returning. Da Peng and Li Yud also came to settle the proceeds from selling 80 jin of cured duck. The total was similar to the previous night. They had said nothing careless about our business in front of the reporters, which mattered more than earning a few extra yuan. Da Peng handed me another package. He had traded 2 cured ducks for an old painting signed Tang Bohu because, according to him, I had once mentioned liking antiques. I could not immediately determine whether it was genuine, nor could I remember when the formerly chintzy had said such a thing, but I still placed the painting in the storage inventory. If you encounter things like this in the future, keep an eye out for me. I'll cover the cost, I instructed. Don't search for them specifically, and never take risks for one object. Whether the old painting was genuine could be determined later. The neighborhood office's notice was more urgent. The reporter who had specifically asked for me would probably return today. I had no intention of changing the grand course of history. That truly lay beyond my abilities. But changing the people and events around me should not be excessive, should it? If a transmigrator still lived a miserable, timid life, what would have been the point of transmigrating? Sir, I'm here to see Director Li. I offered the elderly gatekeeper a cigarette. He accepted it and nodded with a smile. You're Li Chenxi, correct? Hurry inside. Not many people had seen me in person, but my name had spread widely. At the neighborhood office, practically everyone had heard of me. Come in. Director Li's voice sounded from inside. Auntie Li busy? I slipped into the office with a cheeky grin. Director Li looked up and instantly smiled when she saw me. You child, before anyone realized it, you accomplished something enormous. I called you here because the neighborhood office wants to show its appreciation too. The rewards aren't especially valuable, so don't look down on them. How could I? Thank you for the neighborhood office's care. I replied quickly. I understood that although the neighborhood office's authority was limited, it directly administered this area. Anyone living here inevitably needed its assistance. Naturally, I would not distance myself from Director Li. Building a good relationship could only help. She handed over the office's rewards, an enamel wash basin, an enamel mug, a thermos, and soap. Auntie Li, was the powdered milk I gave you last time all right to drink? I suddenly asked. Director Li froze. Why wouldn't it be? She looked at me in confusion. Do you suspect I poisoned it? Oh, Auntie Li, that isn't what I meant. I hurriedly waved my hands. I've heard that some infants are allergic to powdered milk, so I wanted to ask. Since he can drink it, that's wonderful. I brought 2 more bags this time. Take them home and let my little grandnephew drink as much as he wants. When they're gone, tell me. I can certainly obtain more from my friend. Director Li accepted the milk happily, surprise on her face. Allergies? I truly haven't heard much about that. Thank you, Chenxi. Then she took 20 yuan from her drawer and offered it to me. In truth, she had been wondering how to raise the subject. The previous 2 bags were not yet empty, but they would not last much longer. Auntie Li, my eyes brightened as I seized the opportunity. I happen to need your help with something. There's an empty room in the front section of my courtyard. My childhood friend Luo Dapeng has a large family, and their home is terribly cramped. He asked me to find out what requirements he would need to meet to move into that vacant room. Does your friend already live in the same courtyard? Director Li asked. I nodded quickly. That's right. His family lives in the front courtyard, very close to the room. Oh, I see. Then have him submit an application to the neighborhood office and complete the formalities, Director Li answered. All right, Auntie Li. I won't delay your work. Although that was what I said, inwardly I was preparing to make a swift escape. Wait. Don't rush off. Director Li hurriedly stopped me and said seriously, a reporter from the Kyoto Daily will be here in a little while. They specifically requested an interview with you. This is important business for our neighborhood office, so you must not let us down. I had no choice. With a helpless expression, I found a place inside the office and waited. The Kyoto Daily reporter arrived before long. A young journalist conducted the interview, formally beginning with a series of questions and answers. When questioned, I repeated my usual account. Hand-pumped wells existed in ancient China. My work was merely an improvement. Over 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, our people developed many practical technologies. We should uncover more of them and put them to work in the service of our country and people. Director Li nodded repeatedly from the side. She had expected me to suffer stage fright and fail to handle the interview, which was why she stayed nearby to smooth over any awkward moments. To her surprise, I answered fluently and spoke with genuine depth. I mentioned the country and people constantly, leaving no room for criticism. Anyone who tried to find fault would sound as though he opposed the nation and its people. Comradely Chinsi, you are absolutely right, the reporter said, moved by my words. We should preserve the essence of our traditional culture and discard its dross, not reject everything wholesale. Then I spoke about why I had improved the hand-pumped well. I wanted to make it easier for my grandparents to fetch water. I explained that the elderly had difficulty moving and that I simply wanted to show them some filial devotion. Thank you for your cooperation, comradely Chinsi. Watch for tomorrow's newspaper. Reporter Fong put away his pen with satisfaction, shook my hand, and said goodbye. Brother Chun is really impressive, one accompanying staff member praised. Indeed. Young, capable, and bound for a bright future, another agreed. I happily carried the prizes from the neighborhood office back to the courtyard. The moment I entered the front courtyard, I ran into Da Peng's mother, Aunt Luo. Chinsi, you aren't even married yet. Why have you replaced everything with new items? Seeing me carrying a new wash basin, thermos, and other goods, Aunt Luo could not help asking curiously. I smiled. You misunderstood, Aunt Luo. These are rewards from the neighborhood office. She immediately began praising me. Chinsi, you're the successful one. You've brought honor to our courtyard. I did not respond to the compliment and changed the subject. Aunt Luo, isn't that room over there still vacant? Da Peng told me his home was crowded, so I spoke to Director Li about it today. She said he should submit an application to the neighborhood office. Aunt Luo was overjoyed. Good, good. Chinsi, we truly owe you. I'll find Da Peng right now and tell him the good news. I clocked in at the steel mill. The article about the hand-pumped well had not yet appeared, but news had spread throughout the mill, and people repeatedly turned to look at me as I passed. Most of Team 5's members were out on procurement runs, leaving only team leader Wang behind. I reported my recent progress, confirmed that none of our procurement assignments had fallen behind, and left the mill early. It was now early June, and the village was waiting for seeds. First, I bought a 6 yuan roast duck from Quanjude, then prepared several jin of apples, 10 jin of noodles, and 10 jin of cured sausage. Finally, I selected 7 or 8 varieties of vegetable and melon seeds from the supermarket. Most were fast-growing crops such as bok choy, rapeseed greens, and yard-long beans, though I also added longer-season plants such as pumpkins and radishes. When I returned to Li family village, Grandpa smelled the roast duck and said with a smile that he had eaten it only a few times in his entire life. I gave Grandma the enamel mug awarded by the neighborhood office and put away the wash basin as well. For the time being, I left the thermos in the city. Grandma had just coaxed Qianqian to sleep. When she saw me bring home yet another basket of food, her first question was whether I had wasted money. I told her the clearly posted price of the roast duck, explained where everything came from, and promised that every yuan and coupon was accounted for. Only then did she go call Uncle Xuqiang's family to dinner. While daylight remained, I delivered the seeds to the old party secretary's home. He handed me a stack of collective funds. I did not count every note, only confirmed that the amount covered my costs. The seeds were not an unlimited personal gift from me to the village. If the collective sideline was to continue, its accounts needed to be clear from the first day. Don't plant vegetables over the entire riverbed, I warned. Leave one section open. In a few days, we'll find a way to obtain seed for a late corn crop. Vegetables can earn money, but grain provides a foundation. The old party secretary agreed and immediately arranged for planting to begin the next day. At the time, I did not know whether Shanshui village would also begin using its riverbed. The idea had never been meant to belong only to Li family village. At dinner, the roast duck occupied the center of the table. Uncle Xuqiang wanted one more cup of Grandpa's treasured liquor. Grandpa glared at him, but pushed over the flask anyway. It was the first time Lai Fu and his siblings had eaten roast duck. Remembering their mother's warning, they did not fight with their chopsticks. Aunt Huang ate several bites while holding Qianqian, then went to collect the dishes. Afterward, she brought out 2 sets of new clothes she had finished for Grandpa and Grandma. The elders tried them on, and both fit. She also planned to use the remaining cloth to make 2 or 3 little outfits for Qianqian. Before they left, Grandma gave 1 apple to each of the 3 children. Aunt Huang tried to refuse, but I persuaded her to accept them. Relatives should exchange kindness with one another. One side could not always contribute while the other remained polite. She had sewn the clothes stitch by stitch. The 3 apples were hardly unearned. That night, Grandma placed the family's only kerosene lamp in my room. When I tried to give it back, She said young people needed light to read, while the elderly went to bed early and had no use for it. I made a mental note to bring them another lamp and a flashlight next time. In the middle of the night, urgent shouts suddenly sounded outside. Lee Das-hun stood in the courtyard holding a 4 or 5-year-old child. The boy's face was bright red, and his forehead was frighteningly hot. They had applied cold water compresses without much improvement and wanted to borrow my bicycle to reach the city overnight. Do you know how to ride? I asked as I pushed the bicycle outside. Das-hun froze. He could not ride, and neither could anyone else. Merely lending them a bicycle would solve nothing. I told him to secure the child firmly on the rear seat while I pedaled. The journey from the village to the hospital normally took 2 hours. The child's breathing grew increasingly rapid. I did not dare delay, so I steadied the handlebars and raced into the night. Human relationships were not about yielding an extra cup of liquor at the dinner table. They meant having someone willing to shoulder the burden with you when disaster truly struck. The instant I touched the child's burning forehead, my heart leaped into my throat. The heat felt as though it might scorch my palm. He's burning up. If this continues, the fever could cause permanent damage before we reach the hospital. In the darkness, I closed my eyes and quickly pictured the mysterious store. When I hurried back with rubbing alcohol, the commotion outside had awakened my grandparents. The alcohol worked on the same principle as cold water, carrying heat away as it evaporated and lowering body temperature. We already wiped him down with cold water, but it didn't help at all. Lee Das-hun's voice rose unnaturally with panic. His brows knotted tightly, his face full of helpless anxiety. I quickly handed him the small bottle and instructed solemnly, "Hurry, rub this on the child to lower his temperature. Otherwise, he could be in danger before we reach the hospital. Remember, do not apply it to his chest or stomach." "It's cool. It really seems to be working," Lee Das-hun cried in delight. His nearly distorted expression relaxed slightly. Only then did everyone's pounding heart ease a little. I turned, quickly pushed over the bicycle, and anxiously asked Lee Das-hun, "Do you know how to ride?" Everyone froze. Panic had clouded their minds. They had thought only of my bicycle and how much faster it could carry the child into the city for medical care. Seeing their expressions, I instantly understood. "Then do this. Carry the child on your back and sit on my rear rack. I'll take both of you to the hospital." "Thank you for the trouble, 16th uncle," Lee Das-hun said. "Hold on tightly," I shouted, stamped down on the pedals, and sent the wheels spinning through the silent night toward the city. Seeing that her son was finally on his way to the hospital, Lee Das-hun's wife could no longer control herself. With a thud, she knelt before my grandparents and knocked her forehead heavily against the ground several times. "Oh, get up quickly. What are you doing?" My grandparents hurriedly reached down to help her, repeating the words again and again. A bicycle trip to the city usually took me around 2 hours. Tonight, however, the emergency allowed no delay. Burning with anxiety, I used every ounce of strength and pedaled desperately. At the hospital, Lee Das-hun carried his son on his back and ran inside, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Doctor! Doctor, save my son!" His voice was full of panic and despair. The doctor heard him and wasted no time. He immediately took the child into an examination room and checked him carefully. "What kind of parents are you? Why did you wait until his fever was this high? Any later, and it could have damaged his brain." Applying alcohol was a good decision, though, the doctor added after examining him, unable to resist a few words of criticism. Lee Das-hun smiled bitterly. "We live in Lee family village, far from here. We brought him as quickly as we possibly could. All right, enough. Hurry and pay the fee." The doctor had no desire to argue further with the family. Time was short, and the child needed immediate treatment. The moment I saw what was happening, I took out a 10 yuan bill and offered it without hesitation. "Take this and pay first. You can repay me after we return to the village." "Thank you, 16th uncle." Lee Das-hun accepted the money gratefully and raced to the payment window. The total came to 4 yuan. 4 yuan might not have been a major expense to me, but for Lee Das-hun's family, who survived on work points, it was substantial. His son's fever had consumed nearly 1/10 of their annual income at once. The doctor said the boy could take medicine home and recover there. I took father and son to a breakfast stall and ordered several steaming buns and cups of soy milk. As for the fermented mung bean drink called doji that later generations praised as something miraculous, I simply could not tolerate its distinctive taste and decisively passed on it. "Eat, have plenty, and don't stand on ceremony. I won't return to the village with you later. You can take the public bus home," I said when I saw Lee Das-hun stop after one bun, too embarrassed to reach for another. Riding a public bus was a novel experience. The conductor held a small clipboard in her left hand with 4 stacks of tickets attached, while her right hand held a red and blue pencil tied with a rubber band. The tickets came in red, green, yellow, and blue, representing fares of 5 fun, 1 jiao, 15 fun, and 2 jiao. They were narrow and thin, only about 2 centimeters wide and 6 centimeters long, and could easily be lost. Some people stuck the ticket to their lips so it would remain safe and visible to the conductor. 16th uncle, 1 bun is enough for me, Li Dashun said with an embarrassed smile. Then he responded to my suggestion. We don't need the bus. I'll carry him home. The road isn't that far, and will certainly arrive before noon. The bus would cost another 2 jiao. Li Dashun could not earn that much in a full day of village labor. I shook my head and advised him patiently, don't try to save a few jiao. It's a long road. Carrying the child will exhaust you and make him suffer too. If his condition worsens again before you reach home, you'll lose far more than you save. I stood. All right, take any buns you can't finish. And when you return, tell my grandparents that I may not come home today. All right, 16th uncle, Li Dashun replied. As I rode my bicycle, I checked the store's newly refreshed 1 yuan section. It offered 100 jin of taro and 100 jin of dried fish. I loved steamed pork belly with taro. Just imagining the soft, starchy taro paired with rich but non-greasy pork made my mouth water. Threadfin fish were found all along China's coast, though they were more numerous in the south. It was said that during fishing season in Zhejiang, Fujian, and other places, large yellow croaker were so abundant that they covered the sea in dense schools. A single cast of the net could bring up countless fish. When I returned to the courtyard, I happened to meet Dapeng carrying a bamboo tray piled with mantu buns and eggs out of his house. Seeing my unsteady steps and pale face, he gave me a strange smile and teased. Well, look at you. Did you spend the whole night as a bridegroom? I rolled my eyes. You think I'm you staying out all night? A child in the village developed a high fever in the middle of the night, so I brought him into the city for treatment. And what are you doing? Why so many buns and eggs? Are you serving a condemned man his final meal? Dapeng spat several times at once. You're the one eating a condemned man's last meal. Didn't we get the room? My father asked me to give buns and eggs to every family in the front courtyard. Once I clean it, we'll move in and set up 2 banquet tables. You need to come when we do. I sighed. Old ginger truly is spicier. Your father thinks of everything. Dapeng chuckled. Of course. Chensi, you made the greatest contribution. How could we leave you out? I nodded. Do you have dishes for the banquet? Want me to obtain some meat? Dapeng's eyes lit up. Can you get pork? My mother plans to buy 2 chickens at the market. I frowned. Pork is difficult to buy, and your family doesn't have many meat coupons, does it? Dapeng nodded. That's right. Pork is simply too hard to find. I thought for a moment. I'll ask around, but I can't guarantee anything. Dapeng held the buns toward me. Want one? My mother just steamed them. I shook my head. I just had stuffed buns and soy milk. I'm going home for a nap. Dapeng smiled. Then hurry and sleep. I had barely lain down when someone knocked outside. Boss, boss, it was Master Gu's voice. I quickly rose and opened the door, took out a cigarette, lit it for Master Gu, and asked, What is it, Master Gu? He took a puff. That side of the house is finished. Would you like to? I immediately understood and nodded. Good. Then please have everyone help move these things over there. I followed Master Gu into the newly renovated rooms and looked around. They were vastly better than before, especially the bathroom. At last, I no longer needed to visit the public toilet outside. After the move, Master Gu still looked as though he wanted to say something. I prompted him. Master Gu, speak freely. He sighed. Boss, I hear you're a procurement officer at the steel mill. Could I ask you for some grain? You can deduct the price from the remaining wages. I immediately understood that Master Gu was asking on behalf of one of his helpers. Would taro work? I asked. I planned to keep some of the 100 jin of taro from today's store refresh for steamed pork belly, but I could not possibly eat all the rest. Yes, of course. Master Gu replied hurriedly. All right, I'll bring it to you later, I said. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much. Master Gu repeated. After going outside, Master Gu said a few words to the others, and everyone worked with even greater energy. When I woke again, I saw Dong Dong from Auntie's family wiping down my bicycle. He had cleaned it so thoroughly that he was even digging mud from the tires. I walked over, took an apple from the store inventory, secretly tucked it into his shirt, and patted his head twice. Hurry home and eat it. Thank you, big brother Chensi. Dong Dong hugged the apple to his chest and trotted home bent over, eager to show his treasure to Grandma. Grandma, look. Big brother Chensi gave me an apple, Dong Dong said excitedly. You must never ask big brother Chensi for food, understand? Auntie assumed her grandson had begged for it and immediately began teaching him. Good. As long as you didn't ask. Only after Dong Dong explained did Annie relax. She cut him a small slice and saved the remainder of the apple. Meanwhile, I arrived at Second Auntie's house carrying 2 dried fish. Busy, Second Auntie? These are for you. Please chop up one and steam it on top of the sorghum rice. Keep the other so your family can taste something special. I handed them over. Oh, dried fish this fine. Thank you so much, Chensi. Stay for lunch, won't you? Second Auntie was overjoyed. In her eyes, dried fish was a rare delicacy. I smiled and waved. No, thank you. I'm meeting a friend for lunch. After seeing me off, Second Auntie carefully put away the slightly heavier fish, then chopped the other into enough pieces to fill a large plate and steamed them over the sorghum rice. You're in for a treat today. Chensi brought dried fish for everyone, Second Auntie said with a smile. Master Gu and his men beamed when they heard. The boss is far too generous. Second Auntie, you don't need to wash this bowl, Master Gu and the others said after eating their fill. Second Auntie nodded, fully understanding what they intended. That afternoon, Li Yud came to find me with a newspaper, his face glowing with excitement. Chensi, look, you're in the newspaper. That made me feel as though the 3 packs of Chunghwa cigarettes had not been wasted. I'm keeping this newspaper. I claimed it outright, planning to take it back to the village for Grandpa to see. The people who shared my courtyard felt proud as well. Master Gu personally told me how the 80 gene of taro had been divided. Liang Quan's family was most desperate and received 30 gene. Master Gu took 20, while the other 3 men received 10 each, for exactly 80 in total. Everyone agreed, and I entered the amounts in the accounts. Liang Quan lived in a crowded courtyard compound where several family members squeezed into a room of less than 15 square meters. Master Gu did not dramatize their suffering. He said only that the elderly and younger siblings at home had already begun missing meals. I did not pry into how they divided the 30 gene of taro. They had traded labor for food. Once it reached their home, their life was their own. After the others dispersed, Master Gu lowered his voice and asked whether old furniture interested me. Someone was willing to exchange a well-preserved set of antique Wangwali furniture for grain and meat, refusing cash. I did not immediately assume it was genuine. I told him first to determine the number of pieces, dimensions, provenance, and requested goods. Antique hardwood furniture might become valuable in the future, but the safety of the transaction mattered most now. Nor could I exploit another person's hardship by pushing the price beyond all reason. If they're willing to negotiate, take me to see the actual pieces. If they aren't, don't force it. Master Gu agreed to contact them. If we reached a deal, I planned to place the antique furniture in storage and buy ordinary pieces for daily use. The old painting had not yet been authenticated, and the Wangwali was only a verbal description. I could not record either as a treasure before examining it properly. The renovation accounts had not been fully settled, but the house was already habitable. Standing at the entrance to my new bathroom, I finally no longer worried about running to a public toilet every day. The room in the front courtyard would soon become Dapeng's home and, when necessary, could serve as a temporary transfer point for goods. Both houses were changing their purpose. One made my own life stable, while the other gave my friend's business a safer retreat. That evening, Li Yud and Dapeng came over for drinks. I prepared pig head skin, quick-boiled tripe, and fried peanuts. Yud brought news that the authorities might inspect the black markets that night and suggested we suspend sales once. Dapeng hated losing his daily income of at least 2 yuan, but I immediately supported Yud. Missing 1 day of profit won't starve us. Going after hearing a warning would mean gambling our lives for money. The 2 men did not sell anything that night. Dapeng gave me a key to his new room. As we had previously agreed, it would serve not only as his home, but as temporary storage for goods that could not be carried directly into my courtyard. He was holding a moving banquet the next day, and I promised to prepare meat and dried fish. Each man took 2 dried fish and insisted on paying 2 yuan. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts. The following day's 1 yuan flash sale refreshed with 100 gene of rice and 100 gene of pork. I cut off 10 gene of pork. 5 gene went to Second Auntie as payment for cooking throughout the renovation, and I sold the other 5 to Dapeng for his banquet at cost. I also prepared 100 pencils, a batch of exercise books, 10 boxes of chalk, and 2 fountain pens. Through Yud, I obtained a kerosene lamp, while the flashlight I selected matched the style of the era. My procurement basket for the village also contained 10 gene of pork belly and the remaining 20 gene of taro. On the road, I saw 2 boys in ragged clothes. The younger had collapsed from hunger, while the older fed him water. I stopped and asked where they lived. The older boy remained extremely wary and said only that they were going to find their aunt. I did not pressure them. I placed several taros beside their hands, pointed out the nearest home and urged them to seek help before continuing. After leaving, I did not know whether they followed my advice. I could confirm only that the younger child had awakened and his brother could clearly describe their destination. If I had stayed to surround them with questions, I might only have frightened the two already terrified children into running away. Grandpa and Grandma sat in the courtyard enjoying the warm sunshine. When they saw their grandson enter carrying meat yet again, both came to greet me with smiles. I had often brought home rare goods recently. They might not have said much, but inwardly they were overjoyed. Grandpa, I'll fry pork belly later. Keep this flashlight. It will make things easier when you get up at night. As I spoke, I handed it to him. Grandpa accepted it cheerfully as though he had received a treasure. He examined it from every angle and repeatedly pressed the switch, fascination covering his face as he watched the bright beam. If it had not been broad daylight, he would undoubtedly have walked around the village shining it everywhere and showing it off. Laifu, Lai Kai, and Lai Fong were gathered around Qianqian, lazily fanning her with palm leaf fans. Their eyes kept drifting toward me, filled with longing. Chinsi, this is the money Das Han repaid. Grandpa took several wrinkled bills from his pocket and handed them to me. The notes bore the marks of age and had clearly been rubbed between anxious fingers countless times. The doctor had said that another half-hour's delay might have damaged the child's brain. I nodded silently, accepted the money, and casually slipped it into my trouser pocket. To me, it had been only a small favor. The money was no great matter. Grandma, this kerosene lamp is excellent. I'll put it in your room and show you how to use it. Lamp in hand, I walked into Grandma's room. Chinsi, you should keep this lamp in your room. One glance showed how brightly it burned. It would be far more suitable for her grandson to use while reading at night. That's right. The flashlight is enough for us. It's so convenient. Press the switch, and it lights up. Besides, we're accustomed to the old lamp, Grandpa agreed. Since both grandparents insisted, I stopped arguing. The bamboo basket was heavy with the supplies I had carefully prepared for the school, each item expressing my concern for the village children's education. My eyes brightened the moment I reached the school. The tables and stools were brand new and gave off the clean fragrance of wood. On the rear wall, 8 powerful characters read, "Study well and make progress every day," encouraging the children to work hard. Xiaolan, where is your father? I asked when I saw her arranging things inside a classroom. Xiaolan looked up with a smile. 16th uncle, my father went to find the old party secretary. The village made 3 large blackboards, one for each classroom. They'll be installed soon, and classes can resume normally tomorrow. Without my intervention, she might not have escaped the fate awaiting her either. A substitute teacher earned only work points, but the position was far more respectable than field labor and gave her an opportunity to realize her own value. Do you need me to call my father back? Seeing the things I carried, Xiaolan assumed I had urgent business with him. I shook my head. No, giving them to you is the same. I opened the bamboo basket and took out a large bundle of pencils. So many pencils. How many are there? Xiaolan's eyes widened in astonishment. 100. You don't need to distribute them all at once. And here are 10 boxes of chalk. Tell me when they're gone. As I spoke, I took out each item and arranged it on the desk. Give your father one of the fountain pens. Consider them a gift from me to both of you, I said. Li Zhigao returned to the school shortly after I left. I learned only later that the village had a little more than 40 students in total. That meant every child could receive 2 pencils and 5 exercise books, solving a major problem. I had also deliberately given Li Zhigao and his daughter 1 fountain pen each, for which they thanked me repeatedly. This alone showed that I genuinely cared about the village children's education. I had devoted considerable thought to giving them good learning conditions. Dad, what did the old party secretary and the others say about the school cafeteria? Xiaolan remembered the matter and asked. My plan called for building a school cafeteria whose meals would be slightly better than those in the village dining hall. Only then could it attract families to send their children to school. It's settled. They'll build one room beside the school as a kitchen, and the children can eat in the classrooms. The old party secretary wants your mother to cook for the children, Li Zhigao explained. He was delighted. 3 members of his family would now work at the school and earn 3 sets of work points, more than enough to support the household. What family did not have children? Who did not want them to eat and study well? Besides, this was my proposal, and everyone trusted me, so naturally no one objected. Li Zhigao could foresee that as long as I continued supporting the school, he would not need to worry about miscellaneous problems and could devote himself entirely to teaching. When I returned home, I discovered a large pile of dead branches and dry firewood in the courtyard. Did Uncle Xuqiang gather all of this yesterday? I asked Grandma. Of course not. The village children gathered it, Grandma said with a smile. Because the school was reopening, the children eagerly awaited the new term. At the suggestion of several parents, they brought whatever firewood they collected to my house. Everyone understood that the school could reopen and their children could study only because of my efforts. Besides, I often gave the children food. For the sake of those treats alone, they were happy to do a little work for me. I carried firewood into the kitchen and prepared to fry the pork belly. The moment I entered, I bounded in like a happy rabbit. He especially enjoyed helping me, and when it came to tending the fire, he was practically my dedicated stoker. First, I washed the pork belly. Its red color and alternating layers of fat and lean meat looked exceptionally tempting. I cut it into squares the size of 2 palms, placed them in the wok, added plenty of water, and told I tend the fire and bring the water to a boil. Keep cooking until a chopstick slides easily through the skin. I immediately came alive. He picked up firewood, skillfully fed it into the stove, and fanned the flames hard with a palm leaf fan. While he worked, I sharpened several wooden skewers. When the pork was cooked, I removed it and left it to cool naturally. Then I spread salt and white vinegar evenly over the skin and marinated it for 20 minutes. That would soften the skin and help it blister into a tiger skin pattern during frying. In this age of scarcity, oil was precious. Seeing such a large wokful made Grandma's heart ache, and she nearly stopped this extravagant plan to fry the pork. I understood her thoughts and reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, Grandma. We can leave the oil in the wok and use it again afterward. And there's no need to fear waste. The pork will release more fat as it fries. We might have even more oil when we finish. I watched the pork belly in complete concentration. As the oil temperature rose, the meat gradually turned golden and the skin swelled into a beautiful tiger pattern. I chose the right moment, quickly lifted the pieces with a wire skimmer, drained them, and set them on a plate. Big brother, is the pork done? Can we eat it now? Lai Fong had slipped quietly into the kitchen without my noticing. She stood behind me, staring at the plate with expectation written across her small face, like a greedy kitten. I shook my head with a smile and patiently explained, Not yet, Lai Fong. The pork still needs several more steps. Then I turned, picked up the taro, and began peeling it. Grandma watched from the side with a worried expression. Chensi, you're cutting so much taro. How can our family finish it all? And you fried an entire plate of pork. I'm afraid it will spoil if it sits too long. If it were cured like bacon, it would keep for a long time, Grandma added, thinking that curing the fried pork might be a good way to preserve it. Instead of answering immediately, I asked thoughtfully, Grandma, about how many people over 70 live in our village? She narrowed her eyes and searched her memory. More than 10, perhaps around 20. I can't remember the exact number. I explained my idea. Grandma, I plan to give every villager over 70 a small bowl of pork belly. As I spoke, I kept working and moved the sliced pork to the next stage. I understood that Li Family Village would become my foundation in the future. Its children and elders were vital parts of the community. The elders' opinions had to be heard in many large and small village affairs. Even the old party secretary consulted them before certain decisions. I devoted so much effort to helping Li Family Village because I had long-term plans of my own, not only out of simple kindness. Chensi's idea is good. His grandson had ideas and ability and knew how to consider the village. As the boy's grandpa, the old man naturally supported him. The villagers believed I had brought them tangible benefits. They were willing to stand with me and work together for the village's development. Still, Chensi, you should ask the party secretary to organize the meat distribution. I nodded quickly. All right, Grandpa. I understand. Then I sliced the pork belly into evenly sized pieces, sprinkled them with 5-spice powder and other seasonings, and mixed everything thoroughly so each piece absorbed the aroma. I left the meat to marinate for around 15 or 20 minutes. Once Grandma learned my plan, she hurried to borrow bowls from the neighbors. When she returned, Grandma began filling the bowls with meat and taro. Before long, she had prepared approximately 30 bowls. Grandpa, I'm going to find the old party secretary, I said after straightening everything up. He nodded. Go. Your grandma and I are here, so don't worry. The workers were busy when a rich aroma of meat suddenly drifted on the wind and entered their noses. Wake up and concentrate, you hopeless lot. Li Jiming cursed when he saw their expressions. If a man could eat meat every day, who cared whether someone called him hopeless? As for the remaining riverbed, the old party secretary followed my suggestion and planted a late crop of corn. Secretary, you look like you're in a good mood, I said as I approached and offered him a cigarette. When he saw me, the old party secretary immediately smiled. It's all thanks to you. Secretary, I fried some pork belly and wanted the villagers over 70 to have a taste. Could you help me distribute it? As I spoke, I took out my lighter and lit his cigarette. If the family village held tightly to my powerful leg, perhaps life would continue improving. Certainly. No problem. Leave it to me. The old party secretary thumped his chest. He knew how to handle the matter properly, making the elders happy while ensuring they understood the thought behind my gift. The old party secretary personally visited every household with someone over 70. At each home, he patiently notified the elder and explained the situation in detail. During his account, he praised me lavishly, presenting me as a good young man who cared about the village and respected the elderly. The elders were both happy and moved and praised me one after another. According to clan seniority, some of these elderly people were even my brothers. 16th brother has truly made something of himself. Without him, who knows what would have happened to our village? The elders sighed. All right, remember to collect your pork belly later. The old party secretary instructed before hurrying to notify the next family. Grandpa, look, I'm in the newspaper. I ran to him excitedly with the paper in my hands. Grandpa froze, then accepted it with trembling hands. In that moment, the pork belly and every village affair vanished from his mind. Good, good, good. Grandma could not read, but after listening to the old man read the article aloud, she was equally overjoyed. Just then, the old party secretary approached with a group of elderly villagers. The moment one elder saw me, he prepared to perform a grand formal bow. Terrified, I hurried backward. Absolutely not. How could I accept such a gesture from an old man? It would shorten my life. Seeing this, the old party secretary spoke helplessly. Little uncle, what are you looking at? After addressing Grandpa as little uncle, he shook his head. You're here? Jihong, why are you still kneeling? Get up, quickly. Only then did Grandpa come back to his senses and speak. He turned to the old party secretary. Nothing. Chinsi is in the newspaper, but there are a few characters I don't recognize. I was just about to ask you to help me take a look. At those words, the old party secretary and every elder present widened their eyes in disbelief and crowded around the newspaper. The elders collected their bowls according to the list. The old party secretary himself was 71 and therefore received a portion. Each bowl contained 3 pieces of pork and 3 pieces of taro. Everyone carried the food home to share with family. No one ate alone in the courtyard. The construction site received 3 bowls of pork belly and a basin of sorghum rice. I did not break every piece apart in advance to impose exact shares, but asked Li Jiming to divide it according to the number of workers present. Some ate only part of their portion and carried the remaining meat and taro home. The total quantity, I could confirm, remained 3 bowls. Several bowls remained inside the house as well. Grandpa drank 2 extra cups because of the newspaper. As like I ate, he said my cooking was better than his mother's and immediately received a light tap from Aunt Huang. Qian had just drunk milk and watched us with open eyes, as though trying to discover where the aroma filling the room came from. That afternoon, I prepared to return to the city for Dapeng's moving banquet. Grandma told me to maintain close ties with my childhood friends. In the city, having friends to help was always better than fighting alone. When I reached the entrance to courtyard No. 56, I saw the 2 boys I had encountered that morning. They still carried the torn bag holding the taros and were asking Aunt Wang about Huang Suqing. We're looking for our aunt, the older brother said. Only then did I learn that they had not returned to their original home, but had walked all the way here. I did not rush to explain what happened that morning. Instead, I asked Aunt Wang to fetch Huang Suqing and stayed by the gate so fear would not drive the children away again. Dapeng's banquet had not yet begun, but I had already encountered another matter requiring an adult's decision. A few taros could carry the boys through one meal. Whether they could truly remain here depended on whether their aunt and uncle by marriage were willing to take responsibility for them. Huang Suqing came from the rear courtyard and stared at the 2 boys for a long time before recognizing Shengli and Shengyi, the sons left behind by her elder sister. The brothers were so thin their ribs protruded. Shengyi's trousers were torn, and whenever anyone looked at him, he hid his right hand behind his back. Several taros remained in the bag. He also mentioned that a man riding a bicycle had given them to the brothers on the road. Huang Suqing embraced the boys and began to cry. I did not claim credit at such a moment. I merely reminded her to feed them and examine their injuries first. She took the brothers inside, and the neighbors found 2 sets of old clothes. As I waited in the courtyard for Dapeng to arrange the banquet, I later saw the boys washed clean and eating noodles with eggs. At dusk, Huang Suqing's husband, Cheng Siguang, returned from the machinery repair plant. She retold the entire story and proposed adopting her 2 nephews. Old Cheng was a grade 6 machinery repairman whose income could support a family of 4. The couple had been childless for years and had already considered adoption. He did not immediately nod with excitement. His first question was whether the boy's biological father would come and cause trouble. We're willing to raise the children, but the relationship must be formally settled through the neighborhood office and the authorities in their place of origin, he said. They cannot send the boys here today and return tomorrow demanding money or taking them away. I agreed that they should use official procedures and promised to ask directly about the process. I would not, however, forge documents or bypass required proof for either side. The two children were clearly terrified of returning, but the neighborhood office still needed to verify the guardianship arrangement. The aroma from Dapeng's moving banquet drifted through the front courtyard. Xingyi raised his head to smell it, then hurriedly lowered his face and continued eating his noodles. For old Cheng and his wife, childlessness had always been a source of pain. For Shengli and Xingyi, their simplest wish was merely to avoid going hungry that night. Perhaps the two circumstances could complete each other, but only if kindness became a genuinely stable home rather than a momentary impulse. Before Dapeng's moving banquet began, Huang Suqin brought Shengli and Xingyi to see me. The two boys had bathed and changed into clean clothes, and at first I did not recognize them. Only when they saw the bicycle by the door did they realize that I was the man who had given them taro that morning. The brothers suddenly dropped to their knees and knocked their heads against the ground. I hurriedly pulled them up. A few taros aren't worth this. From now on, just call me Big Brotherly. I gave them another handful of candy. Aunt Huang invited me to dinner at her home, but I explained that I had already promised Dapeng that evening and would have to visit another day. She carried the remaining taros home without looking down on them for being ordinary food. As darkness approached, a crowd of children gathered outside Dapeng's home. He cut the 5 gene of pork into small pieces and set some aside for the children to taste, even coaxing them to shout in unison, "Big Brother Dapeng is so handsome." The moment they finished the meat, however, they turned and surrounded me, making him complain loudly that they had no loyalty. I took out a bag of coconut candy and asked Guqing to distribute it equally. I specifically told him not to overlook Shengli and Xingyi, the new arrivals in the rear courtyard. The 2 square 8 immortals tables soon filled. The dishes included steamed dried fish, chicken stir-fried with mushrooms, napa cabbage stewed with pork, and round cabbage. Every household in the front courtyard sent a representative, and all 3 courtyard uncles attended. No one asked how the vacant room had been allocated. Most of the conversation concerned the newspaper and steel mill. Someone said I might be named an advanced individual that year. I replied only that the leaders had mentioned nothing and I was in no hurry. My reputation was already large enough. Another honor might not be entirely beneficial. After several rounds of liquor, the conversation returned to my missing father. Everyone said, old Li was a fool, abandoning his son and job to leave with a woman. I did not agree. Why my father had disappeared remained only rumor. Until I heard his explanation in person, I would not pass final judgment. Early the next morning, the 1 yuan flash sale refreshed with 100 gene of flour and 100 gene of mutton. I bought both for 2 yuan and recharged the supermarket with another 1,000. My cash balance fell accordingly, but the daily supply was more secure for the time being. While I washed, Huang Suqin invited me over for white flour mantou. When I reached the rear courtyard, I discovered that Shengli and Xingyi had changed back into their original ragged clothes. Cheng Xiguang explained his plan in front of me. The children would return to Huanyun village so their guardianship could be settled before relatives and village cadres. Aunt Huang would first visit her parents and ask the boys' maternal grandparents to come forward, while old Cheng himself would temporarily avoid a direct confrontation with their biological father. I did not agree with sending the children back alone, much less deliberately letting them suffer another beating to prove the abuse. Adults must stay close. Find the village cadres first and obtain written proof if possible. If anyone actually hits them, get the children out immediately. Don't use them as bait. Old Cheng accepted that boundary. He said his concern was not feeding 2 more mouths, but having the biological father return again and again to demand money or reclaim the boys. Shengli was already 10 and had attended school intermittently for more than a year. Once the procedures were settled, both children would resume their education. I promised each boy a gift when they enrolled. After breakfast, I went to the steel mill. While Aunt Huang returned to her parents' home with the children and a sack of coarse grain to ask for help. I was not present for the specific negotiations and could only wait for their return to learn the outcome. In Team 5's office, Team Leader Wang was still angry about the morning meeting. Only after I handed over the remaining dried fish did he tell me the full story. The hand pump production line had begun operating and could manufacture approximately 800 units per day when materials were sufficient, Yet the higher authorities still demanded more output. Workshop director Liao wanted to transfer me to production and said procurement work could be performed by anyone with basic mobility and required little intelligence. Director Ding had objected immediately, arguing that Liao had both demeaned logistics and ignored my own wishes. I knew all this only from team leader Wang's account of the meeting. I had not witnessed the argument. I stated my position clearly. I'm not transferring for now. Procurement suits me and lets me solve the mill's supply problems directly. Only then did team leader Wang's anger fade. He retained one dried fish for each team member and sent the remainder for registration and storage. Keeping a portion as a team benefit was customary at the mill, but I still completed the paperwork according to the quantity actually delivered so the package total and inventory records would match. After leaving the mill, I bought a batch of corn seed and transported it to Lee Family Village. The quantity was too large, so I released it in several batches outside the village and loaded it onto a cart rather than taking anything directly from storage in front of other people. The villagers were turning the soil over in the other half of the riverbed. I unloaded the seed for Li Dafu and the other young men and asked them to carry it to the old party secretary, then headed home first. Dafu looked distracted. Someone said he had gone into the city looking for work the previous day, returned asking his family for 200 yuan, and received a severe scolding from his father. What job requires 200 yuan in advance? I asked. He said someone guaranteed him a position at a bread factory. I immediately recognized the risk. The real question was not whether procurement required intelligence. It was that in every era, someone would deliberately target people who did not understand the market. I asked Li Dafu for the helpful man's name, work unit, and letter of introduction. He could explain none of them. The person had merely promised to arrange a job after receiving 200 yuan and had not even mentioned a formal receipt. The private asking price I've heard for city positions is often more than 600 yuan, which itself is illegal and offers no protection, I said. Why would a job at a bread factory, with access to food, be guaranteed for only 200? A low price doesn't mean an opportunity. It may mean they plan to take the money and run. His family could not raise 200 yuan and had accidentally escaped disaster. I told him to verify the work unit and person handling any future offer rather than treating hearsay as a contract. When I reached home, Lifu had already gone to school with a bag on his back. Lessons officially resumed that day. Every child in the village aged 7 or older attended, while some parents hoped to lower the age to 5 or 6. I did not support stuffing children who were too young into classrooms merely for a meal. The teachers should decide according to their ability to teach them. Lai Kai and Lai Fong were washing Qianqian's diapers. I made them clean their hands, then took out a box of pastries. Grandma tasted one first. Aunt Huang swallowed hers in a single bite, and Grandma laughed that a wild boar can't appreciate fine grain. Lai Fong voluntarily divided off half the box for Lai Fu after school and her parents after work. That afternoon, I went to the riverbed to confirm delivery of the seed. The old party secretary had received the entire batch and told everyone not to spread exaggerated stories about its source. I did not personally investigate whether neighboring villages would also clear their riverbeds or where they might obtain seed. I knew only that planting had begun in Lee Family Village. A reopened school and seeds placed in the soil would both take longer to produce results than a job promised by a stranger, but they were far more dependable. When Huang Suqin and the children returned to the city, Shengli and Xingyi had acquired new injuries. Only then did I piece together what happened from her account and the written statement issued by the boy's maternal grandfather in Huangyan village. As planned, they first asked village cadres to witness the meeting. Yet when the boys entered their original home, their biological father still raised a stick and beat them. Their maternal grandfather and the others, hiding nearby, rushed in and pulled him away. In the confusion, someone shouted, "Hit him," and relatives on both sides began fighting. The biological father later demanded 200 yuan before he would allow his sons to leave. The village head and clan elders ultimately confirmed that the children had suffered long-term abuse and witnessed the termination of the former guardianship relationship. The biological father received no money. A fight could not replace formal procedure, so Aunt Huang still needed to submit the village statement to the neighborhood office and complete the adoption and household registration changes. I did not treat the conflict as a gratifying spectacle. Had the adults arrived a moment later, the children would once again have suffered the worst injuries. Old Chung had been right to worry about future harassment, but genuine stability would require clear documents and consistent care. That afternoon, I watched villagers turn the soil along Lee Family Village's riverbank. When the old party secretary asked the cost of the corn seed, I quoted 80 yuan. The supermarket's displayed procurement cost without adding a markup. He said the riverbed's silt was fertile, but when the water returned, the newly opened land would disappear. I suggested digging some of the silt into the fields after the drought ended. That would clear the river channel, increase its storage capacity, and fertilize the farmland, though it would require considerable labor. As we spoke, a commotion suddenly erupted nearby. Someone had dug a locked old wooden chest from the riverbed mud, and everyone crowded around it. The wooden chest measured approximately 53 centimeters long, 32 wide, and 23 high. Its lock had rusted solid. Someone wanted to pry it open with a hoe, but I stopped him. Whatever lay inside, reckless force might destroy both the chest and its contents. The old party secretary summoned sixth brother from the village. He worked a thin strip of metal inside the keyhole for a moment and actually opened the lock. When I asked what work he had done before, he said he used to be a locksmith, though people rarely hired him now. The lid opened to reveal rows of seals in different sizes. Their material had yellowed with age, and their knobs were carved into landscapes, flowers, and animals. I had seen similar catalogs in my previous life and suspected they might relate to the seal set known as the Yuan Shouty. They might even be made from Tianhuang stone. But memory alone could not establish their authenticity, much less prove they were originals from the Qing Imperial Palace. I said honestly that a cultural relic store might pay several yuan for each piece, but the final price would depend on authentication. The villagers initially grew excited when they heard the seals might be valuable. The old party secretary, however, proposed giving me the entire chest in exchange for the 80 yuan the village owed for seed, while also thanking me for the wells, school, and grain trades. I would not take collective property of unknown value for only 80 yuan. Instead, I proposed another method. I would safeguard the chest and take it for appraisal. The first 80 yuan from any confirmed disposal proceeds would cover the seed cost. Everything else would be converted into storable coarse grain, potatoes, sorghum, corn, and similar foods for the school cafeteria. The old party secretary and the villagers present agreed. I regarded the chest as a collective commission carrying responsibilities, not a private treasure that had suddenly fallen into my hands. When I first proposed opening a school cafeteria, it was as though a giant stone had been thrown into the calm lake of Li Family Village, sending ripples outward while pressure flooded toward the community. Now, however, I stepped forward and said I would personally find a batch of grain for the school, so the village did not need to worry about it for the time being. The old party secretary immediately summoned two strong young men, pointed at the chest of seals, and instructed solemnly, "Carry this chest to Chenxi's home carefully. Don't knock or damage it." I followed them home. Grandma looked at the tender green bean sprouts, and the corners of her mouth rose in a satisfied smile. While no one was watching, I quietly placed the chest of seals into the store inventory in my mind. Potatoes stored well, filled the stomach, and were easy to cook. It was not that I begrudged the school refined grain. I was considering its actual circumstances. In the villagers' eyes, 1 gene of refined grain could be traded for several gene of coarse grain. Instead of giving them the refined grain, it was better to offer these more filling staples. Everyone would be happier to accept them. Like don't drink untreated water. You'll upset your stomach. I suddenly saw him gulping directly from the water vat with a dipper and shouted a warning. This was not the first time I had warned him. I had said the same thing twice before, but it went in one ear and out the other. The ancient saying, "Illness enters through the mouth," truly expressed a universal truth. "Big brother, I'm very obedient. I always drink hot water." Seeing this, Lifong hurried to my side, tilted up her little head, and spoke sweetly, eager to present herself well before me. Like I put down the dipper and scratched his head. "Big brother, I truly forgot today. Yesterday and the day before, I drank only hot water. My mother can prove it." Looking at the obvious pale parasite spot on his face, I suspected that the boy probably had roundworms. That reminded me of pagoda candy, the miracle weapon for treating parasitic infections. It was especially effective against roundworms and pinworms caused by poor dietary hygiene. Several years earlier, in 1952, China and the Soviet Union were still enjoying their honeymoon period. The generous Soviet big brother gave China 20 grams of extraordinarily precious wormseed seed, dispatched technical specialists, and introduced advanced extraction equipment, providing comprehensive assistance as China began cultivating the plant and extracting its medicine independently. Perhaps the experts considered this, together with the image of a pagoda suppressing evil just as medicine suppressed disease, and therefore named the medicated sweet pagoda candy. "Big brother, are you making something delicious?" Like I came closer and asked expectantly, curiosity shining in his eyes. "That's right. I'm going to make sour plum drink." Come help me tend the fire, like I. I smiled, treating him as my little fire-tending assistant. A sudden inspiration had made me want a beverage that cooled the body and aided digestion, something to quench thirst and stimulate the appetite. Looking back through history, the local tribute plum decoction, recorded in ancient texts, was the earliest form of sour plum drink. The brined plum water, mentioned in Wulin Jiushi from the Southern Song dynasty, was another similar cooling beverage. It was not only pleasantly sweet and tart, but was believed to clear heat, bring coolness, soothe chest pain, dispel phlegm, relieve coughs, ward off epidemics, and generate fluids to quench thirst. It was therefore praised as the rare Qing Palace treasure, imperial smoked plum soup. The moment Like I heard that I wanted him to tend the fire, his face lit up with excitement. In his mind, this job was supremely important. No one, not even his older brother Lifu, could take it from him. Like I, don't make the fire too strong. Let it burn slowly. I washed the smoked plums and other dried fruit in the wok while reminding him. I thought the more elaborate method was too troublesome. People in this era were not so particular, and boiling everything directly would not affect the flavor or benefits. I worked in the kitchen, and before long, half a pot of sour plum drink was ready. Lifong stood nearby, staring longingly into the pot, almost drooling. I smiled, fished out 2 dried plums, and handed them to her. Lifong, go watch your little sister. These are for you. Aunt Huang also needed to work in the fields. She could carry Qianqian on her back while laboring, but the sun was too strong and the weather too hot, so she had to let the 2 children watch the baby instead. Aunt Huang returned at intervals to change Qianqian's diaper, feed her, and care for her attentively. Only Lifong's mother had noticed the girl's habit of hiding food. She was in no hurry to expose her and planned to wait until the stash grew larger before confiscating everything at once. What does that smell? It's wonderful, someone asked curiously, wiping sweat from his forehead and looking around. It smells like sour plum drink. I haven't had any in years. Another man inhaled deeply, nostalgia on his face. It's hot enough to kill a man. A bowl of sour plum drink would cool me straight to the bones, someone sighed longingly. Hearing the discussion, Li Jiming widened his eyes and pretended to scold them angrily. Stop shouting nonsense and get back to work. All you think about is eating. Sour plum drink makes you hungry faster. Do you feel you ate too much at noon and want to go hungry all over again? Sour plum drink aided digestion and relieved summer heat. At a time when everyone lacked food and wished each meal would remain in the stomach longer, drinking a bowl truly might make a person feel that the entire day's food had been wasted. I filled a bowl first, carried it carefully in both hands to Grandma, and smiled brightly. Grandma, taste this and tell me how your grandson's sour plum drink turned out. All right. Lai Kai and Lai Fong had been unable to wait for some time. They called from the side. Grandma, let us taste it too. We want some. Children naturally had no resistance to sweet and sour things. Now that the drink was ready, they were desperate to try it. Lai Kai switched fully into little flatterer mode and circled me with constant praise. Big brother, your sour plum drink must be the best in the whole world. I can barely wait. I did not know whether to laugh or feel exasperated. There was nothing I could do with him. I filled half a basin with sour plum drink and carried it to the construction site. Brother Jiming, I made some sour plum drink. It's terribly hot, so have everyone drink a little and cool down. All right. Li Jiming agreed readily, then turned to the workers. Anyone who wants some, come over. Don't stand on ceremony. In truth, he wanted a bowl as well, but restrained himself rationally. To keep working until the job was complete, he reluctantly sacrificed the treat and resolutely refused to drink. Grandpa wandered back, saw everyone drinking sour plum beverage, and joined them for a bowl. Like I, stop running everywhere. I'm cutting your hair and Laifu's in a little while. Both of you have let it grow too long. I called loudly to Lai Kai as he raced around the courtyard. For adults and children alike, hair often became a paradise for lice. Every time I saw it, I felt uneasy and uncomfortable all over. I gave Aunt Huang 2 bars of soap and said sincerely, use this to wash the younger children's hair more often and pay attention to personal hygiene. You know that when hair is dirty, lice crawl through it. It itches terribly and can make people sick. Shampoo therefore rapidly conquered the market and became people's preferred way to wash their hair. Looking at light-sized tangled, filthy hair, I decided to wield the scissors myself and give him a complete transformation. I took out the scissors. Like I, remove your shirt. Big brother will cut your hair. I did not intend to worry about fashionable styles for a child. Clean and neat mattered most. Scissors in hand, I began to display my skill. When I finished, Like I was not bald, but the uneven result made him look somewhat like a prisoner in a labor camp. I looked at my masterpiece and could not resist laughing. All right, go bathe. Scrub thoroughly with soap and wash every one of those lice away. Then I called Lifong over. Naturally, a girl could not be given the same tragic haircut as like I. Remembering a style that would become popular in another 2 years, I decided on a Lou Holland bob. When I finished, Lifong looked clean and adorable, like a delicate porcelain doll. I carefully removed the lice from her hair one by one, took out a special medicated solution, and sprayed a little over her head. I warned her seriously, Lifong, don't move. Sit here for half an hour and let the medicine work. Grandma sat nearby, smiling as she watched me busily work. Aunt Huang walked over and told Like I, don't wipe yourself a few times and pretend you're done. Listen to your brother and wash thoroughly with soap. Mischievous by nature, Like I had planned to muddle through, but his mother saw through him immediately. Aunt Huang brandished a comb and threatened to rake it fiercely through his hair. If you don't wash properly, just see how I deal with you. This comb won't show any mercy. Then she turned and praised me to Grandma. Mom, look, Chincy actually cut the hair quite nicely. Grandma nodded in satisfaction. Of course, Chincy grew up in the city and has seen the world. Even his haircutting skill is far better than anyone else's in our village. Listening from the side, I felt my face redden. When Grandma saw me walking toward the kitchen again, she asked curiously, Chincy, what are you busy with now? What grown man spends all day running into the kitchen? I smiled. Grandma, I'm going to heat water so Lifong can wash her hair. Aunt Huang immediately said, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Washing her hair with cold water won't hurt. Grandma disagreed. Concerned for me, she said, Chincy, have your Aunt Huang heat the water. You should rest. You've been busy for so long. You must be tired. Then she turned and ordered Aunt Huang, go heat water for Lifong's hair. Aunt Huang nodded quickly. Right. I'll do it now. She set down Qian, who had finished her milk, and walked toward the kitchen. A miracle device came to mind. I clearly remembered how popular solar cookers had been in northern villages during the 1980s and 1990s. If I introduced one in this era, it could surely solve many problems. I decided to make one myself so my grandparents could heat water much more easily. When designing a solar cooker, one ordinarily needed only to specify the projected shape of the body. Generally, the slot was approximately 50 millimeters wide, while its length depended on the cooker's elevation adjustment angle. The blueprint was not complicated. Drawing on memory and my own understanding, I completed it in less than half an hour. Blueprint in hand, I left the room and told Grandma, I'm returning to the city. Don't prepare dinner for me tonight. She replied kindly, all right, be careful on the road. Recently, I had returned almost every day to keep the elders company. They were already deeply content and would not demand that I remain constantly by their side. I reached the courtyard before dark. The moment I entered, Huang Suqin greeted me warmly. Chincy, come eat at my home tonight. I smiled. All right, then I'll trouble you, Aunt Huang. I had originally planned to buy bread or crackers from the store in my mind and make do, but since someone had invited me, there was no reason to refuse. The body's original owner had often eaten at other courtyard families' tables, so I felt no embarrassment. Delighted by my acceptance, Huang Suqin went home to prepare dinner. I carried 1 jean of peanut oil toward third elder's home. His youngest son saw me and brightened. Big brother Chincy, my dad is home. The boy was exceptionally clever. The moment he saw me carrying something, he ran to fetch his father. I took 2 white rabbit candies from my pocket and placed them in the boy's hand. Give one to your sister. He jumped with excitement. All right, thank you, big brother Chincy. Then he bounded away to share the joy with her. Chincy, have you eaten? I'll ask your third elder's wife to. No need. Aunt Huang invited me to dinner later. Third elder nodded. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. He readily agreed to my request. No problem. The previous matter had caused a fairly large commotion, but everything had ended safely, so he had fewer concerns this time. Third elder asked curiously, what new thing have you invented now? I took the blueprint from my pocket and said mysteriously, allow me to keep you in suspense. Have the craftsmen make 2. Once they're finished, I'll place one in the courtyard to demonstrate it. They're definitely useful. Everyone in our courtyard will be able to use one in the future. Third elder accepted the blueprint and glanced over it. I chatted with third elder for quite a while before rising to leave. His entire family warmly saw me to the door and repeatedly told me to visit whenever I had time. Husband, look at this peanut oil. The quality is wonderful, so clear that you can't see a single speck of sediment. Third elder's wife gripped the bottle tightly, eyes narrowed with joy as she spoke. In this age of extreme scarcity, cooking oil was rare. 1 jean would last their family many days if used sparingly. Third elder looked at the oil and nodded. Yes, it must have been finely filtered. We need to use it sparingly. Buying oil now is terribly difficult. Any kind of oil. His gaze revealed how much he treasured it. Oil required coupons, and even with them, shops were often out of stock. Obtaining a bottle this good was truly difficult. It seems Chintzy is closer to our family after all. Whenever something comes up, he thinks of asking you for help. Third elder smiled and chided her. For matters at the mill, of course he comes to me. But for courtyard matters, he'll naturally ask second uncle. You know Chintzy lives in the middle courtyard, and second uncle manages all its affairs. When Chintzy renovated his house, didn't he ask second uncle's family for help? Third elder's wife pursed her lips, displeased. Doesn't first uncle work at your steel mill too? Why didn't Chintzy ask him? Why did he choose our family? I'm not someone who gossips, third elder's wife muttered. In truth, she was hardly alone. Most of the courtyard women were the same, and news traveled faster than the wind. After leaving third elder's home, I went straight back to my house. I found 2 jean of mutton inside, tied it carefully with string, and carried it to Huang Suqin's home. You're only coming for dinner. Why bring something? Take it back. The moment Huang Suqin saw the mutton, she hardened her face and pretended to scold me angrily. You child, honestly. When the 2 brothers saw me, their eyes lit up and they cried together, Big brotherly. Their voices were full of affection and joy. Smiling, I took 2 white rabbit candies from my pocket and gave them 1 each. Eat. These are very sweet. At the time, white rabbit candy was a rare treasure in children's eyes, and I knew they would love it. Thank you, big brotherly. The brothers happily accepted the candy, carefully unwrapped it, and placed it in their mouths with satisfied expressions. Chintzy, you're here? Sit, sit. Why stand on ceremony with me? Chung Siguang welcomed me with a broad smile. He was in an exceptionally good mood because the worry that had troubled him for so long was finally resolved. Sensible Shengli had said that he would support his aunt and uncle when they grew old, recognize them as his godparents, and was even willing to change his surname to Chung. I smiled. Uncle Chung, I'm not being polite. This isn't my first visit. I was close to Chung Siguang's family and felt no restraint around them. Huh. Good, good. Chung Siguang laughed heartily. I looked at the 2 children with affection, as though seeing a beautiful future. Uncle Chung, can Shengli and Shengyi attend school? I asked with concern. Chung Siguang frowned slightly and considered the question. Shengyi should have no problem, but Shengli. Chung Siguang rubbed Shengli's head and smiled reassuringly. You're still young. You don't need to worry about supporting the family. Your task now is to study hard. Your godfather already spoke with teacher Wang in the neighboring courtyard. He'll ask the school to make an exception, so don't worry. Shengli, listen to your godfather and study hard. Perhaps you'll become an important cadre one day. I encouraged him, hoping to fill him with confidence in the future. Afraid of being ignored, Shengyi hurriedly added, Godfather, big brotherly, I'll study hard too. My brother is incredible. He's better at arithmetic than the children who went to school in our village. If you don't believe me, test him. He looked proudly at his brother, completely certain of his ability. Chung Siguang had not paid much attention at first and planned to ask several simple arithmetic questions merely to humor him. He casually said, Then let me test you. What is 35 plus 23? Almost without thinking, Shengli answered, 58. My interest rose, and I asked, What is 25 times 25? Is it 625? Shengli again answered quickly and cleanly. What is 123 times 123? This time, Shengli thought for around 5 seconds before answering confidently, 15,129. Chung Siguang was still calculating furiously on paper. It took him approximately 10 seconds to reach the result, and Shengli's answer was completely correct. I have incredible news. Shengli is a mathematical genius. What a pity we didn't discover it sooner. Chung Siguang was excited and regretful at once. Excited that his family had a child with such extraordinary talent, and regretful that they had recognized it so late. With earlier training, Shengli might already have shown brilliantly. I smiled bitterly. His arithmetic is far better than mine or Uncle Chang's. Even Chung Siguang had been conquered by Shengli's performance. Old Chung, we absolutely must send Shengli to school. We cannot delay the child, Huang Suqin said excitedly, her eyes full of hope for his future. I know. Chung Siguang paced excitedly around the room. I'm going to find teacher Wang and discuss this properly. With that, he hurried toward the door, eager to tell teacher Wang the good news and ask him to find a way for Shengli to enroll. I suggested, Uncle Chung, why not invite teacher Wang to dinner? He taught me in the past, so we know each other well. If everyone discusses it together, we may find more solutions. Teacher Wang earned a meager salary and supported several family members. leaving his household chronically short of money. Faced with an invitation to such a generous meal, its fragrance already stirring his appetite, how could he possibly refuse? The moment Teacher Wang saw me, his face lit up with delight. Recently, he had often boasted to everyone nearby that I was one of the finest students he had ever taught. News of my appearance in the newspaper had spread throughout their street and several surrounding streets. As my former teacher and a resident of the same neighborhood, Teacher Wang had ample reason to show off. He told the story to everyone he met, his face full of pride. Well, if it isn't chintzy, you've truly made something of yourself. I read the newspaper article. It was extremely detailed. Once Teacher Wang began, it was as though he had opened a floodgate. He spoke to me without stopping, every word full of praise and gratification, as though recounting an event of incomparable glory. Cough, cough. Teacher Wang, allow me to introduce my two godsons, Shengli and Xingyi. Boys, greet Teacher Wang, Cheng Siguang said. Hello, Teacher Wang. Shengli and Xingyi greeted him in clear, bright voices, their faces obedient and respectful, like two docile lambs. Teacher Wang smiled and nodded. Good, sensible children. You're Shengli, correct? Your godfather says you're exceptionally talented at mathematics. I'll have to test you carefully. Schools had always been more accommodating toward gifted students and would relax certain enrollment requirements for them. That morning, Cheng Siguang had delivered some local specialties to Teacher Wang. Apparently, he feared a few gifts were not enough assurance and had arranged this lavish dinner in the evening as well. Teacher Wang, however, was not someone who accepted gifts without doing the work. Regardless of a gift's value, he gave every matter his best effort. With or without this dinner, he would properly handle anything that ought to be done. That was his principle. Teacher Wang, why not ask multiplication and division questions using numbers of at least 2 digits? That will test Shungli's actual level more thoroughly. I smiled and supported the suggestion. Teacher Wang, this child's gift for mathematics is genuine. I witnessed it myself. Ask whatever you like. He'll definitely surprise you. Shungli barely blinked. After only 2 or 3 seconds, he clearly and accurately gave the answer, as fast as a gust of wind. Teacher Wang's interest was fully engaged. He set a harder problem to test the depth of Shungli's ability. Then what is 234 times 481? 112,554, correct? A trace of uncertainty remained in Shungli's voice. Although he repeatedly calculated the right answer, he habitually ended with a question, still cautious and unsure of himself. Cheng Siguang hurriedly clarified. He studied for a little more than a year at the village school. Later, changes in the family interrupted his education, and it has been delayed ever since. Good. First thing tomorrow morning, come to school with me and enter 4th grade directly. Teacher Wang's voice trembled with excitement, and his hands waved constantly as though he were announcing a momentous event. Discovering and recommending a gifted student would bring honor to him as well. Moreover, Teacher Wang currently taught 4th grade. For selfish reasons, he hoped to teach Xingli personally, so that one day he could mention him just as proudly as he mentioned me. Teacher Wang, we'll have to trouble you to look after Xingli at school. We entrust the child to you. Cheng Siguang spoke with complete sincerity, his gaze full of expectation. Teacher Wang waved a hand and smiled warmly. There's no need to say that. With Xingli's mathematical talent, he could go directly into 5th grade. But his other subjects need to catch up, and he cannot be allowed to become too unbalanced. I think 1 year in 4th grade is more suitable and will give him a firmer foundation. We understand. We'll follow your arrangements and everything. You're the education expert, so whatever you say is best. Look how thin you are, Shengli. Eat more and build a strong body so you can study better. Teacher Wang lovingly placed food in Shengli's bowl, caring for him as though he were his own son. Then, feeling he had no choice, he hurriedly served Xingyi as well. You eat more too, Xingyi. Don't stand on ceremony. Treat this place like your own home. Huang Suqin focused on me and smiled. Chenxi, don't be restrained. Eat as much as you like. Treat this as your own home. I grinned. Aunt Huang, don't you know me? I've never understood the meaning of standing on ceremony. You don't need to be polite with me. Teacher Wang laughed and confirmed it. That's true. This boy used to come to my home for meals. Even then, he acted as though it were his own house and never felt restrained. Had that happened too? Embarrassment crossed my face as I complained inwardly about the body's original owner. This fellow had even gone to his teacher's home in the next courtyard for free meals. He truly had been unconcerned with trivial etiquette and amazingly capable of causing trouble. After everyone ate and drank their fill, we sat together and chatted for a while. When the hour grew late, I rose to walk Teacher Wang out. At my own door, I suddenly remembered something and stopped. Teacher Wong, wait a moment. I have something for you. Teacher Wong, take this peanut oil home and add a little richness to your family's meals. I offered it with both hands, my manner sincere and respectful. You child, since you insist, your teacher won't be polite. I'll accept it. To me, this was also an expression of affection between teacher and student. Even the principal could hardly interfere with this sort of human relationship, since it was perfectly natural.